What I like about the beer terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that, and it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
This is Mike the plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Islander and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we're really missing was a county club in England, and then we're having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron, and we're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allows us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and give it a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on front of the show, the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing One Day Cup shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. It's just the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
Good morning, welcome to New Road in Worcester. Play about to get underway on day 2 of this County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. The overnight situation, Gloucestershire 258 for 7 in their first innings, having won the toss and chosen to bat yesterday. And the centrepiece of the innings, an unbeaten 100 from Miles Hammond. He's still there, 128 not out. And in company with him is Daz Ahmed, who is on 11. Worcestershire will be hoping to wrap things up fairly promptly this morning, but no real reason to suggest that will be the case. Have had a bit of overnight rain, which might have made some difference to the pitch, but yesterday Gloucestershire applied themselves very well, and Hammond in particular held things together. My name is Frank Watson from BBC of Worcester. Alongside me is Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol, and Ed, they'll be looking for 300 at least, won't they?
Yeah, I think so. This partnership is important in that regard. Will Williams can certainly bat, then Luke Charlesworth at 11. So this partnership's got to do the bulk of the work. And Miles Hammond yesterday, it was confirmed it was forearm cramping that he was suffering from, right. Which I should have thought about, really, the way he kept on shaking that arm out.
Here's Tom Taylor to bowl the first ball of the day, and Daz Ahmed is forward, pushing it out into the covers. D'Oliveira fields has no run. Sparse crowd at the moment, but it will improve as the day goes on, I'm sure. As will the weather, we are reliably informed. It's pretty cloudy, but the blue skies are beginning to reveal themselves away to the southwest, which is from where the weather tends to arrive here at New Road, and I think we'll be pretty clear now throughout the day. It forecasts to get very warm tomorrow. The pitch may ease if it gets a bit of sunshine on it. Yesterday there was certainly enough nip in it to keep the batsman honest. There's Taylor in to Ahmed again, bowls, and he's just steering this down to third man for the first run of the day. And that takes the score on to 259 for 7. And brings the left-handed Miles Hammond onto strike for the first time this morning. He was watchfulness personified yesterday. 128 of 280 deliveries. Applied himself superbly throughout the day. And he is the man who could well guide Gloucestershire to 300 and beyond if he can stay in this morning. Taylor goes round the wicket to him. And he's forward and pushing it up to mid-off. And there's no run. 2 slips in place. The rest of the field is fairly well spread. Fine leg third man. 3 saving, 1 on the offside. 2 saving, 1 on the leg side. And Worcestershire, for their part, their ambition this morning, to knock these last 3 over in the first hour, I would imagine, would be what they've talked about. In order to do that, they will be very hopeful they can get on very early on. Taylor is in again, bowls, and Hammond leaves alone outside the off stump, and it skids through quite low to Roderick, takes it on the bounce and throws the ball away sideways to Brooks. Brooks at second slip, Hose at first. Hammond was dropped yesterday on 22 by Roderick behind the stumps, diving away to his left. Wouldn't have carried to first slip, had to go for it. Very difficult chance. Here comes Taylor again. Bowls, and Hammond is getting his first run of the day, which is steered away behind square on the offside and fielded by Fateh Singh. So 260 for 7. Umpire at the New Road end, Simon Widdock, just crossing over from one side to the other because of the left-hand right-hand combination. They've been tidy with their bowling, Worcestershire. I spoke to their bowling coach Richard Jones last night, and he was satisfied with their day's work. Obviously he mentioned a couple of drop catches and missed run out opportunities. Taylor is in again and bowls, and Singh's getting a nice couple of runs through the covers here. Off the back foot, D'Oliveira slides on the greasy surface, flicks the ball back for Latigan. They're through for 2. That's the end of the first over of the day. 4 runs came from it. Scoreboard's died.
Oh, it's back.
And it's back. 262 for 7.
Come on, New Road, don't do this to me. I had this last week at Wantage Road. Had they've got two scoreboards almost bang next to each other. Obviously, one of them's only a little line score, and then the main scoreboard, both of them completely dead. They brought in one of those scoreboards from a truck, or like a sort of box unit thing, which I think it's fair to say you needed some binoculars to read, and then the little electronic, more old-fashioned LED scoreboard was pretty much what we were having to use to keep score. That went at one point, so I was down to tally on a piece of paper, but no, it's back. Bayer Swanepoel is bowling the first over from the New Road end, and Hammond comes onto the front foot and defends. Swanepoel impressive yesterday, not just accuracy, but I think he got more, certainly got more bounce to me out of the pitch than any of the other Worcestershire bowlers. He just kept the batters honest with the deliveries that took off a little bit. Ben Allison also very impressive as over the wicket he comes, and that comes off, I think, the hip or thigh pad of Hammond as he gets completely squared up. The ball drops down to its second slip. I didn't speak to Miles Hammond last night. I'd expected that might be the case after he'd been batting out there pretty much all day and was on the physio's table. So the captain, Cameron Bancroft, came down to do the honours as Swanepoel is in over the wicket and bowls, and off the back foot Hammond tries to punch this away through the covers but doesn't time it. It's fielded at cover. But yeah, Bancroft sort of echoing, I think, what probably quite a lot of Gloucestershire supporters felt as well. I think, and I hope this isn't putting the curse on him this morning, but I think it's the best innings I've seen from Miles Hammond in terms of his patience, his application, his determination. Swanepoel into him, that lifts and carries through behind the stumps. I think even, I say the 169 at Cheltenham against Hampshire would certainly run it close, because that was a serious attack. He made those runs against all of the big three in those days: Keith Barker, Mohamed Abbas, Kyle Abbott. They were all playing, and Liam Dawson. As in comes Swanepoel. Bowls now, beats Hammond, who's holding the bat between his legs. Having not made contact, but he's already batted longer in terms of deliveries in this innings than that one. And I don't know, I suppose arguments to be made either way, but those were second innings runs when Gloucestershire were, I think, following on, whereas this is setting up a game. Swanepoel into Hammond, who's finding close to the middle of the bat. He defends out into the offside, and there's no run, so it completes another very tidy over from Bayer's Swanepoel. So he started with a maiden. It's only his third maiden. It's 3 for 50 in 20 overs, but it's only his third maiden. 262 for 7.
Yeah, good over, very good. And Worcestershire head coach Alan Richardson, obviously a bowler himself, walking around below us, will be quite pleased with that start from Swanepoel. Sun's out now. Might just be a little steamy for an hour or two with the rain that we had up until about 8 o'clock this morning. Taylor over the wicket, bowls to Ahmed. Shout for LBW's given it. Given wicket this morning for Taylor. Ahmed's gone. Looked a decent shout. Height might have been the only thing I thought, but they were pretty confident. And umpire O'Shaughnessy raised the finger fairly promptly. So Daz Ahmed has gone LBW to Tom Taylor. It's Taylor's second wicket. And Gloucestershire are 262 for 8.
Yeah, it's the early one. And Ahmed, he played a really nice shot through the covers in the previous over, and was looking as confident as he's looked when he's come out to bat in the 3 innings that he's had this season, but just playing into the onside off a straight delivery, which is how eventually succumbed in the 2nd innings at Northampton as well. But that's the early one Worcestershire were after, and the Gloucestershire didn't want, and now Will Williams out to the middle, and I wonder
looks
if
a decent shout.
Yeah, live it seemed decent. I know we're not behind the bowler's arm. I don't know whether Hammond will now change the way that he's playing it, whether he waits until Luke Charlesworth is out there. Then I suspect he very much will, and I fear we may see the slightly unedifying spectacle of everybody back on the boundary when that happens. I hope not,
horrible,
but just can't help but sort of droop it when that happens. But we may see it, we'll see.
So Will Williams is the new batter, just taking his guard. And Taylor's got the breakthrough this morning. 2 more wickets now required for Worcestershire. They've got to get their 3rd bowling point. They'll be very keen to get that sorted out, and then they'll be hoping, as this sun gets a bit stronger, that the pitch flattens out a little bit as the day goes on, I would imagine, as Taylor comes in to Williams, and he is out. First ball, no he's not. Played and missed. There was an appeal. It bounced a fair bit, and I thought he'd nicked it, but the appeal was quickly quelled, and he's got away with it. But it's a bright start from Taylor this morning. Williams probably looking forward to having a bowl on this pitch. Goes for a little prod at where that one landed. Bounced quite steeply over the shoulder of the bat. So encouragement for Worcestershire's leading wicket taker from last season. The country's leading wicket taker from last season. Taylor is in, he bowls and he beats him again with one that just goes away a little bit. Made a good start this morning, the bowlers, building on the work they did yesterday. I mean, if they get Gloucestershire out for 275 or something, I think that's turned out to be a pretty good effort by the bowlers. And if you take out the contributions of Bancroft and Hammond, then obviously the rest of the Gloucestershire side haven't really batted that well, but that probably speaks of the assistance the pitch has given to the bowlers as well, and how well Bancroft and Hammond have played. Here comes Taylor again. He bowls, and Williams is taken on the pad, looking to play away on the leg side, and again there's an appeal, but it's half-hearted and quickly strangled. Leg by signalled as they go through for 1, and yeah, just a bit excited at the moment. They've got an early wicket, kind of shouting for everything. You get that, don't you, sometimes, where teams just get a little bit kind of over the top with their appealing.
Frisky.
Yeah. They've talked about getting an early one, and they've got an early one, and they think they're going to get another one, and kind of maybe get a bit carried away with the appealing. This is the man they really like to remove, Hammond. Taylor into him, lets that go outside the off stump. Whatever it takes. And there's no run. Yeah, Matthew Waite is leading the cheering from fine leg. You can probably hear him, he's right underneath us here, and our effects mic hanging out the window. You might well have heard his applause. Not much else going on out there. Oh, a bit of applause from mid-off from Ben Allison, who I thought we might see bowling this morning, but well, we might yet, of course, but Swanepoel given the honours at the opposite end to Taylor. Taylor comes in now. Last ball of the 3rd over of the day, and bowls to Hammond, and he's cutting down to 3rd man, as he did off the last ball of the previous over. Fateh Singh, a bit of a fumble, but they get a single anyway, and that is the end of the over. Hammond keeps the strike, 130 to him, 264 for 8.
Spoils what would have been a wicket maiden with a leg by earlier on in the over. So Tom Taylor very much justifying the skipper's decision to start with him. And Swanepoel, I don't know if he's been in the captain's ear about what happened yesterday when he was 5th choice for the afternoon session and then came in and got the wickets of Bancroft and Bracey and consecutive overs. Don't do that to me again, skipper. Getting the start from the new road end. Hammond not ready to face, because then gesticulates off into the offside that somebody was either still moving or still talking. So Swanepoel's going to have to start again. Over the wicket to Miles Hammond. He comes in and bowls, and Hammond deflects this away just past the sprawl of Adam Hose at backward point. So it's another single. 131 to Hammond, 265 for 8. We're in this sort of territory. It was something you said yesterday that was coming back to me in that last over. That sort of, this sort of game where one team gets 40 or 50 more runs than you feel they should have done. Is this sort of situation here? If Williams or Luke Charlesworth can dig in alongside Hammond and frustrate Worcestershire that way, they feel they should have kept them to 270 rather than 300, as that's defended back up the pitch for no run. That's what Gloucestershire have got to look for here. I think they'd conversely feel fairly satisfied if they could get over that 300 mark. So I've been saying it a fair bit. There's been an odd season for Will Williams with the bat. He had that epic 98 at Derby. Swanepoel bowls to him, gets in line, plays it on the bounce back to the bowler, no run. And he's also had now 4 ducks and a naught not out, along with that 98. And he's normally, I think he had 1 first class 50 before that 98. Average is 13, so he's normally somebody who, if you look at his numbers, he scores 13 off about 40 balls as his average innings. Swanepoel to him. He's playing a shot here up to mid-on, just to his right, and a single to Williams to get him underway to 66 for 8. I was also admiring Will Williams's throw in the warm-ups. He had that direct hit run out of Ekansh Singh of Kent in that match at Bristol. 1 stump to aim at from deep point and ran him out. Swanepoel to Hammond, no stroke, was swaying out of the way of it. And in the warm-up, I don't know whether it was one of those drills where you have to keep doing it until the stumps are hit a certain number of times. But Will Williams, if that was the case, contributed 3 of about the 5. He does seem to have a very accurate arm. He's got I think in most things he does, he's got a technique that's his own, Will Williams, but it's great to watch and it works. Swanepoel to Hammond, bumper, and it loops over the head of the just about ducking Miles Hammond, who's staring off at Steve O'Shaughnessy thinking that he should get a wide for that. O'Shaughnessy then motioned a sort of a header. Hammond should have headed it, which actually I think I'm sure I've seen him inadvertently do before. It's a good job he didn't do that. I don't want the concussion protocol or anything like that, but bit of interplay between O'Shaughnessy and Hammond, and Swanepoel with a good bumper, I suppose, to keep Hammond on strike.
Yeah, exactly, that's what it was. It wasn't, I don't think it was
off strike, sorry.
Yeah. So Will Williams will face Tom Taylor. He's in now from the Diglis end. Bowls, and Williams is edging this one down to third for a single. Wait the fielder. So it didn't keep him off strike for very long. Just 1 ball. Williams, to be fair, not in control of that, so moral victory for the bowler. Quiet start. It's been a quiet game, hasn't it, in some ways? I don't know why I would call it that, but bottom of the table clash. It's lacked a bit of energy, I think, from time. I'm not saying Worcester didn't bowl well yesterday, or that Bancroft and particularly Hammond didn't bat well, but it wasn't explosive stuff at any stage.
I sort of thought that and I don't mean to do it down, but apart from the Hammond 100,
Yeah.
it's not a day that I will remember
Not
at all. But
No.
I will because of Hammond's innings. But that's
only
the only reason.
But only because of the numbers, not really because of any great strokes or anything.
I guess so.
It was
One
attritional
shot
stuff.
that you remember. Yeah.
Taylor around the wicket bowls. Hammond whips this one very nicely and times it beautifully to mid-wicket, but it's very well fielded by Latigan. He made it look as though it wasn't travelling at all. He's impressing me more and more as a fielder, Latigan. Whether catching, as he did yesterday at backward point, or as a boundary rider in one-day cricket, or in the ring as he is this morning. Good stop. Taylor again is round the wicket. And bowls, and Hammond leaves alone. I wonder how many he's left. He's left a huge number of deliveries. I mean, he's faced now 296 deliveries. I reckon he must have left 50 of them at least.
There will be the stats on that. But it's just if you'd hack into the analyst for Gloucestershire, Harriet had the stats, but to get into the system.
Taylor in round the wicket. Balls, and Hammond chops this down. It just misses the stumps. Taylor can't believe it. Looking to play it away on the offside, bottom edge, bounced up. Not quite over the stumps, just to the side of them. But he could easily have dragged that on another day. Worcestershire just need to be patient. They are quiet out there, apart from Waite, who's occasionally giving it a clap from fine leg and saying, come on guys. They're very subdued out there, Worcestershire. The body language is quite subdued, as I say. Taylor round the wicket. In again now to bowl to the left-handed Hammond. And bowls. Hammond is on the walk, pushing out on the offside. Thinks about a single, but hesitates and then regains his ground as D'Oliveira comes in quickly from the covers. And wait, you can hear him clapping again, encouraging the bowler, Taylor, who has one ball left. Taken a wicket this morning, that of Daz Ahmed for 14, LBW, but Hammond remains the immovable object at the moment. 131 not out. Taylor bowls to him and he works this one up to mid-on, but he can't get a single, so he won't be on strike. It's the end of the over. 267 for 8.
I liked that gully they put in there. Just sort of snuck Adam Hose into the gully with that fielder back on the third man fence, knowing that, or hoping, or even maybe expecting that Hammond might try to farm the strike with a
little
an edge,
dab.
a controlled edge, but resisted the temptation to do that. It does feel more like a bowling day today, with the cloud cover little bit less hot. It just feels high humidity. Just feels like the sort of day where the ball might be doing a bit.
The umpires have just put the ball through the rings and decided it's okay.
It's an odd one.
So they obviously think it's going out of shape. It's only, what is it, 21 overs old.
It's not that old. It's seemingly doing a bit, but there we are.
Here's Swanepoel anyway.
Williams on strike on 2, Swanepoel to him, and this is clipped away, and he's taken some pace off that as Latigan at mid-wicket, which will allow Tom Taylor to slide off towards the wide long-on boundary and keep the ball in. So I think he might have saved a couple of runs there with that little fingertip, Latigan. So 2 more to Williams. Moves on to 4. Gloucestershire 269 for 8. It's not in silhouette really, the cathedral this morning.
Brett Oliveira just chucked the ball to the umpire again and said, "You cannot be serious."
Just put it through the gauge. I mean,
Must be
ball's
slow,
been hit for 2. I can't imagine too much has changed. Here comes Swanepoel to Williams, who's struck on the pad. He's been given LBW.
Can't believe it.
Wow. Well, that I have
Kept
to say,
low, I must say, it kept low.
It looked to me as if that. Well, Williams is, I think, is staring at his bat as he's walking off. But
I thought he was smack in front, and it kept low. But he must have hit it if he's reacted like that, mustn't he? Here we go. Here's the replay. Oh, side on. Oh, there we go. And he thinks he's outside the line, does he?
I must say,
Here we go again. Here we go again.
We're going to get it slowed down a little bit, are we? I just thought it was. I thought it must stay down a little bit. But my first thought was that was still quite high. Williams is a tall man, and that's almost top of the. Is that top of the pad flap?
He was fair way back there, wasn't he?
He was.
I don't know.
All you could do is you look at it first up, and I just did not think that looked right. But anyway, it's 9 down. There's the third bowling point for Worcestershire, and Swanepoel's got 4 first. So now he's got 4 balls left in the over, and Luke Charlesworth is coming out to the middle. So yeah, I don't think he's batted very much in his career, Luke Charlesworth. Just to be 3 innings. To play in a. Well, he played in the 706 for 6 declared game at Grace Road, so he didn't bat in that one.
I reckon it was okay. That I've just looked at it again. I think he's a long way back. He was high, but he's a long way back, and just whether he might have been outside the line, I'm not sure.
Well,
Glad you didn't change the ball now, says the umpire, aren't you? As he chucks it back to them. 269 for 9. One more needed for Worcestershire to complete a decent start to the morning.
Now the pressure really will be on Luke Charlesworth. He'll have 3 slips behind him. Still a third man and a fine leg. Swanepoel into Luke Charlesworth, who is all tucked up for room there. He was trying to get off the mark. Turn the ball through square leg, which is vacant. That gets struck on the thigh pad. So yeah, just his 4th innings in his 5th first-class match for Luke Charlesworth. But one of those matches he came in as the injury substitute on the final day and only bowled against Northamptonshire this season. Swanepoel bowls to him, and there's a good little defence. Played firmly back to the bowler. There is no run. Certainly can bat, Luke Charlesworth. I think he was part of that rather epic second 11 game against Surrey, where I think it was him and Jared Warner put on something like 90 for the last wicket against Surrey at the main ground in Bristol to win a match about 3 years ago. Cutting is Luke Charlesworth, and cutting for 4. That's a fine shot. It was a bit short, but latched onto that and powered it away through cover point. And that is immediately equalling his first-class career best. I say he hasn't batted much, but does have batting ability, and showed it there with that boundary. So 273 for 9. And now Worcestershire are going to drop almost everybody back apart from the slip cord. And mid-off's gone a bit deeper. Mid-on probably still just about saving the single. A lot of fielders on the boundary tempting Charlesworth into a single. And he won't get it because he's played it so straight that it just passes the bowler, and Tom Taylor has to field from that mid-on position. So another wicket-taking over. They've had 6 overs this morning. Gloucestershire have continued to find run scoring a little tricky with 15 runs added and 2 wickets now. Both LBW. We didn't see a single bowled or LBW yesterday, and we've had 2 LBWs today.
22 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 58 then for Swanepoel. Be happy with that, I think. And he has bowled pretty well. It's Taylor, however, who's going to continue. The field fairly well spread. Hammond being offered a single square on both sides if he wants to take it. I think I'd have extra back as well, in case he drives one through there. Taylor bowls to him, and he cuts and takes the single, which is on offer, as Libby Field's out deep in the offside wilderness, which means Charlesworth will now be facing Taylor, and that will be quite a test for the young man, I think.
300th delivery for Hammond.
Goodness me. Definitely longer than I ever batted, I think. 2 slips waiting. I think I might be tempted to have a 3rd slip in, although D'Oliveira obviously wants to get this wicket without conceding too many more. And Taylor is coming in now. Bowls, and Charlesworth is walking slightly into this and then plays a nice solid forward defensive. Out on the offside. Luke Charlesworth, whose dad Graham played for Warwickshire. Did he play? I don't think he played for anybody else. Went on to be a coach and ran the Oxford University Cricketing Centre of Excellence for a good few years. Played for Kenilworth when I was a young man. I played against him a few times and with him. In comes Taylor again now. Bowls, and Charlesworth is forward. Pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. It's 2-7, 4 for 8 then. Worcestershire making a good start this morning after a pretty good day with the ball yesterday. They missed a couple of run-out chances, dropped a catch, but overall they've been fairly happy with their day's work. Graham Charlesworth, yeah, Cambridge University, Griqualand West. Played in South Africa quite a bit. This one's clipped away by Charlesworth nicely, as I talk about his dad, through the leg side, and he's going to get 3 runs as it's flicked back inside the rope. So well played, Luke Charlesworth. Goes to 7, 277 for 9. Didn't play for Warwickshire. Certainly a Warwickshire youth cricketer.
I'm sure he played for their second 11.
Oh, he did. Oh, definitely. Yeah, many times. Then Griqualand West and Impalas in South Africa, Cambridge University and combined universities, and then coached Oxford University. 18 first-class matches, averaged 29, not too bad, and made 6 50s. But this son is a bowler. Taylor round the wicket, Hammond dabs out on the offside. He's got confidence in Charlesworth now, even though it's only the 5th ball the over. He takes a single. Well, I suppose he would have done anyway. And Charlesworth will face one more from Taylor before the end of the over. We've had just half an hour's play. Worcestershire have taken 2 wickets this morning, both LBW. 1 to Taylor, 1 to Swanepoel. The men out, Ahmed for 14 and Williams for 4.
He's already made run scoring look as easy as anybody, Luke Charlesworth.
Cracking square cut to get off the mark.
Yeah.
He's on strike now. Last ball of the over. And he's forward to it. Plays out on the offside very nicely. Stays on 7. Hammond has 133. And it's 278 for 9. Off a 103 overs.
I was mentioning yesterday that Daz Ahmed's had to bide his time, and Luke Charlesworth likewise, really, I'm sure, pretty tough couple of years. He made his debut back in 2023. He played a couple of his 5 matches that season, then played in 1 game. I mentioned that 706 for 6 game in 2024. Short ball pulled away by Hammond. He'll just find a single. Made good connection, didn't bother to hit it in the air. Let's take the single to deep square leg, so 279 for 9. Then injured at the end of 2024, didn't play in 2025. I think multiple stress fractures of the back, and it's great to see him back to full fitness. He was out for the first month and a bit this season as well. Both him and Aman Rao, who was in the squad, and I suppose might have been the other option to replace the resting Matt Taylor for this game. Swanepoel then to Luke Charlesworth. It's back of a length, but he's confidently forward to it still, and playing defence back to the bowler. But yeah, if Hammond was having a look and then seeing what confidence he had, then Luke Charlesworth has certainly already shown in his 7 that Hammond might as well take whatever runs he can get. Swanepoel hunting the 5 for in now and bowls and pitches that one up, and that's whipped away through wide mid-on by Luke Charlesworth, and he'll come back for 2.
So yeah, 2 full, wasn't it? 2 full, a bit
just got a bit greedy. I don't know. Just floated it up there a bit. 281 for 9. Air of determination about him, Luke Charlesworth. Swanepoel races in again, now bowls, and that's a handy little nibble from Luke Charlesworth down to third man. Rotates the strike, and he's on to 10. 282 for 9. 10 off 11 as well. I mean, just I don't think anybody's got off to this sort of a start from Gloucestershire. 10 runs in the first 11 deliveries. Yeah, Phillips might, yes. Yeah. And a cracking cover drive. Nicked off to a good delivery. Swanepoel to Hammond, roll of the wrists, turns it into the leg side, which is still allowing the single everywhere apart from mid-on. And Hammond takes his 135th run. 283 for 9. 98th first class match for Miles Hammond, so hopefully all being well he'll turn up at the end of the season. Won't quite be the fairy tale 100th match at Cheltenham in his birth town, as Luke Charlesworth blocks that last delivery of the over out, and it's 283 for 9. I suppose he'd make his 100th appearance, assuming he plays all the matches, which is a fairly safe assumption with Miles Hammond, because he's not missed a match for, I can't remember, I did the stat last game, but 100th game might come up at Chesterley Street.
Brett D'Oliveira having a chat with one of his senior lieutenants, Gareth Roderick. Decided to keep things as they are. One slip for Hammond, the rest of the field fairly well spread as they try to get him off strike. But Charles was so far very capable. Hammond on the walk, turns it on the leg side, shakes his hand, I think it just got him on the glove, dropped down on the leg side, scampered back into his ground as D'Oliveira came into field quickly.
That's right, I remember, because it's all about me. Always, all about me. Miles Hammond has not missed a championship match since I took over the BBC full time, midway through 2021.
They did tell me that he was affected by that. Made a lot keener. Taylor round the wicket. Bowls to Hammond, who's tucked up by this. Hit on the pad. Ball lobs out on the onside, and Charles is getting a bit excited. Wants a leg by, and Hammond sends him back as Brooks fields and throws and hurts his shoulder in doing so. He's had a problem with his shoulder. Ethan Brooks didn't bowl for a while.
He was just desperate to get out into the middle, Miles Hammond, so he didn't have to sit and listen.
Taylor again, looking for his third. Bowl, slower ball. Hammond not deceived by it, just lets it come and steers it out on the onside. Cloud is building again away to the west, but it's not threatening. It's not the bright day it was yesterday yet. I think it is forecast to brighten up significantly this afternoon and to heat up very significantly in the next 48 hours. Taylor is in again and bowls, and Hammond is playing a nice shot off his pads down to long leg where Waite doesn't field it. Should have done. He's annoyed with himself. It's gone for 4. He ran around to his left, and under normal circumstances I think Matthew Waite would have collected that, or at least flicked it back. It's one of those, you know, where modern technique worked against him then, because in the old days you'd have put a foot on that. Angus Fraser would have clogged that.
I've seen a couple of good bits of fielding that way this season as well.
But Waite thought, no, I can get my hands to this, and he slipped, and he didn't complete the job. So 4 runs to Miles Hammond, 139. It's his first boundary of the day. 287 for 9. That bonus point just 13 runs away now. Taylor bowls, Hammond works it to D'Oliveira at mid wicket.
Every point counts.
It does. It does. Especially at the moment for these two sides. Can't afford not to get them. 300 is also psychological, isn't it?
Mm.
Win the toss bat first, don't get 300, you kind of think you've underachieved. Taylor round the wicket. Bowls, and Hammond drives up to mid-off. Swanepoel fields, and there's no run. End of the over. Charles with 10. Hammond 139. 105 overs gone. 287 for 9.
I think they're still waiting, Worcestershire, and it seems as though they just won't come. Still waiting for Miles Hammond to just go into white ball mode and start having a dart. That slower ball from Tom Taylor, almost kind of expecting Hammond to eventually think, I'll have a bit of a swing and try and score a few quick runs and get bowling, but that's certainly not looking as if it's going to happen. It would have surely happened by now if it was going to, and Swanepoel is going to continue with Luke Charlesworth on strike, and he just comes forward in measured, organised fashion and defends into the offside. So even though he's scored well, so far he's defended well as Luke Charlesworth, doing a very handy job for his side as Swanepoel bowls to him, and that is pushed back to the bowler, getting down the pitch and negating what nip there might be as much as he can. So surveys the field, which is a fairly standard one really. Couple of slips, fine leg, third man, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover and point as Luke Charlesworth defends once again up to mid off.
I'm trying a different headset because that one was too tight.
Ear strangulation.
Yeah, this one's much better.
I quite like this headset actually. I think it's the same. This is really fascinating stuff, but I think it's the same manufacturer as the headsets that I first started using. I first started commentating.
Well,
it's
that
defended
one
away into the leg side.
belongs to the club.
Oh,
we
yeah.
use it for the live stream.
They probably Gloucestershire ordered the same ones then.
This one is an old one that belonged to the club and doesn't work properly. The one I've just taken away is an old one of mine, and the one I've just put on is a new one of mine, and there's a story attached to it.
You haven't nicked it from somewhere?
No. I won't advertise either.
Swanepoel into Charlesworth, who drags that one into the onside. That was a sort of come over to my side type shot. Didn't middle it, but we'll get 2 runs. Lattergan sliding off after it at deep mid-wicket, and it's 289 for 9.
So being a freelancer, I gather equipment wherever I can, really, usually, you know, or eBay or whatever it might be. And I was looking at headsets, and they're very, very expensive, aren't they? I mean, the one you're wearing, for example, and most of them are sort of £300, £350. We're talking, listeners, about the headsets we were with a mic attached that we use for most outside broadcasts.
Mid-wicket drops back to the boundary, as does Point, and he's out.
And he's
There's the 5-wicket haul for Bayers Swanepoel. Luke Charlesworth, having a flash at one, is caught at second slip. And Gloucestershire are all out for 289. 5 for 65 for Swanepoel, and Miles Hammond will walk off the field 139 not out from 309 deliveries. A fantastic innings, and he will receive another round of applause, as well he should, from the faithful at New Road. Many on their feet for Hammond. Exercise in patience, judicious leaving of the ball, as well as shot selection, and 18 fours in his 309 balls, an innings which certainly was not in typical Miles Hammond fashion, but they're continuing their round of applause, and several more have taken to their feet, with Bayers Swanepoel raising the ball to the crowd as he walks off as well. So, hundreds and fifers, that's what it's all about.
Yep, so all out for 289. Gloucestershire in exactly 106 overs. Hammond 139 not out. The 3 men out today: Ahmed 14, Williams 4, and Charlesworth 12. And the bowling figures: Taylor 2 for 69 from 24, Allison 2 for 54 from 22, and Swanepoel, his first 5 for Worcestershire, 5 for 65 from 24. Matthew Waite 14 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 30. Fateh Singh 15 overs, no maidens, 54 for 1. And Ethan Brooks 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 14. Worcestershire will begin their reply in about 7 or 8 minutes' time, and we'll be back then.
Welcome back to New Road, where play is about to resume. Worcestershire will begin their response to the Gloucestershire first innings total of 289. And a good morning's work for Worcestershire so far, picking up the last 3 Gloucestershire wickets for the addition of 31 runs this morning. I think they'd have probably settled for that and picked up their 3rd bowling bonus point. Gloucestershire only managing the 1 batting point. No reward really therefore this morning for Miles Hammond's excellence. 139 not out he remained at the end of the innings, with Swanepoel, the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers, picking up his first 5 for the club. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 65. Worcestershire are about to begin their response. Daniel Latigan, the tall left-hander, is on strike, and Will Williams is taking up the attack from the New Road end, and Ed Seaborn's taking up the attack here in the commentary box.
Thanks, Frank. Would help if I pressed the button to turn myself on. Williams then into Latigan, and that's defended first up to mid-off. So,
have you seen Latigan before?
I haven't seen him live. No, I'm sure I remember watching him a couple of times in the One Day Cup last year. It looked really authoritative.
Yeah, he puts the bad ball away. He's a big, strong boy.
Yeah. Sort of. Although I'm not going to say bullying left-hander, but he.
Nah, that's fair enough. Yet to get 100. Got an 80 odd at Derby in the first innings of the season.
Williams bowls and hits him high up on the pad.
And he looked for all the world as though he was going to get 100 in the first game at Derby, and then he ran himself out.
Oh dear.
And then when you watch the replay, he was pretty unlucky to be given, we thought.
Okay.
So it could have been different, but he's learning on the job, as they say. Getting better all the time. And a bright future one imagines, though you never know.
Williams into him. He's defending to the bowler. So I suspect it'll be the all Kiwi opening combination for Gloucestershire. Of course, Will Williams these days a local player. Yeah, it's his UK passport, so only Christian Clark they overseas, but he's already stretching off down at 3rd man. 3 staggered slips as Williams bowls to Latigan, who looks to drive in a portion of the bat back to the bowler, and there's no run. There's been some high drama at Canterbury where the unlikely batting combination of Matt Parkinson and Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladesh seam bowler who took 9 for on his Kent debut to beat Lancashire at Blackpool last round. Matt Parkinson hit a 6 off the last ball of the 110 to get Kent an extra batting point, pushed in the air by Latigan on the bounce back to Will Williams. It wasn't a million miles away from the bowler there. So it's still no runs, but yeah, I'm not sure. Matt Parkinson, how many 6s has he hit in his first class career? He ran it all the way to the last ball of the 110. 405 for 9, so Middlesex have got maximum bowling points, but a decent total on the board for Kent. 5 for 104 for Sebastian Morgan. Williams in to Latigan, who leaves with a flourish through to Bracey, and it's a maiden over from Will Williams. What's new? 0 for 0.
A couple of decent shots from Latigan, one slightly upish back to the bowler. But a good start from Williams, and it is going to be Clark, yeah, Christian Clark from the New Road end. So yeah, all Kiwi combination. Will Williams from Christchurch.
And Christian Clark is from Waikato.
Waikato, is he? Been there. Haven't been to Christchurch. Famous rugby area, Waikato. Big lad.
So he could have been a centre or something for the Chiefs, maybe.
Could have been, couldn't he? I was in Taranaki when I was there. In comes Williams now, over the wicket. And bowls, and Libby's on the back foot punching into the offside. And there's no run. First game of rugby that I saw when I was there to play cricket, but it was the end of the rugby season. The first game of rugby I saw was Taranaki against Waikato. And it was a long time ago, but I was stunned by the physicality of it. And he comes again, Clark. Bowls, and Libby's driving a half volley away for 4. It's a lovely shot. It's a long half volley, and Libby just leaned into it. Bend to the front knee. Very stylish cover drive. I like the look of Clark though. I know he's only bowled a couple, but he's a big, strong chap and an economical run-up. Doesn't waste any of his energy. And I was watching him warm up, getting a little bit of shape away. He's in again now. Bowls, just short of a length. Libby plays out on the back foot. Runs through the crease, doesn't he? No great leap into the delivery. And he looks to me as though he's the sort of bloke that could bowl quite a long spell and keep going, because he doesn't take, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a long run-up, but some bowlers have a massive run-up and they don't appear to use it really. Whereas Williams is the opposite of that, isn't he? He's only running up about 20 yards, 22 yards. He's in now and bowled. A lot of energy in the delivery. Libby pushes this one towards mid-off. Van Buren is the fielder. And there's no run, so it's still 4 without loss. First season he's been with Gloucestershire, Clark, presumably.
Yeah, well, he's only signed for these 2
is he?
games
Oh,
that
right.
Liam Scott would have played in.
Okay.
Not for the call up to the Australia
In he
white ball
comes
squad.
again. And bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. So was he in the country anyway? Or?
Yes, so he was brought over by New Zealand for the Ireland Test match that they played before the England series. Was just for that match.
So he just happened to be here.
So stayed and
the grapevine said, "We've got a bowler who's available."
Well, exactly.
This is exactly how
could do
Henry
with
Nichols came here last year.
We could do with an all-rounder.
Yeah, exactly how Henry Nichols came here last year. Clark in again then, bowls, and Libby drives again. That's going to be more runs out through the covers. I think it's going to go all the way. It is. So 2 boundaries in that over for Jake Libby, and Worcestershire after 2 overs responding to Gloucestershire's 289 on 8 without loss.
So he had a little bit of a no ball problem in his first innings for Gloucestershire, but took 6 for. And I first saw him, of course, on the TV, but saw him play in an ODI series in India, where New Zealand, missing pretty much all of their regulars who were resting ahead of the T20 World Cup, and Clark was a key part of the New Zealand side that ended up winning that series against a full-strength India side 2-1. As Williams, he's in over the wicket bowling, and Latigan standing tall, punching strong through the offside. That'll be 4 more, I think. It's going to make it over the cover boundary rope, so Worcestershire have suddenly raced to 12 without loss, and that I'd say from the little bit I saw of Latigan last season is that sort of shot. I saw him play a few times as well there, just sort of strong, punchy style about him, and he gets off the mark with a boundary as well. Worcestershire dealing in boundaries. In comes Williams, bowls to Latigan. That's angling across him, doesn't have to play. But as I say, Clark played in that 3-match one-day international series in India, played a T20 international as well on that tour. But he took 3 fors in both of the games that New Zealand won in the series, match 2 and match 3. Got Virat Kohli out twice and Shreyas Iyer twice. Latigan waits. Open stance. Williams bowls to him and he whips this one through mid-wicket. More runs here. Graham van Buren will chase it down from mid-on, but they will return for a second. Makes it 14 without loss. He just had that knack, and he did the same thing really in the last game. He's got a knack of finding a ball out of nowhere that just, he seems almost, I don't know whether it's natural variation or whether it's just effort balls that he bowls, but all of a sudden he'll just crank the pace up a little bit. Williams bowls driving Latigan, picking out mid-off where Ahmed fields. It was noticeable in the Northamptonshire game as well. When he really bends his back, he can get it through, but he can sort of lull you into thinking he's almost just a medium pacer. And it was almost like that with the wickets he got in that ODI series as well. He just suddenly either get somebody to chip a catch somewhere with the one that wasn't quite full pace, or get one through somebody. Latigan down the pitch to play it straight back to Williams, and there's no run. But certainly somebody that New Zealand are very hot on, because he's not played an enormous amount of cricket yet, but because it's a small enough country where you identify the talent fairly early anyway, and certainly identified Clark. Shortish mid-wicket in place now as Latigan plays all round that one, looking to hammer that one away straight down the ground, I think on the onside, and misses the ball. Fortunate not to get an edge. 14 without loss at the end of 3 overs.
Yeah, got his feet in a mess, I think, on that one, Latigan. I'm just going to watch the replay. A couple of good shots in the over from him there. He has 6, Libby has 8. Oh, it did a bit, didn't it? That was a good delivery, that was. Crikey, no wonder he's got his head in his hands. Best forget that one. Doesn't matter. Just put it out of your mind and concentrate on the next one. Clark to start the 4th over. Bowls to Libby. It was pulling his bat away from that. Whether he pulled his bat away before he played at it or after, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. Just outside the off stump, because he was kind of walking away, wasn't he? Very quickly as it went through to Bracey. Still a bit overcast here. 14 without losses. Clark is in again. And bowls, and Libby's working this one on the onside, but can't pick up a run as the feeling is done by Tommy Borman at mid-wicket. Without loss it remains. Earlier, of course, if you're just joining us, Gloucestershire losing their last 3 wickets this morning fairly quickly, finishing on 289 all out. Played and missed at that one all right, Libby. Past the outside edge from Clark. But yeah, as I say about Clark, busy, only runs up about 15, 20, well, 20, 22 yards, something like that. Tall, broad-shouldered, easy approach, and then no great leap into the air, kind of runs through the crease. It's all very economical, not high pace but decent. Bowls, Libby pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run as Van Buren comes in to do the fielding.
He does look a good bowler for English conditions. He was mentioning, talking about still learning how to control the Duke's ball in the game against Northamptonshire, but he certainly looks like the sort of bowler that, if he gets it right, it'll be a handful.
Gets that one right. Libby just tucks it away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder at square leg. Scoreboard's died, back again. 14 without loss. It shows. By Swanepoel, the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers, I think. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 65. 2 wickets each for Taylor and Allison, 1 for Singh. Hammond 139 not out. 3 bonus points to Worcestershire, 1 to Gloucestershire. This one is played out by Libby into the offside. It's the end of a very tidy over from Clark. 2 overs, 1 maiden, that was it. No wicket for 8.
Settled in that over. Just I suppose first over it can happen. A couple of drive balls that Libby got away, and still no change in strike through the first 4 overs. So Williams continues to try to work over Latigan. They didn't have 3 slips for that long. Hammond's gone into short mid-wicket. Jack Taylor at first slip and Cameron Bancroft at second, as Williams bowls to Latigan. It's a decent carry, but in fact it's wided. There we are. It's a trick of the angle. I didn't think it was as wide as it was, but obviously it was.
Bracey went a long way to take it. I'll have a look at the replay.
Sailed on through, but Steve O'Shaughnessy extends the arms, so 15 without loss.
Oh, goodness.
That's quite wide. Williams in. Latigan thinks about playing briefly, but very much does let that one go.
Just got to get his head right. Latigan played and missed at 1, then gets a really, really wide one, and then gets quite a good one. It's always a danger when it's a bit of a mixture that you lose your concentration.
We're not really expecting it from Williams. You tend to expect every ball in the channel. Very unusual to see him bowl a wide. He's in now a straighter ball, which is turned to Hammond at that short, straight mid-wicket position. There's no run. Where's Luke Charlesworth going? Wants to stand up already. James Bracey. A couple of helmets sitting in front of the pavilion steps. Charlesworth tossing the helmet to Borman. He'll pass it to the relevant party. James Bracey stands up a good amount to Will Williams, trying to keep Latigan in his crease and see whether it can have the same devastating effect as it seems to have on the England middle order. Williams into Latigan, back of a length, and slapped almost through point for 4 by Latigan, so he was, I suppose, staying feet planted on the back foot anyways. Williams just offered him up some length as much as anything else, and 4 runs, and it's 19 without
19.
loss. I'm just wondering whether they've, because there's a bit of a discussion going on between the umpires as to how many balls there are left in the over. They have added on, they must have added on the wide, mustn't they? It's a bit of signalling between them about whether there were 4 left in the over or 3, as that's pushed away to mid-off. It's the back foot again. No run for Latigan. The walkie-talkie hasn't come out, so the umpires
No, it's right now, I think. Yeah.
Umpires must have decided that.
No, it should be 20 though, shouldn't it? Oh no, 19, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
So, Bracey crouching down behind the stumps up close as Latigan tucks that one to mid-wicket. There is no run. So I was about to say the more experienced opening combination, but I suppose it is relatively so, but even, I was saying earlier, Christian Clark's not played masses of first-class cricket, 33rd game for him. And the inexperienced change seamers, Ahmed and Luke Charlesworth. Williams bowls down the leg side. I was about to say a sharp take from Bracey, but actually spills it, but he does well to get across and prevent byes. And, unusual to say, but a little bit of a wayward over from Williams with the wide on the offside and one quite a way down the leg side as well. 5 overs gone and 19 for no wicket. 10 to Latigan, 8 to Libby. Couple of deliveries though already, suggesting that there is still enough there for the Gloucestershire bowlers, but be wanting early wickets, having only added those 31 runs this morning.
Here's Clark. Bowls to Libby, who is turned round, almost completely opened up.
Oh, we've got some umpires down below us.
Ends up facing almost down the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, I think there were a few people who decided that they were going to answer the appeal themselves.
Oh, right, sorry.
no, we haven't got anybody in fancy dress.
Somebody put their hand, that's what I thought you meant, yeah. No, well, they didn't actually appeal properly out in the middle. Libby waits again, bat raised. And it's a no ball. He gets in behind it and pushes out on the offside. No ball signalled. 2 runs added, 21 without loss. There were 4 no balls, i.e. 2 times 2 in the Gloucestershire innings, just 3 leg byes, no byes or wides, quite tidy. Already in this innings they've had a wide and now a no ball. This next one is worked to mid wicket, fielded by Tommy Borman, who threatens to throw at the stumps, but Libby had very early on given up the idea of going for a single.
You conceded 22 in no balls in the first innings at Northampton.
Too many, isn't it? Here's Clark in, bowls down the leg side. Libby misses it, Bracey takes it. No addition. Cloudy morning, bit of blue sky. It feels kind of pleasantly cool, and yet I think we're all aware, those of us that have watched the weather forecast, that we're in for some serious heat in the next 2 or 3 days. Not my favourite cup of tea.
I don't mind dry heat, but it's all humid. It's not nice.
Clark again is in and bowls, and Libby is in behind this very solidly, playing it back to him. Libby has 8, 2 boundaries he took in Clark's first over. Latigan has 10. He's also hit 2 boundaries. 2 balls away from the end of the 6th over. What will we have? 40 minutes. What do you reckon? Usually 10 overs. Probably get about another 10 after this before lunch. Clark in, bowls. Libby back out on the offside. Another no ball. 2 more runs added. It's annoying, I would think, for James Bracey. I can't see why either, because I've been describing this run-up as being quite sort of measured and economical. It is a long stride when you're a big guy, but yeah, I don't see any reason why he should be overstepping, particularly Libby pushes that up towards mid-on. Charlesworth is the fielder, and there's no run. So 23 without loss. Worcestershire benefiting from those no balls. And the sun makes a reappearance. 3 saving, 1 on the offside. 1 slip. Last ball of the over. If it's not a no ball, Clark bowls and Libby hurried slightly, defends off the back foot. That is the end of the over. 23 without loss.
Yeah, so each bowler's beaten the bat once, but it doesn't feel as though they've really managed to build any consistent pressure yet, Gloucestershire. But Williams with the keeper up, looking to, I guess, build some sort of pressure on Latigan. We still haven't had a change of strike, have we?
No.
Seem to have bothered Worcestershire so far. We often talk about, you want to change the strike to
Well, when the bowlers are on top, that is
right hand, left hand combination, etc. But at the moment, I think it's suiting Worcestershire quite okay. This is defended by.
Yeah, you sometimes speak to a pair or to one of a batsman who's been involved in a big partnership, and they say, "Oh, you know, we decided that I would take him and he would take him," sort of thing. If it works, it's just not presented itself today, the opportunity. But if the bowlers are on top, I think it's important to rotate the strike if you're left hand, right hand, or 6'6" and 5'4" or something.
There's a bit of a height difference between these two. Williams to Latigan, squares up and defends back to Williams. Gloucestershire sort of need to, in a way, first sort of 4 or 5 overs, it felt as though Worcestershire just took a few overs and then settled in on just the right spot, and Gloucestershire are going to have to do the same, because at least in the early going with a harder ball, it hasn't looked as though there's a great deal of margin here. A little bit full and a little bit short. Williams bowls and is short enough of a length that Latigan can play off the back foot, which he's been able to do quite a bit so far, and just flicks this one to deep square leg for 1. So 24 without loss. Especially when you're Gloucestershire and then last match against Northamptonshire just, well, it started off really well. They had them 41 for 3 and won the toss and decided to bowl. And just got away from them a little bit at the end. I think it feels extra important that Gloucestershire makes some inroads here with the new ball. There's going to be 3 slips for Libby, who's now going to face Williams for the first time, and Williams bowls to him down the leg side, and Bracey will tidy that one up. Williams just adjusting his line for the first time to Libby, having been settled in bowling to the left hand at Latigan, as the towering figure of Aman Rao runs in front of us. 6'6" of him, I think. Williams to Libby, again down the leg side, and possibly even further down leg side. A little fortunate that Libby's not going to touch either of these first two, because they've got Clark at more of a long leg than a fine leg. Any sort of a glance and there's a chance it'll run all the way to the boundary. 24 without loss. Libby crouch stance, back raised. Williams in to bowl to him. That's a good delivery, which is pushed up to mid-on, and an extremely hopeful foray down the pitch. There is single from Libby, but gets back into his ground. 24 without loss after 7 overs.
Shall we have a look what's happening elsewhere?
Yes, I was just having a...
I'll just have a look through Division 1. Rain, play to resume at Taunton at 12:40. Somerset against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 122 for 2 in response to Somerset's 208. In play at Durham. Northants 432 for 9 now, having been put in. They won't be too unhappy about that. Hampshire Sussex. You had your eye on that one yesterday. Innings break. Hampshire 191, Sussex 159.
Yeah, a collapse this morning.
Notts Essex. Notts going pretty well. Trailing by just 36. As Clark bowls to Latigan, who forces off the back foot. Slight misfield by Borman at point, and they get a single. Essex 184, Notts 148 for 3. Glamorgan, Surrey, Glamorgan 310 for 7. That recovery exceptional at the Oval. Yorkshire 185 against Leicester at Leicester, and Leicestershire already ahead by 24, 209 for 3 in their first innings. Rayan Ahmed 89 not out. Clark bowls, Libby defends, and there's a run what a player Ryan Ahmed. He's such a good player. I watched him win a game for the Lions here against South Africa a couple of weeks ago. Bowled beautifully. Kent 4-1-6 against Middlesex, innings break, and in the test match in play, New Zealand now 414 runs ahead with 4 wickets remaining. They are 314 for 6.
Taking a few wickets this
well
morning.
And truly on top. And Clark beats Libby outside the off stump with that next delivery. So you're up to date. Commentary on all those county games on the BBC Sports app and website. So you don't have to stay with us, although we obviously want you to. And most people that will be with us are watching because they're fans of either Gloucestershire or Worcestershire. But the BBC covers all county cricket games with commentary. Every ball of every game in Championship cricket. Clark in again, bowls, Libby drives on the onside, wide of Charlesworth at mid-on, and a good run. And it was misfielded anyway by Charlesworth. It was always going to be there. If they both went, if you play that one wide of a fielder like that, if you both go at the same time, you're always going to get in. And Libby comfortably home, takes his score on to 9, total to 26 without loss.
Yes, there's commentary on the Women's T20 World Cup game between Australia and the Netherlands as well.
Clark to Latigan, short and wide, and Ed's already described Latigan's strength on the back foot on the offside. Big man, just lets the ball come and just smacks it through the covers. I say smacks because it's not particularly elegant. It's not a massively sort of high right elbow. It's just very efficient and very, very dismissive.
There's something almost Matthew Hayden about it.
Yes, say that. Yeah, I agree.
That was when I even watched him in the One Day Cup last year. That was the player that he reminded me of playing those sorts of shots.
16 now to him. Third boundary. Cracking shot. 30 without loss. Be nice for them if they could go into lunch none down. They'd be very happy, I think. Clark in, bowls, Latigan leaves outside the stump, and that's the end of the over. 8 gone. 30 without loss. Worcestershire after Gloucestershire were dismissed for 289.
And I would be overcritical, but I just think they have bowled a little bit shorter than Worcestershire, and then when they've bowled it full, they've been really some drive balls, but I feel whilst a new ball is always important, at least from the Gloucestershire perspective, it did still seem to be doing almost what it was with the new ball, with the old ball yesterday. So Hammond trots back into third slip. Williams in to bowl to Libby. It's a delivery which is attempted to be stroked away through the offside from Jake Libby, but this time it finds Tommy Borman at point, who, despite that slight fumble in the previous over, is a bit of a live wire in the field as Tommy Borman quick across the ground. Looks a tidy fielder in the same way as we were talking about Latigan in the first innings. Williams to Libby, that's punched away through the covers. He'll set off after this one, but it'll be Van Buren who'll get there first, and they'll be back for 2. Libby now into double figures as well, 32 without loss. Doubt. I don't know. We'll see the 1 over of spin before the lunch break. You'd have thought that both Ahmed and Charlesworth would get a little bit of a run before lunch with just over half an hour to go. Williams in, and that's a good delivery, which Libby does defend back up the pitch, but very square on. Williams won't mind that too much. So keeper back for Libby, keeper up for Latigan. Gloucestershire just sort of look as though they just need something to happen, just something to lift them in the field, as Borman's told to go and field a bit further in front of square at cover point. As Williams bowls again back of a length and just giving Libby a little bit of time on what is still not an express pace surface to get on top of the ball and play it down to the leg side. Yeah,
not by any means.
We've seen some, we've seen some carries. It's not as though it's not like, well, to pick on Lords, but first game of the season at Lords, it was dribbling through first morning. Just thought, really? Williams bowls, and that's more the length I'd suggest as Libby defends into the offside. But yeah, it's still not the surface where you'd expect to get much joy hammering it into the pitch. But, Williams has straightened up his line this over for 14, approaching the end of his 5th over in now and bowls. Libby behind that one, playing along the floor to Daz Ahmed at mid-on. So 9 gone, and Worcestershire 32 without loss. If waiting for the lacquer to come off on the ball to do all sorts, well, it hasn't happened yet.
Clark to continue from the new road end. Blue sky overhead now and bright sunshine. No imminent. I don't think we'll get any more rain now today. I think that's it. Looking at the forecast, quite a bit of rain, sort of middle of the night. I think I woke about 5, 6, and it was raining quite hard. A few puddles around when I took the dog out, but not many. 32 without loss. Round the wicket comes Clark to Latigan, and that is driven nicely, but straight to Van Buren at mid-off. He fields and throws all the way back up to Bracey, and then the ball comes all the way back down to Van Buren. What's the point of all that?
They all do it.
Yeah, they do. Except you get 1 or 2 seasoned pros who just don't. David Willey doesn't do it, for example. He might do it in a white ball game. Clark again is in and bowls back of a length, defended by Latigan. But particularly mid-off and mid-on, I think. If they're not running, I mean, if they're thinking about a run, fair enough, but they're not running, just keep hold of it, polish it and give it back to the bowler.
It's always
wanging it 40 yards up to the keeper and then getting it passed back all the way again.
I feel like it is only the seasoned pros that seem to be able to get away with that. Everyone else just...
Yeah, get it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here comes Christian Clark again, round the wicket. Bowls, and Latigan is turning this one on the onside. They'll take 1. I think they'll come back for 2. They will come back for 2 as Ahmed comes up from fine leg to do the fielding. 2 more then for Latigan. He goes to 18, total to 34 without loss, eating away already at the Gloucestershire first innings score of 289.
Just having a look at that Sussex collapse this morning. They've lost 7 for 31.
Clark bowls down the leg side. Latigan misses it. Bracey dives full length, one-handed take. Yeah, that well, we're familiar with that here. That sort of collapse.
Gloucestershire could do with it happening.
Wait till it's the left arm spinners. Get Van Buren on. If the analysts have done any work, they'll say, look, they've been bowled out by a left arm spinner the last 2 games here. Clark bowls, no ball, as Latigan is beaten by it, but 2 more runs added to the total, which is, as I say, must be a little bit annoying for James Bracey, the captain, because that's the 4th time that that's the 5th time, actually. 5th time. So we've had 10 no ball extras already in this innings. Clark bowls again, and This one is pushed back up the pitch by the bowler.
Meanwhile, Hampshire have started their reply. They're 3.5 overs in and they haven't scored a run.
Wow. Must be doing a bit.
A spicy pitch at home.
That's
Is the tide in or something?
That's the three maidens that Mickey Arthur talks about. Expect a wicket any minute. Clark round the wicket. Bowls to Latigan. Defends again on the back foot. No run. End of the over. 36 without loss. Worcestershire off 10 overs. Good start. And this is all in reply to Gloucestershire's 289. Miles Hammond finishing unbeaten on 139 by Swanepoel, getting his first fifer for Worcestershire 5 for 65.
Did see James Matravers on the ground again, who's at Cardiff Uni, but is a bowler with a bit of pace about him by the looks of things. Don't think he's actually got a rookie contract yet, but he's certainly around and about. Mark Lane was heading off to the nets to do a bit of work, and here is Will Williams for his 6th over, a short cover in now as Williams bowls to Libby, and it's going to be cut away for 4. And Luke Charlesworth has just come up from that boundary. He was fielding quite wide, almost more of a deep backward point. That would have been maximum 2 runs, but they changed the field. And, well, I suppose in a way, it probably was I think it wasn't a terrible field change, but unfortunately the ball was bowled short and wide enough that Libby could free his arms and get 4 runs. So 40 without loss. Williams bowls to Libby and dangles one outside off.
I've just realised I've been calling Bracey the captain. No, it's Bancroft. Stupid of me, sorry. Was he captain at one stage, Bracey?
Bracey's the vice captain. He was captain.
So he has skippered the side.
He has, yes.
I had it in my head. I knew it was Bancroft. I have no idea why I said that.
He's captained the side. Well, he captained the side at the end of last season when Bancroft went back, and a few other times here and there.
Apologies.
Williams into Libby, who just smoothly rolls the wrists and plays it to mid-wicket and doesn't get a run. Joe Phillips does the fielding. Bancroft wants a helmet by the looks of things. I don't know if he's going to stand at short leg for the seamer or whether Gloucestershire are going to have a look at spin this early.
I saw him signal to Van Buren a minute ago.
Right. Williams into Libby, full and straight. Libby has to come onto the front foot to defend to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, I think... Well, I mean, it's coming towards the end of his spell, Williams and Clark. I say he's coming towards the end of his spell. Williams did bowl a 10-over spell in the attempted defence of those runs at Northampton, but I don't imagine he'll be doing that every time. Williams bowls to Libby, full and straight once more and pushed away to mid-on, and I think that's really where Gloucestershire have been searching for a bit in the first 11 overs. It's really challenging that front foot defence. There's been a lot of the scoring off the back foot. Williams runs in, out, bowls. Libby once again has to come forward, can only play straight but plays well. And Williams fields again off his own bowling, as he does so many times. I'd love to know the percentage of deliveries this season that Williams has bowled, that a shot has been played and he's done his own fielding. He does. Yeah. That's exactly what he's been signed for, and he takes an awful lot of his wickets bowled in LBW. But
so it is going to be wickets. It is going to be Van Buren from the New Road End coming on with his left arm spin. Now, interestingly, Fateh Singh yesterday bowled just 15 overs, 1 for 54, and he never really found rhythm. I didn't think, not perfectly, bowled some good deliveries, but probably a little bit, a little few too many short ones. Van Buren, much more experienced, of course, and Singh did make one or two turns. Definitely made one or two turns. So Van Buren being introduced early by Cameron Bancroft. It's an interesting piece of cricket with 20 minutes to go to lunch. Over the wicket to the left-handed Latigan immediately, straight onto a good length. Diminutive figure, very experienced bowler. Just a few steps in, bowls. Latigan down the ground, hammers him straight down for 4. So a statement of intent from Latigan. This is very much the modern way. Put the bowler under pressure straight away and see if you can achieve some sort of dominance. Van Buren won't be bothered, but Latigan has made his intentions clear. And Van Buren is in again and bowls flatter, quicker, definite change in trajectory. Latigan went after it though because it was quite wide, kept a bit low. Bracey took it. Interesting little game within a game developing here. Van Buren in again, bowls. Latigan is forward, is taken on the pad. The ball bounces to slip where it's gathered by Bancroft. They appeal for everything, and the umpire says nothing doing.
And so did again the umpires down below us.
Obviously Gloucestershire fans.
No, not out, they said.
Oh, right. I beg your pardon. Well, it wasn't, was it? Obviously, but anyway.
Yes, so I'm not quite sure why the need is there to state the obvious.
Tucked away on the onside, that one.
I wonder if they will say out if the finger does get raised at some
They'll
point.
raise their finger.
Yeah. Obviously, want-to-be umpires, they should take the ECB course if they haven't done so.
Van Buren in, bowls. That turned a little bit shorter, but that turned quite a lot. And Latigan on the back foot, on an inside edge, and it ran down behind square on the offside. Latigan was one of those that was dismissed by Zafar Gohar, and he was actually dismissed on the 3rd evening, not the 4th afternoon when Gohar did his damage, and it was one that just took off from nowhere, just from the left arm spinner, and hit his glove and lobbed to slip. End of Van Buren's first over, just the one boundary from it. Worcestershire 44 without loss.
And it could so often be the way that the left arm spin is more dangerous against the left-hander with those footmarks to bowl into. But if it's going to do a little bit off the straight, then you're in business. Williams is going to have another over. I think it's so often the way with Williams. He seems to get better and better through his spell, and I thought his last over was his best over, so Bancroft's going to give him another one, although Ahmed was told to loosen up. They continue to tinker with this offside field, so now we've got 2 short covers, and Charlesworth has dropped back to the deep backward point boundary. 2 slips just gone a little bit wider as Williams bowls to Libby, and he'll push it away through the gap created by having the fielder back on the boundary. So they brought Charlesworth in and the ball was hit for 4, and now they've pushed him back and Libby just dinks it to where he was standing. So Libby toying with the field as much as Gloucestershire try to find a way to get into his head with it. 45 without loss. Latigan on 22 with the keeper coming back up, and Williams in to bowl over the wicket down the leg side, and appeal for caught behind. Williams is convinced and the umpire's not. Steve O'Shaughnessy says no, and everybody will return back to their positions. I'm not sure James Bracey really thought that was out.
It obviously flicked something, didn't it?
Sorry,
It obviously flicked a pad or a bat or something, and he doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
If you're a keeper and you go across and take one down the leg side like that, if there's a noise, I think you get quite excited.
I just got the impression once the not out call came that Bracey would have stood there rather longer if he really thought it was out. Williams bowls a fuller ball and that's turned to short mid wicket.
It was a great take.
Yeah, well, he took an absolute blinder in the last match off Dariush Ahmed. Didn't really carry through to him off McSweeney. He doesn't go at the ball very hard anyway. Just almost bottom part of the hand just cupped enough so that the ball didn't touch the ground, and then rotated the wrist so it didn't go along the floor. Williams to Latigan. That's a sharp piece of fielding from Borman in close at short mid wicket. Gets down and stops it, but nicely timed from Latigan, who just dances a little off to the leg side. Keep his feet moving a bit because they are having to be a little more planted than perhaps he might have liked, with Bracey standing there. Williams bowls to him, comes across, works it into the leg side, and there is no run. Hammond doing the fielding. So a quarter of an hour or so to go until lunch. No joy yet with the new ball for Gloucestershire. Really like to at least break this opening partnership before the break, but encouraging signs at least in Van Buren's opening over. They could go double spin. Jack Taylor and Miles Hammond further spin options. Deep square drops back as Williams bowls a full delivery, which Latigan's onto the front foot to and playing in defence. So 13 gone. Worcestershire 45 without losses. Bancroft takes the helmet. There can't be too many skippers around the circuit that field at short leg, but Bancroft enjoys it, so he does it.
Yeah. Well, it means he trusts himself as well. You don't have to. I often think you put a kid in there because he's the kid, but it's actually something that people get better and better at with experience fielding there. Staying down, knowing exactly what to focus on.
Mind you, Borman's now going. Have you said that? Borman's going on.
Put the kid in there now, hasn't he? So he's at slip. He was just taking the helmet up anyway. Libby is on strike, and Buren is in, and that's short. And Libby missed out a bit there. Short and wide. It turned a bit, but it died in the pitch a bit, and he couldn't time his cut. And Buren again is in. Balls. Libby is forward. So a nicely flighted delivery. He doesn't give it a lot of air most of the time, and he's quite a small man in terms of stature. There's quite a lot of shoulder into the action, isn't there? He moves in just 2-3 paces, and then there it is. He bowls. That one's given a bit more air, and Libby just steers it square on the offside for a single.
I can smell the potato wedges.
Yeah, again. Seem to get them most days. Phillips, the fielder, out there. Latigan now on strike. And Buren in. Bowls to him, and he's forward, watchfully. Pushing out on the onside. Borman comes in to do the fielding. It's a good start, though, for Worcestershire. 46 without loss as we near the lunch interval. And Buren bowls, and Latigan plays a reverse and plays it exceptionally well. 4 runs. Nobody down at third man. A slip, fine. Man just behind square on the offside. Thinks big gap there. Van Buren throws the ball up outside his off stump, and he plays an expert reverse sweep for 4 runs. Brings up the Worcestershire 50. And well, the days when we were surprised when an opener did that are long gone. and especially if he's under 25. And if he's under 20 or under 15, we're probably playing it in the first 5 overs.
Off a seamer.
Yep. Van Buren again is in and bowled, and Latigan returns to convention and leans forward and plays that defensively out on the offsides. The end of the over, 50 without loss. Worcestershire trailing then by 239.
Yeah, we're going to get our first change from the Diglis end. So Williams had one more for 7, but he won't go for an 8 as Daz Ahmed will come into the attack. Took his first couple of first-class wickets in the game against Northamptonshire. McSweeney, not a bad one to have in your back pocket, as it were, in that second innings. Bowled a particularly good spell on the second afternoon as Gloucestershire were trying to drag themselves back into the game after big partnership between Zabe and McSweeney, which Ahmed did break. 261 those two put on in the first innings. Ahmed eventually getting Zabe to edge to second slip. He runs in now and bowls, and Libby can just maybe a bit squared up, but he does get bat on it. Almost just the toe end. It's not express by any means as Ahmed, and you might even see Bracey stand up to the stumps to him when Latigan comes on strike. Pretty thick cloud cover now as Ahmed bowls now to Libby, who's quietly forward, just defending to Hammond at extra cover. There's no run. So Ahmed, who, as I mentioned in the morning, 6.4 overs he got through at Lord's, the Dream Lord's debut, and got a back injury. As he bowls now to Libby, he plays that one from the crease, square on the offside. Borman picks up, and Gloucestershire just trying to lift themselves. It's not been quite the morning they were after. A bit of resistance from the last wicket of Luke Charlesworth and Hammond, but nobody really able to keep Hammond company for the length of time they'd really have hoped for. Get him over that 300 mark, 289 all out, and Worcestershire 50 without loss. Ahmed bowls outside off stump. Libby leaves that one well alone. And the new ball, a couple of balls beating the bat, but no real sustained pressure from Gloucestershire, so Jack Taylor seemingly leading the effort to just give Gloucestershire a bit of a lift here before lunch as Ahmed bowls to Libby. Another ball which Libby doesn't play at. The vice captain with the gloves, the white ball captain at first slip and the red ball captain at second slip, so there's plenty of expertise to put their heads together and come up with something, but Ahmed has settled in so far in this first over. Looking to finish it off well. He's in and bowls, and that one dies really through to Bracey. Quite a wide delivery, but it is a maiden over from Ahmed to begin his work for the day, so Worcestershire remain 50 without loss.
Yeah, not a great maiden in the sense that he left a lot, didn't he? But a steady start for Ahmed, just lining things up. Van Buren will continue over the wicket to Latigan, who hit him for a boundary in his first over, but will think again about that, because long one's gone all the way back. It's a man out on the offside boundary as well. There's an easy single to be taken into the covers, but if that one turns from Van Buren, lobs out on the leg side off the pad, looped up in the air. Cameron Bancroft ran from slip to take the catch. They appealed just for fun. But that turned, and
there is bounce as well, isn't
this
there?
is deliberate what they're doing here. They want Latigan to look for that gap in the covers. So Van Buren will throw it up, round about off stump. They want him to look for the gap in the covers, and they want him to drive against the spin. It's a bit like an off spinner trying to do somebody through the gate with a gap in the covers. And they've got the short leg in there as well for the back pad. And he is getting some purchase. It's interesting. Worcestershire's selection of Fateh Singh for this game, Van Buren bowls again, Latigan defends, was basically based on the fact that in the last 2 games they've been spun out in the second innings. You've got to have a spinner. Last season you wouldn't have dreamt of playing a spinner here because the pitches were absolute seamer paradise. Van Buren bowls again, a bit of turn, well played by Latigan. And it's all dictated by the pitch and the fact that the truth is that you don't quite know what you're going to get here at Worcestershire at the moment. And that's nobody's fault. Van Buren again bowls, a bit flatter this time. Latigan just defends from the crease. Whizzing through his overs as you'd expect. Van Buren will probably get 2 more after this, I would say. One from Ahmed, another one from Van Buren before lunch. He's in again, bowls now, and that's slower and turned on the leg side by Latigan. It's the end of a maiden from Van Buren. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. And it remains 50 without loss. 2 consecutive maidens.
So often Van Buren's role in the team with the ball is that hold and end up, keep the runs down. It's gone at 3.1 and over this year, 3.09 and over last year, so he's got through his overs as well. I did have a stat that he'd got through more overs last year than he had in something like the last 3 seasons combined because of Zafar Gohar going to Middlesex. All of a sudden they needed some more overs of spin and didn't often need 2 left arm spinners. But here, you feel he's got the real opportunity to be the attacking option. Here comes Ahmed then to Libby, and that's carved away through backward point. Chase on for Luke Charlesworth. He'll get there, and because it's such a short boundary, it'll only be the single. So 51 without loss. Not sure which clock they're going on. The official.
The digital one.
Do they use that one?
Yeah.
So in that case, it's more likely that Gloucestershire will get this over in anyway, but the change of strike just allows Latigan to take a little bit of time. Libby pulled out before first ball.
I don't think that was genuine. They pride themselves on not doing that kind of thing.
Ahmed over the wicket to Latigan. It's left.
I had this discussion in the last game. They saved a game at Taunton last year where they batted
all
the way through the last day, and the same at Derby this year, and not on one occasion did anybody call for gloves or a drink or anything like that. At Taunton they bowled extra overs.
Oh yeah.
And I talked about it to Brett D'Oliveira and Alan Richardson afterwards, and they said we pride ourselves on not being the team that does that.
Ahmed into Latigan, forcing shot, doesn't quite find the gap at cover. Jack Taylor will field,
which is admirable, but in some ways you'd say it's naive. But you know, it's not something you see in the Premier League very often.
So only 1 slip in the 17th over.
Surprising. I think you'll get 1 more over in, depending on if he hits a boundary. It might not happen.
Ahmed to Latigan, just guided to a point where Phillips fields.
2.5 minutes to bowl 2 balls. We're going to get 1 more Van Buren over in, aren't we?
Well, if Van Buren gets through, might get another one. No, don't think so.
Unless a wicket falls or there's a boundary now.
I think if a wicket falls, the
Well,
go
they
off, don't
yeah,
they?
of course, that's what I mean. Yeah. So we wouldn't get another Van Buren over.
We didn't get the end of this. So, Ahmed into Latigan, another delivery which is well left.
Oh, Latigan's doing his laces up, so maybe he doesn't get the memo.
I don't think he could play for this much time anyway, could he? He's going to have to hold
He's
Ahmed
not,
up
I
for a
don't
long
think he's
time.
very good at doing his laces.
Nobody offered to go in and help, I noticed. Stick his gloves
He's still going to get
back
another
on
one.
then.
Still going to get another one.
Yeah. So there are a few teapots out
He
there in the
needed
field,
to
but they'll
do
get
it.
it in
He
anyway.
needed to do it earlier in the over, didn't he?
Yeah. It's too late. Ahmed sets off. In over the wicket bowls, Latigan across, working to leg. And there'll be no run, so...
One more over.
51 without loss, and Graham van Buren, who has been really in his 3 overs, I think the biggest threat in this morning session, will get one more chance for that wicket on the stroke of lunch.
51 without loss then. Still some hefty grey cloud to the southwest, but bright sunshine as we speak. Libby 2 slips and a short leg for him, facing the left arm spin of Van Buren, who is round the wicket to the right hander. His first ball is a little bit short and flat, and Libby on the back foot pushes happily through the covers for a single, goes to the non-striker's end and says, "Over to you, Dan, I'll see you after lunch." And Latigan is on strike, and the short leg is in on the leg side for him, and the slip in. Of course it's on the leg side. Where else would it be? This one is full outside the off stump. They've still got that man out sweeping. He's more likely to drive through there if you don't have a man on the boundary, and you might think he'd get 4. That's what they're after. Maybe that's a bit silly. That one turned sharply. He's on the back foot, taken on the pad, but definite lateral movement for the spinner. Slow though. You could, if it's short enough, you can play it off the pitch. It's not ripping through. He's in again. He bowls, and Latigan is studiously forward, almost smelling that one because his head right down over the top of it.
Smell the leather.
Pushed it out on the offside, yeah, in a different kind of way. Robin Smith, great tribute to him on television the other day during the test match. He used to play spin right down there sometimes, really, really low. And Buren again, bowls, oh, the arm ball did him as well. Quicker, flatter, swung a bit on the back foot, beaten on the outside edge. Bracey picked it, knew it was coming, took it, almost went to throw it up. A really good bit of bowling. Last ball before lunch. Van Buren in, bowls, and Latigan blocks. So there we are. It's lunch. Worcestershire have successfully negotiated a tricky period, 18 overs, and they've made a very good start. They are 50 without loss, with Latigan having looked quite impressive but struggled a little bit against the spin on 26, and Jake Libby, who has just been his usual calm self, unbeaten on 19. We've had 18 overs, all of this after Worcestershire wrapped up the Gloucestershire innings this morning, taking the last 3 wickets. Taylor getting 1, Swanepoel 2 to finish with a 5 for men out. Ahmed 14, Williams 4, and Charles with 12. Miles Hammond finished 139 not out, and Worcestershire are 52 without loss in reply, which means that they trail by 237 runs at the interval. And this is me, Frank Watson, on behalf of myself and Ed Seaborn, saying good afternoon, and thanks for being with us, and we'll be back at 1:40.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
This is Mike the Plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
This is Mike the Plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
What I like about the Beard Terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that. And it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gazing Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Plexi, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Plexi effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
This is Mike the plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allowed us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on front of the show and the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing the One Day Cup shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, where play's about to resume after lunch on day 2 of this game between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. Worcestershire are 52 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's first innings 289. And the batsmen Latigan and Libby are just making their way out to the middle. And the bowling is going to be taken up from the Diglis end by Daz Ahmed. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol. Ed, good start by Worcestershire, but turn for Van Buren, and Gloucester will feel if they can pick up a couple quickly after this lunch interval, it'll be back on an even keel after a morning that belonged to the home side.
Yes, yeah, definitely in need of a couple of breakthroughs to, I suppose, raise their... Well, I say raise their hopes again. It's not as though their hopes shouldn't be still there, but just felt as though they needed a wicket just to really get them going in that morning session, and it didn't come. But spin's certainly a threat, and keeper straight up to the stumps by the looks of things for Williams, who got through 7 overs in the...
Oh, it's Williams. Sorry,
yeah.
I thought it was Ahmed.
I thought it was going to be as well, but...
Yeah. I thought I saw him marking his run about. Anyway, it's Williams. It's over to you.
So 2 slips as Williams bowls down the leg side. Sharp take from Bracey. Williams just going down immediately to give his hands a bit of a rub in the pitch. Already Stu O'Shaughnessy's decided that the stumps need to be repositioned at the non-striker's end. Williams, who was relatively economical in his first spell, well, more than relatively, 7 overs for 19, but got a couple past the bat early on in his spell as Libby defends square on the offside. But I think it's sort of it was that one delivery to Latigan which really hooped away from him as he looked to try and drive down the ground, and saw that delivery and thought, ooh, this looked quite interesting, and then not too much else happened after that from a Gloucestershire point of view, so I think he's just going to have to try and do what the Worcestershire bowlers did and keep things tight. That's just onto the pads of Libby, and flick down to fine leg, brings him a single, 53 without loss. Dramatic scene over the cathedral and the tree line with the dark looking clouds. I'm not sure it's actually raining over there, but it's setting off the...
Raining hard at Taunton, apparently.
Yeah, I saw that they'd gone off there. It's still saying lunch, but whether they'll actually go back out after lunch, I don't know. Looked gloomy and raining. So the field for Latigan, Bancroft, the only slip quite wide, catches at extra cover and mid-wicket as Williams bowls over the wicket to Latigan, and he will also just gently turn this down to Luke Charlesworth at fine leg, and they take 1.
No rain in the forecast for Worcester at all. Although it is cloudier than we thought it might be.
Yeah, it does still feel more of a bowling day than yesterday did. Williams into Libby. That's turned into the leg side. Scrambling across the square is Joe Phillips. And there's no run. Whilst the pitch is over to one side of the square, it hasn't been like the last match at Northampton. The pitch was quite a long way over as well, and it played quite a significant role in the game. So far, hasn't really done so here. Williams in now, and Libby down to fine leg. Christian Clark will get there. Running to his right from long leg, but because he's got some ground to make up, there's time to take a second run, and a decent start after lunch as well for Worcestershire, just picking off the runs. Williams, as often, trying to bowl very straight, but getting picked off for some runs into the onside. 56 without loss, and they're going with seam rather than spin.
Yeah, going to be Christian Clark from the New Road end. I'm surprised because I thought Van Buren settled into quite a nice rhythm, and I thought he was actually making things happen out there. And I know it's unconventional to go with a spinner so early, but I thought certainly Latigan had more difficulty with Van Buren's spin than he did with any of the seam bowlers. I say that. Clark probably dismiss him in this over. 56 without loss, so it's the Kiwi, Christian Clark, from the New Road end, wearing 33, round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, and bowls, and Latigan drives beautifully down the ground. Whether it will go all the way, I am not sure. I think it has gone all the way, just out of our sight, behind the sight screen. A diving attempt to flick it back in by Charlesworth was unsuccessful, and it was a lovely shot from Latigan. So 10 added since lunch already. Worcestershire eating in to this first innings total that was posted by Gloucestershire. Clark is in again. Latigan defends this time on the onside. Yeah, so you're 60 without loss, only trailing by 229. It's a bit like starting your reply only obviously 229 behind. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it is significant. And the longer these two are together, the more significant it will become. He's in again round the wicket, Clark, and bowls. Latigan again defending up to mid-on. Charlesworth again fielding.
I mean, it's not a flyer of a start, but it's just the manner of it. It feels as though they're batting in a way that batting within themselves, but also making sure that they score something off every scoring opportunity. Which
bad balls have got to be put away, haven't they? Clark in bowls. That's not a bad ball. It's a good one outside the off stump, left alone. We were saying this in the game against Middlesex last week, Ed, that for both sides, you know, on a slow pitch where both teams bowled really well, the seamers bowled accurately. When you do get the bad one, if you miss out on it, it's almost more damaging than usual because you have to wait 5 overs for the next half volley or whatever it might be. Clark in, bowls, bouncer. Latigan ignores it. Just lets it sail over his shoulder. It was really short. And Latigan's a tall man, just kind of leaned inside it and let it go over his right shoulder. And through to the keeper, 60 without loss. 31 to Latigan, 22 to Libby. Clark to finish the over. Bowls, and Latigan is very solidly in behind that, pushing the ball up to mid-on. It remains 60 without loss. 2 overs after lunch.
Northamptonshire continuing to go well up at Chesterley Street. Ben Sanderson's got rid of both Durham openers.
You don't need to tell any Worcestershire supporters about Ben Sanderson.
Well, neither Gloucestershire. I think he's got more wickets against Gloucestershire than any county.
He's got the absolute hex on Worcestershire. Absolutely. He got 6 for 8 in the T20 last year here. Bowled them out in half an hour at Northampton this year in the Championship. Just unbelievable.
It is amazing because you watch him, you almost watch him warm up and he just sort of ambles up there, barely seems to get the ball down as Williams is in. Libby leaves. A tighter leave that one.
His record against Worcestershire is, honestly, it's absolutely phenomenal.
So I think his average isn't as low against Gloucestershire as other counties, but I believe he has taken the most wickets against them.
He got 11 for 109 in the game against Worcestershire. That's amazing, isn't it?
Williams to Libby, turn to mid-wicket, no run.
Here's a stat that I heard today, Ed, which won't be of any interest to Gloucestershire supporters, but it will be to Worcestershire supporters. So Gareth Andrew, former Worcestershire and Somerset fast bowler / all-rounder, plays for the Mica Cricket Club Ombersley in the Birmingham League, where I used to coach. And he's playing today, and he's got his 300th Birmingham League wicket.
Nice. Williams off the hip down to fine leg clocks. Going to have to be quick here to keep them to 1. They'll be hoping for a second, but they won't come back for it. 61 without loss.
300th league wicket in 12 seasons, I think, that he's been playing for Ombersley. In 1,582 overs, at an economy rate of 3.25, at an average of 17.1. And that's in the Premier League of the Birmingham League, which is a very, very good league. That's pretty impressive. He's over 40 years old now as well. Doesn't play every week now. I think he bowls 15 overs and has to rest for 2 weeks.
Williams round the wicket. Now to Latigan, defends angled that leg side. Hammond fields at short mid-wicket.
You might remember, Gareth, he was one of those that used a mongoose for a while.
Yeah, so I was going to mention that.
Started using it when I was coaching the side, and I said, will you get a proper cricket bat, please? That is ridiculous. And he did.
There weren't many who used it. I think possibly for good reason. And then they started making them not just without a shoulder.
They're just silly.
Did look quite fun though. Williams bowls and Latigan drives square on the offside. There's no fielder at point. Clark again has to mop up from the third man boundary. 62 without loss. Latigan on to 32. So, no boundaries off Williams, but they're just almost milking him a little bit like a spinner's often milked at this stage. Taylor and Bancroft pawing up the ground in the slip cordon. As Williams completes his over, bowls to Libby, back of a length, just dropped down to point where there's a comfortable single, despite the efforts of Tommy Borman at cover. And so it's 63 without loss. They're going at 3s, but in a strange way, it doesn't feel like that. It feels as though Worcestershire are getting further away from Gloucestershire than they are at 3 and over.
I think it's the fact that they haven't made a breakthrough, isn't it?
Yeah. And no real. And there was one appeal down the leg side for a caught behind that I don't think was out anyway. And other than that, there's not been that feel of a chance coming yet. But they know from their own innings that one can bring 2. Seen it happen a few times in the first innings, so for it to happen again.
Here we go. Here comes Clark and bowls, and Libby is very solidly behind it. Just one slip and a gully. Well, actually one slip and a sort of 5th slip now. Third man, backward point, extra mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, long leg. Pretty conventional field. You'd expect I'd probably have another slip in still, wouldn't you? Got to break this partnership. Christian Clark. Right arm over, bowls, Libby in behind it, works it to mid-wicket. They think about a single, but hurry back as they see the speed with which Tommy Borman moves around at mid-wicket to do the fielding. Wouldn't have got halfway, I don't think. So Clark, tall, tanned, dark-haired, little bit of orange on his boots, moves in and bowls, and Libby is again forward, pushing up to mid-off. Applause from Bracey behind the stumps for his bowler. Van Buren at mid-off fires the ball into Bracey, who gives it to cover, who gives it to extra cover, who gives it back to Van Buren.
Who'll always get it again because he's shining.
So he could have shone for longer.
Could have done more polishing.
63 without loss it remains. Madness. Here he comes again. bowls, and Libby is trying to flick it down the leg side. Tumbling, rolling, gambolling stop by James Bracey, having taken it, and there's no addition to the score. Bit loose with the no balls this morning. Clark hasn't bowled any since lunch. Bowled 3 this morning. Comes in again now. Libby in behind it, works it bottom-handed to mid-wicket. Again, Borman is the fielder. The light's odd, isn't it? It's not dark, but it isn't bright. And over to the cathedral, it's kind of bluey grey all behind the cathedral. It's the kind of light where it would be, you'd be expecting rain if you didn't know the forecast. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Kind of impending rain sort of light. Oh, edged and diving stop at first slip by Cameron Bancroft. It bounced in front of him. Good delivery at the end from Clark. It isn't going to rain, I hasten to add, but it's got that. I'm just trying to convey to the listener what the light is like.
Brooding.
63 without loss. That was a maiden. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26. Clark.
Yes, it wouldn't have taken much more bubbling up for this stuff to start thinking that you might get quite a hefty shower even as well. It wouldn't be a sort of day where it'd be light drizzle. The clouds are towering up high, but they're not quite getting to the stage where they're really building into something. Williams then has the ball back in his hand. Every time I think there's no slip, and then I remember there's a pillar in front of me.
There is a slip.
There is a slip, which is quite wide, right in line with the pillar. Williams round the wicket. Latigan in line dropping down the surface, and there is no run. Durham now 32 for 3 after Northamptonshire made 450.
Sanderson again?
No, Conway's got one.
Conway.
He does tend to
He's
more
fun.
than chip it. Oh,
He's
he is.
fun.
He's superb.
A really, really enjoyable cricketer to watch.
I've seen
Mad as a box of frogs, I reckon. I've never met him. Great fun.
I think he's. I think as much as culture shift under Lehman, etc. I think Harry Conway in that dressing room, the way that he keeps everybody quite loose when they need to be.
You'd imagine he does.
To short mid wicket, there's
no
no
idea.
run. Well, I've commentated with Greg Smith in the last game. It's exactly what he said.
Brilliant.
It's been
So
fantastic
much fun.
for the dressing room, apparently.
A really, really energetic clown sort of figure, but a very good cricketer as well.
Yeah, and then he focuses.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We watched him bat for quite a while because he really
Brilliant.
dug in with the bat in the last match. All sorts of antics and histrionics around it, but when it comes to time to face,
great fun. Play the game for fun.
He doesn't play the sort of
Yeah.
shots like he plays plays shadow batting, that's for sure. Pushing back to Williams, plucks it with his left hand for no run. Middlesex also struggling 3 down in reply to a big score at Canterbury. They're 42 for 3. Kent made 416, and Lias Deploy is out. Bowled Hassan Mahmood for 14. Matt Milne's got the other 2 wickets, both openers Robson and Geddes. Williams.
Had a good season, Matt Milne.
Latigan pushed away to mid-on, yeah. He's been so blighted by injury. I think he was quite effective for Yorkshire, it's just they couldn't get him out there on the park, and it does happen, doesn't it? You see fast bowler make their move from a smaller county to a bigger county, and then injury problems hit, and now he's back with Kent, and just seems to be taking wickets for fun every time I look. He got a 5-4 or even a 6-4 in a T20 match against Sussex, though, was following a while back, as again Williams draws Latigan forward and defending. Derbyshire building a big lead at Chesterfield. They're 347 for 7 after Lancashire was skittled for 161 just after lunch on the first day. So approaching a 200-run lead already. Ben Aitchison's got 63 off 69 balls.
He's having a really good season.
Yeah.
With bat and ball.
Yeah. He got 100 didn't he, as a night watchman, and then every time you watch him bowl, fantastic. Williams bowls and Latigan defends. Quite sure why the drama out there in the middle, but perhaps I'll see more from the replay. It was a maiden overnight. It was a
consecutive maidens.
Yeah, it was a good maiden as well, that from Williams.
Yeah, I don't see why there's too much to get fussed about.
Anyway, 63 without loss.
Yep, consecutive maidens. Good bowling.
Mitch Stanley has 4 for 79. For
You know where he used to play?
I know, I mentioned it for that reason.
He never really got going for Worcestershire. Didn't, for whatever reason, and they didn't like him very much for whatever reason, and he's always had pace. Real pace.
I think it's so tough at a smaller county, if I may say.
Clark again in, and it's worked away on the onside. Yeah,
because Gloucestershire had that with the likes of Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale, young, quick bowlers. But I mean, maybe less so Singh Dale actually, because he was so robust when he played for Gloucestershire, and then of course goes to Lancashire and gets injured in the game against Gloucestershire. But it's almost a luxury to have somebody who's only going to play a certain number of games each season.
The thing is with Mitch Stanley is that Worcestershire were happy to release him. It wasn't one they were trying to hold on to. Clark is in and bowls, and Libby on the onside pushes away, but again there's no run. It wasn't a good fit here for whatever reason, but he always had pace, real pace, and Lancashire have backed that. And I mean, I bet this today, I don't know how many games he's played this season, but before this season, he'd only played, I'll do it at the end of the over, or you could do it. He'd only played about 3 first-class games in his life. And they're talking about him playing Test cricket.
Yeah.
Clark in, bowls, Libby works away on the onside. This time they will get a run. Never run on a misfield, they say, but they got away with that one as Borman couldn't hold on to it.
He played, I think, in if I remember rightly, one of, if not the last games of last season. So he's played six matches before this one, yeah. And
they're talking about him playing for England. I mean,
he's played 3 this season.
Yeah.
3 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot. I suppose he's taken a wicket in every innings, but he does look impressive. You certainly can't deny.
But in terms of his experience of playing cricket, there is very little there. Round the wicket comes Clark, and he bangs one in very short, and Latigan plays a tennis shot and just swivels and overhead height just steers it down to long leg for a single. Takes him on to 33, total to 65 without loss.
Must be Wimbledon fairly soon.
June, yeah, it's always, yeah, it is.
Last week of
yeah. I've lost touch with tennis completely. It's Clark again to the right-handed Libby, solidly forward again into the covers. Van Buren fields. Throws to Bracey, Bracey throws to cover, cover throws to extra, extra throws it back to Van Buren.
I'd never been to Wimbledon. It's one of those things a bit.
No, normally my wife's been.
I love watching it, but I don't know. I've actually this shows I'm quite a tennis fan. I've been to the qualifying, but I've never been to Wimbledon. Qualifying is great. It's really cheap. You get to see some good players, see whatever match you want. Perfect.
Clark in, bowls, Libby on the back foot defends, no run, end of the over. 24 gone. Worcestershire replying to Gloucestershire's 289 are 65 for none.
That's a great day out at Roehampton where they have the qualifying. Would heartily recommend it, but certainly bring your own chair because they don't provide any seating at all around any of the courts. You can just wander around between about 10 different courts, something like that, and take your pick of whichever match you fancy. Really good day out for a tennis supporter, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit like I hadn't seen a single match at Lord's between 2002 and when I commentated there for the first time 3 years ago. Just, I don't know. Here's Williams then, starting a new over. Round the wicket, pitches one up. Appeal for LBW's been given out. Well, Latigan has gone and Williams has struck. He looked more settled in this spell, and Latigan, he was a little bit surprised that the finger went up, but he's gone a long way across there. That looks like actually a fairly straightforward decision for Steve O'Shaughnessy. It was pitched up, he was moving across, and I think that's, admittedly it was possibly slightly over dramatic at the end of the last over, but I think that was what was interesting Williams and Gloucestershire in that last over as well, was that Latigan was coming across. Just a little bit of in movement from Williams, just enough to beat the bat. And Gloucestershire have their first breakthrough. Williams provides it, and Worcestershire is 65 for 1.
In the 25th over, Gareth Roderick will be the new batsman. Batting at 3, gets moved up and down the order, various positions, but Kashi Valley left out. Roderick is 3. Hose will be 4, D'Oliveira 5, and Waite will be 6. Waite batted 5 against Middlesex, which is the highest he's batted very well. But it's Roderick at 3. Yeah, it's a very good shout. Halfway up, middle and off, I reckon. Opened last year, of course, Roderick, which is always difficult when you keep him. At least he's had an hour or two to rest the wearies before he comes out. Quick word with Libby.
That is tricky. Even 3. I suppose he's had a good amount of time now, especially with lunch as well. But it's not easy. Bracey was moved. Bracey was a 3 for so many years. It was another one of the things about, we were talking about Bracey's England path yesterday. But another thing which in our discussion I didn't mention was the fact that he batted at 3 for pretty much his entire Gloucestershire career, and then they sent him in down the order as well. But now really fixed at 5. There's been a bit of a compromise in terms of his batting position over the years, but Roderick to face. 2 slips short mid-wicket, Williams into him, and that is soft-handed, open-faced. Just tap really out to Phillips at backward point, and there is no run. Got some runs in the T20 match between these sides at Bristol, as if he was going to come back and defeat his former county for a while. Williams in now, and Roderick's off the mark. Tucks it down to long leg, where Christian Clark will lob an easy return in at a pace that I certainly would never have been able to manage. And Roderick has a single, 66 for 1. So Libby, Gloucestershire could get rid of Jake Libby early. A couple of fresh batters in, different feel to things. Williams, this bounding approach that he has, bowls to Libby, and that's well watched. Doesn't have to play. I noticed this. Williams is run in. The way that he sort of pumps the ball in his left hand as well, sort of military fashion, up and down. He's a completely different type of bowler, but Henrik Norkir does that as well. It's a really individual approach. Quite. He just sets his arms out and then gets into this sort of hand up and down, up and down, up and down, and then in and bowling, and Libby leaves again. But he does seem to have really found his length in this second spell, Williams. You sort of felt he was doing it at the end of his first spell, and you see it so often with Williams. He really does grow into his work. You feel like he's really hitting his stride around about this sort of time in a spell in an innings. Bowls now, back foot, Libby on top of it, but can't get a run up to mid-on, so just the single from the over, but the first ball producing the first wicket of the innings. Worcestershire are 66 for 1 in response to Gloucestershire's 289. Score from Hove, Hampshire at 26 for 4. So they lead by 58. There's already been 24 wickets at Hove. Tom Price has 3 for 11.
That'll end today, won't it, Harry?
Could well do, yeah. So Tom Price in the wickets. I saw that Josh Shaw had got a wicket at Taunton whilst we're on former players watch. So for Gloucestershire now, having done it for Worcestershire, and it is indeed still raining at Taunton. Warwickshire 138 for 3. It's only a deficit of 70.
Christian Clark then to bowl to Gareth Roderick for the first time. And that one is outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick and taken by Bracey. They needed that wicket, did Gloucestershire, because, as Ed was saying, there was just the sense that Worcestershire were not taking it away, but they were untroubled. And now they are at least a little bit troubled, because they've got to get another man playing himself in, and it's Roderick. And he lets that one go, and it's a no ball from Williams. First one he's bowled since lunch, fourth one he's bowled altogether. I was walking around the ground at lunchtime and I met a spectator and he said, "What do you think of this idea?" I said, "What's that?" He said, "Free hit for every no ball."
Oh.
I said, "Well, it's funny you should say that." "What do you think of this idea?" And he said, "What's that?" And I said, "No leg buys." And he said, "Absolutely brilliant." Here he comes again. Clark bowls, and that one comes back at Roderick and takes him in the midriff, runs out on the offside into the gully. No run taken.
Was that all he said?
He
just come straight up to you.
He came up to me and he said, "Frank, I've got one for you." He's a chap I've met before, and he said, "What do you think about this? Every no ball should be a free hit." And I said, "Well, that's what I was saying on air yesterday." He hadn't been listening because he was here. Oh, edged by Roderick, and it's just dropped short of slip. Although obviously some people do listen here, because another chap said, "I'm listening in the ground, but it's 2 balls behind. Why is that?" And Dave Bradley said, "Because it goes from us to a satellite to Salford to another satellite, and then to you."
I just say because the gnomes aren't quick enough.
Anyway, I said, "Well, we're not 2 balls behind. We're just talking."
What we should do is we should try and anticipate the action.
Yeah. He might be listening. Very nice gentleman anyway, left alone by Roderick outside the off stump. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit like when you're watching the stream, isn't it? I've got the live stream on here now on an iPad. Other tablets are available, and I'm watching that last ball, which was left alone outside the off stump by Roderick, as live as it were on the stream. So there's a slight delay, obviously. Gosh. Take it for granted, don't we? Here comes Clark again and bowls to Roderick, who's inside that, working it on the leg side, and there's no run. 68 for 1 with those extras from the no ball earlier in the over. But yeah, he said about the free hit, and I said we were talking about it yesterday, and then I told him my idea about, unless it's right arm round to a right hander or left arm round to a left hander and behind square on the leg side, there should be no such thing as leg buys. Ooh, talking of turned round, Roderick absolutely turned round by that one and gets a leading edge out into the covers. It would have been a maiden had it not been for the no ball, but it wasn't. Clark now 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30, and Worcestershire 68 for 1.
I just think they've looked more, even before the wicket, it wasn't not just the fact that they've taken the wicket and then settled in. I just think they've been more often where the Worcestershire bowlers were since the lunch break.
Yeah.
Somebody's had a bit of a chat, or whether it's just a bit of
Rhythm.
a break, a bit of
rhythm.
Here comes Williams And Bowles cut away past backward point, and that'll be 4 runs.
Doesn't bowl many of those, does he?
No. There was one catch in that region in the Gloucestershire innings, but it was away from Joe Phillips. It was in the air when it passed him, but point is it passed him. 72 for 1. Libby on to 29. It's only the first delivery that he's bowled like that since the lunch break. Libby on to 29 with a boundary as Williams bowls to him. That's a straighter delivery which is played along the ground. The wrists into the leg side. Leicestershire dominating Yorkshire. Rehan Ahmed continues along his merry way. 125 not out now. And Nick Kelly, the New Zealander, is on 51. Leicestershire lead by 87. Only 3 down. Williams bowls. Oh, he's gone LBW. It was very full. It beat the inside edge. And Steve O'Shaughnessy's finger raised again. And Jake Libby has gone in quick succession to Latigan.
I knew he was out.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I don't think you could get more out than that. Replay.
He knew he was out.
It's hit him on the shin in front of maybe middle and off, and it's going on to hit middle stump, not even halfway up probably. 72 for 2. Libby gone for 29. Williams has a second.
Yeah. You don't often see a better walk for an LBW, but Libby was as near to getting it. He's an umpire, Jake Libby.
Is it?
Yeah, he's a serious umpire, and he's
good for him.
He's reached Premier League level. He's umpired some of his teammates this year in league games when they have a Saturday off and play for the league clubs. So he would have had no qualms about that. He's also a football referee, believe it or not.
Oh gosh, that is brave.
Yeah, he loves it. But I was talking to him about it the other day because he came on air. And he was saying the umpiring he enjoys it, and it's made him realise, and it's made him also tell some of his teammates how difficult it is for these guys out there.
I also quite like the fact that because of that, he will know the laws of the game. I think I remember hearing Mike Atherton speak about this, and he was of the opinion that if you play professional cricket, you should know the laws of the game. And you hear this concept, and you hear it from, we all have our moments. I know I certainly do, especially in terms of remembering regulations and extra 15 minutes, extra half an hour. There are things that I never quite remember, but when it comes to sort of some of the things that they get especially angry about on the TV when it's former players. I'm not trying to go at all of them, but there are some times when they have a go at the umpires and the officials, and actually it's just them that don't know the regulations. I like the fact that because of that he'll know the regs. Anyway, Adam Hose is out there and is defending his first ball from Williams.
Yeah, and also it just helps you play the game. I've done my umpiring exams and passed the exam, did a load of umpiring because I was a school teacher and whatever. And then about, 10 years ago, maybe more, I redid it. I sort of refreshed it and caught up to date with changes and whatever. It's always so much to learn. And
I'd quite like
loads I don't know.
To go back and sit in on one of those. I've done my level 1 as Williams bowls to Hose, and that's defended into the onside. And I learned an awful. I thought I knew quite a lot about cricket, but you always learn something new at those things. I wouldn't mind going back at some point and having a bit of a refresher, even if I probably don't have any intentions of actually umpiring any games. But even just for this, it's really useful. I'd recommend it to anybody. Just even if you're not going to do any umpiring, just if you like cricket, just go along. Williams bowls, and Hose gets on top of that and pushes it square on the offside. So that is the end of another wicket taking over from Williams, and he has now 2 for 31, 72 for 2.
We had a game here 2 or 3 years ago for one of the England disability sides, it's a sort of charity game, and we did a live stream, and I did commentary on it with David Townsend. And Mike Gatting was here as a guest. And when he'd eaten everything in the marquee, he agreed to do some umpiring. So he came out to do this umpiring, and there were some buys, 4 buys, and he turned and did a completely incorrect signal for 4 buys. Oh, 4 leg buys. It was leg buys. That's what the signal was, obviously. As Clark comes in, bowls, and Roderick turns this down to fine leg for a single. It was leg buys, for which the signal, as we all know, is umpire just raises his knee and touches his kney. Gatting did it how it used to be done in the 50s, which was with his arm up in the air and leg buys. He did it repeatedly, and I thought, there you go, there's an example of a bloke who's captain England, played all those test matches, and
that was a bit too acrobatic, really, wasn't it? All that, just arm up in the air as well.
Very good of him to do it, and a very good-natured day it was, and he was too. Clark is in and bowls, and that's a beautiful drive from Hose. Over pitched on off stump, glorious cover drive from Adam Hose to get off the mark. 77 for 2. And I honestly made that rude remark about his eating. He wouldn't mind, because everybody does it, don't they? I've lost count of the number of speakers that we've had at the Cricket Society who've talked about Gatting. Simon Hughes and Graham Gooch, certainly, in the last year or two, who have made that joke about 15 times. Here's Clark again. What will his response be? His response is to bowl a fuller delivery, which might just have swung a little bit, because Hose fell over it, looking to play it away on the onside, but his head fell right outside the line, and he squirted it off the bottom of the bat, out on the leg side. Glorious way to get off the mark. Missed the last game, Adam Hose, for personal reasons. Good that he's back. As Clark is in again to him, bowls, and slightly discomforted by this one. He kind of rides a ball that bounces a bit and steers it down on the leg side for a single. Fly swatting in the commentary box is not a very successful business.
I knew I wasn't going to get it. You have to estimate exactly where the corner was.
If you hear a bang, that's what it is. We're trying to swap flies on the window.
Oh no, that one's on the outside.
Is Clark in again, bowls, and down the leg side. Roderick flicks at it, makes no contact, and Bracey takes.
Got it.
Got him. Ed Seaborn
one. It's made an absolute mess of my notebook, though. That's the problem.
Ed Seaborn 1, Frank Watson 1.
It's just
for this game.
Dear, that's
78 for 2.
Every time I look at this notebook now, I'll remember this moment when I chose to swap that one fly with it, and it's gonna dog me forever. That
You'll
fly.
Be fine. Clark in bowls. Roderick a long way forward, pushes out on the offside, and then in that characteristic way, pushes it out, and to send his partner back, or to say there's no run, he kind of holds the bat up and points it and says no, get back, and Hose did get back, and that is the end of the over. So 78 for 2, which means that Worcestershire trail by 211 runs, and Roderick has 2 and Hose has 5. The men out since lunch. The openers, Latigan 33 and Libby 29.
Oh, there's a smear on my notebook now. Look at that. I don't mind a bit of natural fading over the years. I mean, it's been through quite a bit, this notebook.
Ed.
But
Relax.
no, I don't like
You'll
it.
be fine.
Here comes Williams in now, bowling back of a length, and Hose on top of the bounce, stroking it to Joe Phillips at backward point. Alfie Johnson sprinting down below us to provide a drink for Christian Clark on the long leg boundary. I'm not sure he needs his gilet at the moment either, really. He's warmed up a bit. Williams lopes in and bowls, and Hose defence. Length ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Williams is in his 6th over of this spell. I suppose he's not going to get a bowl again for a little while. I'd expect Williams to feature in the T20. You never know, but I've played a T20 in quite a long time. As Williams bowls to Hose, and that's defended into the covers. Might well feature in the One Day Cup he's played. Some 50 over cricket in recent years, but I think as it stands, Gloucestershire, despite the fact that they've won 5 of 6 in the T20, I think I'm right in saying that they're not missing anybody to the 100 other than David Payne, who wouldn't, I suspect, have played anyway. Appeal for LBW here, not out, says Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's trying to flick that one off his pads, but didn't look to have gone that far across, so looked as if it was angling down the leg side and they take a leg by.
It's an interesting situation, this, because Williams' main weapon at the moment is his straightness, and it could nip either way off the seam. There's a little bit of uncertainty about the way to play it, but it's his straightness. He's bowling for LBWs almost.
Williams in now, it's wide of the off stump, and Roderick leaves.
Sounds daft, but he's almost bowling for LBWs.
Yep.
Keeper standing up, can't move your feet much. Pin 2, and play and miss at your peril. Really, play and miss and get hit on the pad at your peril. Good stuff.
And he is, I'd say this so often, but he's a remarkable bowler, because slow pitches. He's bowled his career in this country at Old Trafford as Roderick on the back foot and plays back to Williams. That'll be another one for the Will Williams touch of his own bowling count, and it's 79 for 2. And he averaged, I think, 23 for Lancashire in a decent length career. He gets wickets on slow pitches where he's not able to get the ball really to carry to the slips, but he just finds it.
Why did they let him go?
I don't know really. I think they, for some reason, I think probably the emergence of Balderson is the actual reason, because I think there was maybe the feeling that they just had a bit too much of the keeper up to the stumps, nibble it about type bowling. But whether that's the case, I don't know. But I'm only imagining with Balderson, Anderson coming back. I can only imagine that was the case.
They're a team where there've been some odd decisions in the last few years on and off the field, haven't there?
Because but I expect also I'm sure some of it will be the fact that he just really wanted to play, and there's an obvious route to playing every first-class match for Gloucestershire.
Luke Charlesworth is in for his first delivery, and it is very much a loosener. Slingy. Excuse me, I think I might have swallowed a fly. And Hose cuts it away on the offside for a single. So Charlesworth introduced at the New Road End. Young, cropped blonde hair, like his dad.
Sending a spider to catch the fly.
Yeah, don't stop it. Cropped blonde hair, very similar to his dad, but a bit shorter than his dad, who was about 6'4". Broad-shouldered. 19 on his back, moves in right arm over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and flicked down to long leg for a couple by Roderick. Puts me in mind of somebody already, Luke Charlesworth. Joey Everson. Joey Everson, Kent.
Okay.
Just similar bowler, I think. Just similar build, similar look, similar run-up, similar pace, I think. I might be wrong here.
I don't know. I would have thought personally that Luke Charlesworth might be a bit quicker than that.
Well, I haven't seen much of him, have I, yet, but not a huge amount on the evidence of what I've seen here, but that one driven by Roderick up to mid-on. But yeah, decent start from Charlesworth, apart from the first one. How old? How many games?
So, what did I say? Was it fifth first class?
I knew it wasn't many.
Match, yeah, and so he made his debut almost 3 seasons ago.
Comes in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Roderick just flicks it. Helps himself, really. Free hit, almost. Single down to long leg. Slowed down now since Latigan and Libby have been dispatched by Williams, not surprisingly. 83 for 2. At lunch it was 50 without loss, 52 without loss in fact. So fairly slow progress in this afternoon session so far. Charlesworth is in again and bowls, and on the back foot. Hose defends back to the bowler.
He's still only 23, but
yeah,
as I say, he's just been blighted by these back injuries over the
like so many
last
young
couple of years.
bowlers.
Exactly, yeah.
Seems all right so far. Brother Ben off to Lancashire next year. Here's Luke in bowls, overpitched and clipped through mid-wicket by Hose. We'll get 2 runs as Ballman comes round to do the fielding. End of the over. Hose goes to 8 to 85 for 2. Does that mean Ben won't play anymore for Gloucestershire?
No, he hasn't gone on loan.
But he's
there or anything.
But he's not being picked though.
Well, I think he's had a bit of an injury during the T20, so
Right.
he hasn't played in these championship matches. I must say, I don't know. I think the real hope is that he'd be back in time for the second half of the T20, because he's got runs in the T20. I don't think he quite got to 50 in the game against Worcestershire, but I think without Charlesworth's innings in that match at Bristol, then
I wasn't there,
wouldn't
so
have got to
I
the-
haven't
yeah, no,
seen
no,
it. I didn't even know he played.
No, but I think he top scored for Gloucestershire in that game. He's got some important runs in both of the low scoring games that they've managed to defend scores at Bristol. Charlesworth, I think, has top scored. He made 25 in the game against Warwickshire, but that might as well have been 70 the way that played. But yeah, the real hope is that he'd be back for that. Dariush Ahmed, or Daz Ahmed, is in from the Diglis end, so Williams' spell is over for now, and trying to pick up where Williams left off there with the ball just asking Roderick to play a shot, but Roderick declined the offer. So keeper still up to the stumps. And Ahmed looking for another breakthrough. Couple since lunch. Another one, and Gloucestershire would, I think they feel they're very much back in it anyway, but another one here, and feeling pretty good about things again as that's left through to Bracey by Roderick, and Bracey points in determined fashion out towards the leg side boundary. He wants Luke Charlesworth to go and stand a little bit squarer by the looks of things. It's more of a backward square and a backward point really, rather than a third man and fine leg. As Ahmed bowls and Roderick comes forward and defends. Another nice delivery from Ahmed. It's just got a different feel about it from that first session now. Just a few more around the couple of wickets, but just a few more deliveries are missing the middle of the bat defensively, and even ones that are decisively defended or left are in the right area for the most part, although there's a bit of width cut away, but there is that protection at deep backward point. Phillips in the right position to field that one. Roderick on to 6. Worcestershire to 86 for 2. England are now batting, so they've been set the small target of 463 to win. But if you're going to do it anywhere, the Oval's probably the place, so stay optimistic. Ahmed in now, and Hose onto the front foot, defending into the leg side. As by the looks of things, Alfie Johnson is on the field now at mid-wicket. So I think his first appearance on the field in first-class cricket. Don't remember him appearing as a sub before. Ahmed to complete a decent comeback over. Bowls and Hose drives, trying to get it through the covers, and it ends up at Johnson at mid-wicket. So end of the over, 86 for 2. 3 for Archer, 3 for Fisher, a couple for Tongue, 1 each for Baker and Bethel, and England 8 without loss. Still needing 455. Surrey are 10 for 2 after Glamorgan were finally dismissed for 358.
Having been 76 for 5.
And Mason Crane got 100.
Goodness me. There's Luke Charlesworth in from the Digley sent bowls, and that bounced sharply, and Roderick played it well, but he played it in that sort of funny kind of defensive fashion where you play a defensive shot off the back foot and then you kind of jerk the bat away as the ball hits it, sort of, which always indicates a bit of sudden and rather unexpected bounce. And he goes for a prod, suspicious prod at the pitch. Charlesworth comes in again and bowls. Overpitched, worked away on the leg side by Libby, but tumbling stop at mid-wicket by Bourman.
It is a bizarre card, that Glamorgan innings of 358. 6 dismissed single-figure scores, then 0 not out. 2 in double figures, Tribe 21 and Ingram 80.
And then
Cook 101 and Crane 106.
Amazing. Charlesworth to a solid Roderick, pushing defensively out on the offside. Well, it's a funny old game, as they say, and that is indicative of it, isn't it? I mean, look at Gloucestershire's score in this innings. Men out 14, 2, 1, 23, 21, 0, 4, 12. And then other than that, 52 Bancroft and 139 not out. And we have another fly. Well, you might as well ruin your book again now.
It's gone now.
Charlesworth bowls, back foot, Roderick pushes out on the offside.
I decided to go and bother the written media instead, having seen the notebook. Consent to what
no
happened.
such thing as the written media anymore, is there? They're not the written media in there. They're
the typing media.
Yeah. Well, are they? No, I mean it.
Well, there's
not much writing
Reporters
going on.
Network, I suppose.
Yeah, Reporters Network. But
that's it. Yeah.
Anyway, here comes Charlesworth. Bowls, good length. Roderick in behind it, and then he does that thing again where he holds his bat up like plays the shot and then holds his bat up like one of those blokes guiding a helicopter into land or a plane. No, don't come. Lollipop man.
Guiding him into land.
Sends his partner back. Not land, but park. Park. You know what I mean.
I don't know.
They have the sticks, don't they?
Yeah, no, I knew what you mean. Sorry, I was only being silly. I was just imagining them on the runway.
Just let me get out of the way first.
This massive 2-mile-long runway. This is where you need to land here.
I'll just move. Charlesworth to Roderick, bowls down the leg side, just worked away off his hip for a single, and he will keep the strikes. That's the end of the over. 87 for 2. Roderick 7, Hose 8. Bit of rebuilding work needing to be done. 2 wickets down since lunch. The opener's out. Libby for 29 and Latigan for 33. Earlier today, Gloucestershire 289 all out.
I'm sure where Surrey would have been without Atkinson's 4 for 61 as well, because as we discussed yesterday, rather fortunate to have him playing. Surrey are now 16 for 3. Couple of wickets for the seemingly unstoppable teenager Tom Norton. He's got rid of Sam Curran and Dan Lawrence. And
2 good wickets.
Yeah.
What number did Sam Curran go in?
3. He was out for a duck.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
And Rory Burns was run out for 6. Ahmed bowls, left by Roderick. and it didn't seem to bounce an enormous amount. Roderick is staring slightly nonplussed back at the surface, having stepped away. So yeah, the Glammy boys are right on top at Sophia Gardens. Jack Taylor at a fairly fine first slip, Bancroft almost at a third slip as Ahmed bowls, so that one definitely stays down. The previous one was a bit of the warning shot, and that one I suspect Roderick was not far off having the same thing happen to him as Jake Libby. Ball's starting to really die from that Diglis end. Roderick does get bat on it just about, lunging downwards. Plays it out into the onside. It's good stuff from Ahmed, who is in once more and bowls down the leg side. Gracie puts his hand up in the air, but
he often
much more
does.
appeal than that.
I bet he was always going to the loo in class at school. He does though. He sticks his hand up all the time, doesn't he? Have you noticed when people play and push it into the offside or it nips back, his arm
It's
goes up?
nothing. It is nothing like Keaton Jennings, though. In its second slip, both arms up in the air all the time.
It's just a habit, I think, with Bracey.
Ahmed in back of Alexis bowl, chopped on, and Ahmed has the wicket, and Worcestershire are 3 down, 87 for 3. It looked like a rare opportunity for Roderick to free his hands against Ahmed, but gets a bottom edge. It goes into the stumps and he is bowled, and Ahmed has his first. Quite sure how he's managed that. It seemed quite short and quite wide, but we can look again. It's just come back in a little bit to catch the inside.
Wasn't a great
edge,
delivery though. It's a bonus wicket, isn't it? But that's what you get for nagging away. And Worcestershire lost 3 in quick succession.
He just couldn't get on top of. I don't know whether it's because of the fact that the previous 2 had stayed down a little bit, but he tried to drive off the back foot rather than cut it, and I think he probably needed to cut it.
Maybe his bat wasn't straight enough. Well, you know, if you play with an angled bat, you can sometimes get a bottom edge. You play with a straight bat, you don't. Anyway, he's gone. That's all that matters. And the new batsman is Brett D'Oliveira. Just having a look at it again. Or you could just say bad luck, maybe. You know, it bounced a bit less than he thought. I don't know. D'Oliveira and Hose just exchange pleasantries in the middle as the captain makes his way out. Not been in great nick. And Worcestershire now, having started so well, 52 without loss at lunch. They're under pressure at 87 for 3.
Yeah, 35 for 3 since the lunch break. And Ahmed really has picked up right where Williams left off from that end. Again, keeper up to the stumps. I don't know if that's played a part at all. You wouldn't have thought so, but let's just add to that feeling of pressure on. D'Oliveira waiting for Ahmed. He starts him off with an almost Yorker, which he digs out into the offside. Picked up by Hammond there for no run. Bracey wandering off to ask about something. Not quite sure what. Miles Hammond's obviously tired of batting left-handed earlier on.
No, it's something about the way that they think D'Oliveira plays in defence, I think, in front of his pad.
Hammond doing some right-handed batting. Ahmed in now and let go. So 4 overs, 1 for 2. That was a wicket maiden for Daz Ahmed, and Worcestershire 87 for 3. And the other thing that's happened now is that Worcestershire are, having scored as they have since lunch, Worcestershire have been dragged back to right where Gloucestershire seem to be, about 2.6, 2.7 and over throughout all their innings.
Yep. It's attritional stuff from both sides. Gloucestershire, thanks to Hammond, getting that to 89. Which you could say Worcestershire did well. Okay, got those 3 wickets this morning. I thought they bowled pretty well throughout. But it's nip and tuck. It's still very even, I would say. Win predictor would be a close 50-50, I think. As Charlesworth moves in and bowls and Hose is forward, playing defensively out on the offside. I'm not a mathematician, and I'm always fascinated by Duckworth Lewis. I think it's an extraordinarily clever system, factoring in so many aspects. And I know some people say it's not perfect, and there's the odd occasion where you think, what happened with Worcestershire this year, where they batted first in a T20 and it rained, and then you think Charlesworth bowls, Hose drives handsomely but straight to mid-on. You think they take overs out of it, and you think the other team's total target will be raised above what the first team got, you know what I mean? Because they know that it's only going to be 16 overs a side order. That one sometimes puzzles me. I don't always think they get that one right, because I sometimes think in this case it was reduced to 18 overs. So the team batting second knew that there would only be 18 overs, and the team batting first hadn't known that. Do you know, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Charlesworth in, bowls, Hose defends, and when the target was added to, it was only added 4 runs. Now I thought that didn't seem enough. Now, so that's what I'm saying about Duckworth Lewis. But when it comes to things like win predictors and wasps and stuff like that, very clever, very clever. And they because it's all to do with betting and money, they're usually pretty right, aren't they? Because people are looking at it and thinking, oh, I'll have a little punt on that. So they better get it right, or someone will be losing their job. Bright sunshine now. Charlesworth in, bowls, bit short and wide to Hose, cuts down to third, and he'll come back for 2 as a throw comes in from Ahmed. Good throw, but good running. And Hose into double figures.
Got a really entertaining Sunday afternoon planned. There are these Duckworth Lewis calculator things online where you can have a bit of a play about with the method and see what it comes up with. You can add in the sort of scenario of, okay, they went off at this number of overs, this is what the score was, and you can see exactly what a wicket does to each situation.
Charlesworth York's Hose, and he digs it out.
Like I say, it's an absolute thrilling way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
3 things about that. 3 reasons that it's very sad. 1, that it exists. 2,
I think clubs use it.
2,
maybe.
2, that you know it exists, and 3, you told me about it.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think it's a great idea.
I
do think that when there's a wicket, it really is interesting how that changes in a run chase. I'm only joking. Charlesworth in again, bowls, and Hose is slightly tentative as he pushes this one out on the offside. End of the over, 89 for 3. D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark. Hose 10. Men out since lunch. Latigan 33, Libby 29, and Roderick 7.
I must admit, I only found out that it existed because I was listening to somebody on commentary. It doesn't really matter which game it was. It was a women's 50 over match, and somebody said on commentary, I don't understand why the Duckworth Lewis has done that. Why? And I think it was something like Duckworth Lewis had actually reduced the target that the opposition needed when you would have expected it to increase it, and it was all because of the fact that when they went off, admittedly it was early, but there was something like, I don't know, 5 for 2 after 3 overs, and because they were 2 down that early, because they then didn't have to bat as many overs with the wickets,
clever,
it penalises you. Ahmed in bowls, beats him.
Very clever.
D'Oliveira just pushing for that one just outside the off stump. Good bowling from Ahmed. Yeah, it's just so many different factors. I mean,
it's improved the game since it's come in. There's no.
And there are so few situations where it used to be before Stern came along. It used to be there were situations where you looked at that is just not fair. That is so relatively easy for the chasing side. But I so rarely look at it now and think it's particularly off. He's played that one like a spitting cobra, as D'Oliveira, not quite, but he certainly seemed a little bit surprised by the bounce. Yeah. More upper part of the bat. Did keep it down wide of slip, but again there's no run, and Ahmed's causing all sorts of problems in this spell. He's only gone for one run in the third over of it, and admittedly probably with one of his maybe worst deliveries, but one of the deliveries that wasn't targeting the stumps is the one that's got him the wicket. Here he comes to D'Oliveira, and there's a pleasant shot, just pushing, guiding through point out to the sweeper there, so Ahmed will go for a run. For a rarity. He's only gone for 3 total, midway through his 5th over. Worcestershire 90 for 3. And this is good to see from Ahmed, because he's going to need to be this accurate, because he's not going to be bowling amazingly quickly, so he can't afford to be off in terms of his line and length, but really settling in well here, just in his 3rd first-class match in now bowling, and that's driven. There's a nice shot from Hose, just ever so slightly over pitched, but I think Hose, to me anyway, it looked as if he'd really stepped into that one and made it into even more of a drive ball than it was, and played it beautifully straight down the ground, just to the offside of straight, and for 4 runs, so 94 for 3. He's played a couple of glorious shots for his boundaries as Hose. His 14 cover drive and then that straight drive. Ahmed jogs in. There's a short straight mid-on in place now, and he's going to field the ball just stepping onto the pitch. He's just in defence. Does Ahmed. Norton's got a 3rd, Pope's out for 1, and Surrey are 24 for 4. After...
Calm yourself, Webby.
Surrey trail by 334. Ahmed in now, and a straighter delivery. Who's working him to leg. Clark is in the ring, which he isn't very often. He's normally on the boundary, but Luke Charlesworth is on long leg duties. End of the over, 94 for 3. Been going very slowly through the scores, but Nottinghamshire 272 for 5, very much on top at Chelmsford. Worcestershire listeners, cover your ears. Jack Haynes is 91 not out.
Ombersley boy, like the club I was talking about. His mum and dad were here yesterday, hosting that function in the marquee, which was an Ombersley Cricket Club Ladies' Day, to raise money for a new pavilion. That's the club where Jack Haynes grew up, club where Brett D'Oliveira grew up, club where Gareth Andrew now plays, as does Tom Hindley, who left the stuff this year, as does Dan Latigan when he's not playing.
Hindley was the left arm wrist spinner, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Notts lead Essex by 88 at Chelmsford, first innings. Essex all out 184, 6 for Patterson White, but Harmer 2 for 103 in 30 overs.
Speaking of spinners, Graham Van Buren is back at the New Road end. Bowled a few overs before lunch. He's in now and he bowls his first ball very full to D'Oliveira. Just stops it basically. Van Buren 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10 before lunch. Oh, killer Seabourn strikes again. The flies are falling.
They're dropping like flat. No.
Short ball cut away by D'Oliveira. Where are they coming from? That's worrying.
It's mystery, isn't it?
And they're not. I'm sorry, listener, going on about the flies. They're not tiny little things. They're great big things, and they're quite distracting. D'Oliveira goes to 2, 95 for 3. Van Buren to Hose, who's just remarking his guard inside the crease. I always think, marking guards is a real funny thing, isn't it? Van Buren in, bowls, Hose defends, I've talked to some players about this, and I've said basically, when you're playing really well, does it matter that you know where your guard is? And Bjorn bowls, hoses back, pushes up the pitch. And because I've always thought, I played a lot of cricket, and I thought, when you're 75 not out on a flat track, whether you start slightly off middle and leg, hose defends again, or on it, it doesn't make any difference. And Callum Ferguson, the Australian who played here one year, I was talking to him about it.
Yes, he beat Gloucestershire in a T20 quarter-final here.
Brilliant player. Van Buren bowls, and Hose turns on the onside for a single. Goes to 15, 96 for 3, and he said, I have to know where I'm starting. I have to know, that's a good point, a good way of putting it. End of the over. But if the ground's been painted 3 lines, would anybody need to check their guard? It's like a convention of the game, isn't it? That everybody observes, and you remark it with your studs in between deliveries and when you've hit a 4 and whatever it might be.
I think it's a good job that the ground staff don't have to do that, because otherwise, goodness knows how many lines there'd be on there. They have to add in these extra little lines now
with
for
the initials at the end.
Well, there's all those, they've been running out of paint.
But you know what I mean?
There's the extra wide lines they've got to put in.
I've played on grounds where they do 3 lines back from the crease to the stumps, and you don't need to do. But it's look at Hose there. It's just one of those things. It's just a pre-delivery ritual, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you get out there and you look at all the lines that have been scratched.
Ahmed to continue, and bowls to Hose, who's stepping into a drive, thinking about a single that's not there. Van Buren, as ever, any excuse to throw the ball into the keeper, and he'll take it, leaps it over the head of Hose, and Bracey takes. And there it is, it's back with him now. Ahmed. I'll give it a brief polish, but waste too much time. The overrater's in the positives already as Ahmed bowls. Hose drives. I was expecting that one to go rattling off to the boundary, but he didn't really time it.
Time it, did he?
It's pretty much every time he's gone for an attacking shot, he has timed it so far, apart from that one. Hammond in the action at extra cover. Looks to be another helmet that's been brought down from the Gloucestershire dressing room. Ahmed bowls, he beats Hose, and Bracey holding the ball next to the stumps. In fact, he has just flicked off the off bail, but Hose's feet weren't going anywhere outside the crease, but he really did have a little bit of a fish for that one, did Adam Hose, and Ahmed continues to cause problems, just wobbling the ball ever so slightly and pinning batters to the crease. Here he is and bowls, and that's left alone this time by Adam Hose. Ahmed continues to tie down this end. Quite excited to see what might happen from this new road end spin wise after a couple of deliveries from Van Buren before lunch. It's just nice to see spin coming into the game a little bit earlier. You just barely see it. Ahmed bowls now and tries Hose with a straighter one.
It is. One way I measure it, Ed, is by the number of times you finish at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Which is when you should finish. And if you get 40 overs of spin in a day, you do.
Bring back the Kookaburra, I say.
It never happens, does it?
Bring back the Kookaburra. It happened then.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to bowl with it for any longer, but yeah.
Essex have had it over the years, and Somerset. Yeah. It's a real shame.
Just so afraid of these.
It's much more interesting.
Pitch penalties. Ahmed now bowls full ball. Hose over the top of it, blocks it out. So 96 for 3. Another maiden from Ahmed. 6 overs, 3 maidens, and 1 for 7.
The extent to which the game's changed is extraordinary, really. I mean, I can remember when there would be left arm spinners like Phil Edmonds or Richard Ingworth here, or Derek Underwood, obviously going back a long way, and that might be too long for some listeners and viewers, but they were so accurate that they would have 6 fielders on the offside, and they'd have sometimes an in-out field. Fielders quite close together. They're almost impossible to penetrate the offside ring, so you take a risk, go against the spin and hit across the line. Maybe the game's changed, big bats have changed it. People reverse nowadays, which they never did in those days. I mean, Simon Harmer against Ethan Brooks is a real battle, because every time Brooks comes in, Van Buren bowls and D'Oliveira defends. Harmer sets his ordinary off-spin as Phil Brooks reverses him, so he brings a man across and then he paddles him on the leg side, and Harmer just stands there. It's happened 3 or 4 times. Good contest. Brooks is as good a reverser as he is a ordinary sweeper. This one's cut by D'Oliveira out into the covers, and he gets a single. But, you know, bats are bigger, boundaries can be cleared, risks can be taken. I doubt if those sort of bowlers would thrive, the ones I'm describing. But it meant the game often was moving on really quickly in an afternoon session. To have a spinner on at both ends, not always an afternoon session, but as the day went on, Van Buren a little bit short of length. Hose on the back foot, nice shot, but very well fielded in the covers. And there's no run. Charlesworth sliding to his left, and it gets a bit samey, doesn't it? So, you, for example, when I'm not having a go because they're doing well, Van Buren bowls quicker, flatter, Hose defends. But Williams comes off, having had the keeper standing up, certain field, nagging away, comes off, replaced by Ahmed, same field, keeper standing up, nagging away. Variety, nuance. That's nicely bowled by Van Buren, really nicely bowled. Held it back, threw it up a little bit outside off stump. Hose teased into the drive, gets 2 off an outside edge, backward a square on the offside.
If we could have a sort of like, you know, genetically engineered pitches where you could have the perfect pitch for
everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
Seam on the first 2 days, spin on the last 2. But you could play your shots. Van Buren again bowls and Hose is back, and if that had squeezed through or kept low, he'd given a lot of optimistic opportunity to the bowler by backing away a long way and showing all 3 stumps, but he got a bat on it. End of the over. Hose is 17, D'Oliveira is 3. Worcestershire are 99 for 3, and we are 14 overs away from tea. With Van Buren bowling, shouldn't take more than 50 minutes.
Yeah, forget trying to bring back the woolly mammoth. Put that sort of scientific
saying that to me?
Engineering into forget all that. Put all that into engineering the perfect cricket pitch every time. Here's Ahmed bowls and D'Oliveira does not play.
I tell you where they do that. I don't know if they still do, but they used to do research into cricket pitches and grass growth and which seed is best and everything else at the University of Aberystwyth, of all places. And I used to I went to Liverpool University, and I also played for the UAU, for the English universities, and we went on tour to Aberystwyth a few times as students. You know, cricket. Imagine a student cricket tour.
Ahmed and behind that D'Oliveira, excuse me.
Serious cricket, university minibus driven by the students, accommodation provided by the opposition. You go with him, 2 go with him, sleep on the floor. But when you played at Aberystwyth, the best cricket pitch I think I'd ever played on at that time in my life, really, and that included county youth cricket and everything else. And there'd be about 6 pitches, and they're all different grasses and everything.
Oh. Interesting.
Whether they still do it there or not, I don't know, but it was a fantastic initiative and a long way to travel to play a game for one day, as I did a few times, but great pitches.
Ahmed bowls tight leave, and even from here you could see that one wasn't too far off. Ahmed is bent double after having bowled it. Can't believe that didn't shave the outside of the off stump. D'Oliveira's gone for a bit of a wander as well. They are clearly enjoying themselves out there this afternoon, Gloucestershire. I think even with the dramatic effect, that one must have been very close, maybe not absolute coat of varnish, but it did come back just a little bit, and they want Oliveira to be playing at those, really. 99 for 3, Ahmed bowls a full ball that's driven away to mid-off, just past Hammond, and dear's wayward throw in from mid-off, which almost hits Adam Hose on the head, thankfully just goes over him, and they take a single that brings up the 100 for Worcestershire, so 100 for 3. Oliveira moving up to 4, Hose 17. And, I've been out there for a little while, these two, but things don't seem to have got masses easier for them. Ahmed in, and that's driven hard by Hose, but Jack Taylor at short straight mid-on will ensure that Will Williams doesn't even have to field the ball. I have absolutely no idea what that was from Will Williams. Suddenly started doing the robot up at mid-on. Perhaps it's time for another spell. It genuinely wouldn't shock me if he were to replace Ahmed from that end. Ahmed bowls and into the thigh of Hose, but no force behind the shot out to mid-wicket. And that's another cheap over from Ahmed. 1 for 8 from 7 overs. Worcestershire are 100 for 3. And looks like James Bracey's just taking his medicine. Looks like he's better at swallowing pills than I am.
Yeah, it's
terrible
horrible,
at it.
isn't it?
It's just, yeah.
Van Buren to continue from the New Road end. I'm going to time him. See if he's quicker than somebody I used to time a couple of years ago.
First ball will be into the stand 6 now.
It won't. I don't think it will.
I think it's unlikely
and
as
look,
well.
they've listened. Look at this field. It's just almost exactly what I was talking about. In-out field.
Just like it used to be.
Yeah, not quite. Van Buren bowls, Oliveira blocks. Back to him. So he's got backward point, slip backward point, and then an in-out. That's what I call it. Short extra on the drive. Man a bit deeper at ordinary cover. Mid-off, quite deep, and then the sweeper. Might not have had the sweeper in the old days. Van Buren bowls, Oliveira drives. Straight to mid-off. Charlesworth fields. It does remind me of Joe Everson. His build as well, Charlesworth. Very similar. I'll look at their heights at the end of the over. 100 for 3. Van Buren tight. 6.2 overs. No wicket for 15 so far. That one, however, was the short one, but it's the short one that turns, and Oliveira on length, giving himself room to cut it, and then finding that it turned away and he hadn't got enough arms to get any power on it, and just steered it to backward point. This one's much straighter outside the off stump. Taken by Bracey. Stays at 100 for 3. The ground to a hold after a bright start. Van Buren again is in and bowls, and Oliveira on the back foot gets a run this time. It's a bit more room to work with and plays it out into the covers. Fielded by Phillips, sweeping the offside boundary. So Hose will be on strike, checks his guard of course, scratches it with his foot, still where it was before, and Van Buren prepares to complete the over. He bowls it, Hose works that away for 4. No, he's not. Is he not going to get 4? Well fielded. Works it away for 2, just inside the short boundary. Slid in Clark and got the throw back in. So 2 off the last ball. 103 for 3. End of the over. 1 minute 55 seconds from Van Buren. Good effort.
Can do quicker.
Yeah. Well, the last ball didn't help, I suppose. No. I'm going to check Joey Everson's height now. So, Luke Charlesworth
about to say actually he's a fellow yellow belly Joey Everson, but he's not. He was born in Peterborough, but he played his club
Stamford
cricket
School.
in Lincolnshire.
He went to Stamford School.
Played his club cricket for Bourne.
Yeah. No, it doesn't say his height. I'll have to do a bit more research.
I reckon it'll say with a little search here. Ahmed to continue into his 8th over. Bowls, inside edge on the drive from D'Oliveira, looking for the covers, and the ball skews off down to long leg. 104 for 3. Second time that Ahmed's got a cover drive into the leg side off his bowling. I don't think so. Somehow there's AI for the win. Joey Everson is 6 feet 5 inches tall.
Never. Never.
That's absolute garbage.
Never.
Oh, brilliant. That's bizarre. Here comes Ahmed and bowls, and Hose has to be a long way forward to that one to defend. Nobody seems to know how tall he is. Anywhere. I reckon he's... I just said he was about my height, but he's certainly not 6'5". Cited a page on the Nottinghamshire website as well. Ahmed in bottom hand, pushed up to mid on by Hose, and there's
more
no
important
run.
things to talk about. But Luke Charles reminds me of him anyway.
Curious where they've got this.
And his build and his bowling. I wonder why it's not in the Playfair. Isn't it usually, isn't it? Height.
They just can't measure his height.
He's not that tall.
every time they go to measure him, he grows
jumps,
another inch.
Yeah.
104 for 3. Ahmed in now, wide of the off stump. Bracey takes and hopefully, almost instinctively really, moves the ball towards the stumps, but Hose isn't going anywhere. Suspect 6 so often the magic number. Wouldn't surprise me if this was the last over of a fine spell of bowling from Ahmed. Williams had taken the 2 wickets, but it's going to take somebody else to get into the mix as well. Ahmed bowls to Hose on a length and defended to the offside. And there is Hammond, who's in the shirt sleeves at cover, picks the ball up, and Shane Jurgensen, Gloucestershire's bowling consultant, having a stroll down below us. I'm sure he'll be pleased with what he's seen since the lunch break. Ahmed in and bowls, and once again challenging Hose on the front foot. He plays it straight in defence, so 104 for 3. The end of Ahmed's 8th over, 1 for 9. And we'll see how much longer he goes on for, but it feels much more like yesterday now.
It feels hard work since lunch, doesn't it?
Ground to a halt.
It really has. Well, they were 52 for none at lunch. They doubled their score, lost 3 wickets, and that's taken 23 overs. Slow going. Van Buren to bowl from the new road end to D'Oliveira. Bowls, and D'Oliveira gets a full toss but doesn't score off it. Drives it straight to Joey Everson, aka Luke Charlesworth, at mid-off. No run, 104 for 3. That one is dropped short and D'Oliveira cuts it. And there's no run. I think I'm going to message Ben Watts after this over and ask if he can tell me how tall Joey Everson is. He's probably doing the game, isn't he? Van Buren again. Round the wicket bowls, D'Oliveira forward, plays it back to the bowler. Going to be a quick one, this one. 40 seconds for the first 3.
They hand out that sheet at Canterbury with that sort of stuff on, don't they?
Do they?
Oh, I don't know whether it's got the height on, but it has the pronunciation.
Oh, yeah. Pushed out on the offside.
It's great. Tawanda
This
Mu.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. They do it somewhere
Joey
else,
Evison.
Derby, they do it as well.
Yeah.
Derby, they do it too.
I always remember there.
Joey Evie. Yeah.
There, they spelt Ajit Singh Dale. Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah. Oh, Van Buren gets that one to turn. D'Oliveira looking to turn it on the leg side. Leading edge goes out on the offside.
I thought that had missed his back completely to start with.
10 overs left after this before tea. D'Oliveira defends again, back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 1 minute 36 seconds. What are you doing now?
I've just been sent a page from the Cricketers Who's Who.
Ah, good. Who by?
By James Marshall.
I thought it'd be in there. Thank you,
And
James.
It says he's 6'2".
Right, that sounds about right. And
He's a
how
bit taller
tall's
than I
Luke
thought he was,
Charlesworth?
actually. I don't know.
Oh, come on, James. Don't do half the job.
Come on, James. We need the Who's Who page for Luke Charlesworth now.
I'd say 6'2" is right, and I'd say Luke Charlesworth's about 6'2" as well.
It's got to be somewhere around there. Let's see whether that height's anywhere online. It is not publicly documented in standard sports databases. For context, there is a New Zealand badminton player named Luke Charlesworth whose height is officially recorded as 5'11".
However,
I'm glad we've got that for context.
He looks nothing like Jerry Everson.
Just in case, people with the same name as you always have the same height, don't they? He's coming back onto bowl now.
He's 6'2", isn't he? Look at him.
He does look 6'2". Okay, he's bowling with the keeper back to Hose, who cracks it away off the back foot through point. Tommy Borman on the boundary.
I reckon it's nailed on 6'2".
Launches in the throw. 105 for 3.
How did James find out?
In the Cricketers Who's Who.
Yeah, the Who's Who. I used to get that years ago.
So I wouldn't mind seeing Luke Charlesworth's page in there as well. There's occasionally a few interesting.
They have a questionnaire, don't
questions, yeah. Sometimes entertaining. Charlesworth bowls, left alone by
I don't know
D'Oliveira.
if they still have it, but they used to have. One of the questions used to be biggest influence on career. And there's a boy I've coached since he was about 7 years old, who's just become a professional mid-season, but it may well get one.
For a mention.
I told him, I said, if you don't put it down, mate, that's the end of it.
Interesting. So I could start, because you get distracted, you could start reading out the answers for Joey Everson, but he's not even playing in the game, so I feel a bit silly reading out the fact that his perfect breakfast is Eggs Benedict.
Does it say influence on career? Dean
It doesn't
Headley?
for him, no.
No, they've stopped that question, I think.
Charlesworth bowls back over length and prodded to cover. I think they do have different questions for each, don't they? I think they must select which ones they think are best. This is from a little while ago, so I don't think Joey Everson will have got any taller since then.
No.
2023, that's asking about. It would be a bit silly in this year's Who's Who to ask
6'4"
who would be a breakout star in 2023.
Yeah, but they just changed the year for that question, obviously.
Yeah. And in fairness to James Marshall, he did say that it was from 2023 as well. Charlesworth bowls, pushing forward. D'Oliveira back to the bowler, energetic in his follow-through, Luke Charlesworth.
Well, we need somebody who's listening who's got a more up-to-date Who's Who to look for Luke Charlesworth and tell us how tall he is, please. How tall is Luke Charlesworth? And
I never check.
How heavy is he, and how heavy is Joey Everson? Because they have weights in there as well, don't they?
So I never
They're both similar
check
build,
X, formerly known as Twitter these days, but if anybody's on there, I do still have the account, despite somebody's best efforts, as that's controlled by D'Oliveira down through third man for a single. 106 for 3.
I'm going to stop mine. I've made a decision. Listeners, me.
I never post it.
Some listeners might be disappointed because we used to have a bit of interaction, but it's just become an unpleasant platform, hasn't it?
I never post on it nowadays, just because it's...
I used to, about cricket and football, but not anymore.
It's just too much.
No.
It's too much for me. But if people do want to send me a message on there, I might occasionally pick it up. Luke Charlesworth in, big drive and a miss, and Bracey rather has just nonchalantly taken that with his left hand, but
missed the inside edge, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. Drove outside it. He's really tried to leather that one through the offside, and almost the way that it behaved as well. I thought he must have maybe even got an inside edge on it, the way that Bracey was taking it to his left, but. Well, there's some encouragement. 106 for 3 at the end of the over. Here we go. Oh, it's coming off the pitch, hasn't it?
How has that missed the stumps?
Wow.
Goodness me. How has that missed the stumps?
It's a ball. I mean, it's all off the pitch. Has it gone over the top?
Over the top.
Almost middle stump.
And then carried on, didn't it? Absolutely superb delivery. So, Van Buren, new over. Let's see how long it takes.
You're going to present him with his times at the end of the day, like sort of a swimming meet or something.
Interesting. You've got to do an average of 3, haven't you? Nobody's played a shot against him yet. As D'Oliveira just stops this one in the block hole.
Oh, he's taking some time to shine it. You don't need to do that, Graham.
Come on, Graham. Round the wicket again, Bowles and D'Oliveira in behind it, works away on the leg side, or at least down to short leg on the bounce. Van Buren again. Worcestershire creeping along at 106 for 3, pushed out on the offside this one. Soporific stuff since the lunch interval. Still quite cloudy. Bit muggy though. Going to be very hot tomorrow apparently. And Buren in Bowles, bit shorter. It's that one that you can hardly reach. Short turns. D'Oliveira can reach it, just kind of cross bats it for a single out on the offside. So Hose will come in and we'll check his guard. Yes, still there, Adam. And mark it with his studs.
You'd think by the time all those other attempts to mark it out, you'd
all unsuccessful. Diggs has that one out on the offside. Almost a mix-up between the two. D'Oliveira wanted it, then he didn't. Hose responded, then he saw D'Oliveira was going back. It's one of those little things that could have produced a run out. Van Buren again. Last ball of the over. Bowles and Hose is on the back foot defending. Bracey's got his arm in the air. It's the end of the over. 1 minute 49 seconds. And it's 107 for 3. And we've got 8 left till tea. And if Van Buren bowls 4 of them, that'll take about 8 minutes. And 4 from the other end say it will take, do you reckon, 12 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Then we should be having tea at around about 10 to 4. Which would be very desirable.
Luke Charlesworth to D'Oliveira. Just gives himself enough space to access the ball and then drops it down square of the wicket on the offside, where Joe Phillips appears to be practicing his gunning down of the stumps or something like that. Anyway, it wasn't quite the shot put. He wasn't releasing it from his chin, but everything coming down straight in the release. In comes Charlesworth and Bowles and D'Oliveira forward and pushing back to the bowler. They were certainly being put through their paces with the fielding drills.
Yeah, they were.
All sorts of. I mean, Mark Lane had a drill with a
short leg drill.
Leg slip. Yeah,
it was good.
got two youngsters, Phillips and Borman.
I love an imaginative fielding drill. I used to spend ages dreaming them up, for pre-match. Brett D'Oliveira was brilliant at hitting the stumps when he was at Ombersley, and we used to do them. Hit the stumps all the time.
Charlesworth bowls. Lift there. Palms up take from Bracey again, a little bit to his left, so he's getting something out of this, is Charlesworth, and the pressure from the seam bowlers continues from that far end as we look at it, the Diglis end. And then Max Waller leading some more fielding drills across pretty much half the outfield. Certainly using their allotted space this morning, Gloucestershire. 107 for 3. Luke Charlesworth bowls, and that's a nice shot from D'Oliveira. Classy shot, just laying back and running it through a deep backward point for a single. 108 for 3, so he's on to 9 from 37 deliveries. He's really had to dig in. It's been an afternoon for grafting since Gloucestershire took those 3 pretty quick wickets, and these two just trying to stem the flow and blunt the attack. Oh, there's a good shout for LBW, but he's not going to give it. Is Steve O'Shaughnessy. You could see he had already moved away. Did seem to come back in,
liked it,
but
didn't they?
Yeah, it was
Big shout.
certainly wasn't going over, but
There's a King Kong appeal from Luke Charlesworth.
what else it was doing, I've no idea. Not quite in line. It certainly looked a good shout, and not just because of the convincing nature of the appeal from Charlesworth high, was it? Having said that, maybe it was high.
Could only be high, couldn't it?
First up, I didn't think it was high,
front, yeah.
But actually looking at the replay, it might have been high. Charlesworth bowls, and that comes off pad again. Trickles away down to fine leg, where Aman Rao is on the field. Doesn't take him too many strides to get to the ball. And was that given as a run in the end? 109 for 3. No, it wasn't. It was a leg by.
Leg by.
Yeah. So extras moves on to 11. Another
109 for 3. Ooh, slow afternoon. Slow afternoon. 57 runs.
It's almost got back into that stage where you feel they're actually a little bit afraid to play shots. Because, I mean, Van Buren has bowled a couple of short wide ones, which have just been stroked to back.
Yeah, if it was a T20, they'd be laying into them, wouldn't they? Yeah.
And I don't know whether is it. And I couldn't work out yesterday either. Is it the surface, or is it just the batters are just get into a frame of mind?
I think it's a bit of both, and I also think in this afternoon session, break off as Van Buren bowls.
There we are.
This one, Hose has had enough. He said, "Well, okay, I take your point, Ed Seaborn," and he hits him straight down the ground.
I will play a shot.
First 6 of the game.
I think it might be.
I think it is. All the way, beautiful shot. But what I was going to say is, I think the other thing is, Worcestershire have lost 4 on the trot, and they've lost them with batting collapses. And I just think they're out there saying, look, although they've just had a chat and he's gone for that, so maybe he said we've got to try and put a bit of pressure on. And Buren bowls, and Hose is back and hammers this one into the offside. Doesn't beat the fielder at cover, but they're just a little bit hamstrung by recent events, I think.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? You've got 2 sides who are probably not the most confident out there.
Definitely. Van Buren and bowls, and Hose is in behind this, pushes out on the offside. And I said this to Alan Richardson the other day, his confidence is low, and he said, well, they say all these things, and I know, I'm not saying they don't mean them, but we try never to get too high when we win, and we try never to get too low, and everything else, and I agree with all of that. Hose dabs this one up to mid-on, but gets a single. But they are human beings and they are individuals, and their confidence will be.
They're all competitors who want to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody signs up for losing. Losing feels worse than winning feels good.
116 for 3. Hose has gone to 27. Van Buren to D'Oliveira, short, cut away, just one. Substitute fielder does the work out on the boundary. Van Buren coming to the end of his 10th over. No wicket for 27 so far. Polishing the ball vigorously on his trousers. Big red stripe down his right buttock from where he's polished the ball. And comes in now to complete the over, and Hose on the back foot cuts him away for a single, which suggests, as the over ends on 2 minutes 12, that he was slightly upset by that first 6 and his length was a little bit in and out for the rest of the over, whereas the previous overs he was just churning them out. 6 overs left to tee, 118 for 3.
Yeah, I suppose also he's... I know it's not a massive spell for a spinner, but 6 overs into a spell, and sometimes you know, as a spinner, I suppose you get as tired as a seamer. Still takes a little bit out of you. So they do have other spin options if they wanted to give somebody else a go, but I don't imagine they'll whip him out of the attack straight away. Here's Charlesworth bowling to Hose, and that's blocked into the onside. But last match, Miles Hammond came into the attack before Jack Taylor, but Jack Taylor it was who finally mopped up the Northamptonshire innings with a couple of wickets. I did see Clark doing some bowling by himself over at square leg on the boundary. Charlesworth bowls defended. And Charlesworth will spring forward and field. It seemed a little happier from that Diglas end as Charlesworth, since he's been given a go from there, and got 2 deliveries really to nip back and take off a little bit. They still don't really trust that slip catches are going to be much of a thing. Gloucestershire just with Bancroft in there. Charlesworth bowls, forward comes Hose to meet it, and Charlesworth will do the honours himself. Van Buren, so often the head cheerleader, even when he wasn't captaining the side, which he did from the end of 2021 till Bancroft took over at the beginning of last year. 118 for 3. Charlesworth bowls on drive, and Hose is swatting away at the air as if you've seen one of the flies that's bothering us. Frustrated that he couldn't quite pick the gap. Nobody's obliged with the height of Luke Charlesworth.
You'll have to ask him tonight.
There's obviously nobody listening. It's the only conclusion I can draw from that. We might as well shut down the mics. Here comes Charlesworth, bowls left by Hose, coming down the pitch, and then a rather extravagant leave.
Well, I think he's a similar pace and a similar height.
Well, he's approaching the end of his 6th over and going at 2s. Just the 1 ball left in this 47th over of the innings, as Charlesworth bowls and Hose comes confidently forward and defends into the leg side. What is the significance of the blue towel?
I don't know, it's just Hose uses it to mop himself down every now and again when he takes his helmet off.
Lucky towel.
No, it was taken out to him actually by one of the subs about an hour ago, I think. So I'm going to show you a video of Joey Everson bowling during this over. Turn the sound down. See what you think. Unfortunately, that's not Joe Everson bowling. That's Joe Everson being dismissed.
Oh, I see. All I could see was somebody running with some headphones on, espousing the
there is
virtues of.
There is a change in the bowling.
The particular.
And it is, as you said, Clark coming on at the Diglis end. So here we are. Gets a bit of swing on that one. There you go. Tell me what you think. You're not getting the run up, unfortunately. You're not impressed, are you?
Well, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
I think that's a few years ago. He's filled out a bit since then. Here's Clark bowling outside the off stump to D'Oliveira. Leaves that alone. Through to the keeper. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me.
No,
it's a long day.
I can see where you're coming from in terms of the build and the action. I think Everson's probably more of a swing bowler.
Yeah.
And Charlesworth's a bit more of a hit the pitch.
Yeah. Bear with us, listener. It's a long day.
Anyway, I know that I need to get my omega-5 in now, so that's good.
Clark in.
Oh.
Bowls outside the off stump. Wide and left alone by D'Oliveira.
And I now know just the product to get as well in order to fulfil my daily quota of it.
Yeah, you do. 4 balls left in the over. 4 overs left after this till tea. I estimate going to be about 5 to 4 now. Clark is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira leaves that alone outside the stump. Bracey takes. He's been very tidy, Bracey. No buys. 2 leg buys, 1 wide, 8 no balls. So 4 times the bowler has overstepped, and on every occasion it's been this man. Christian Clark. Comes in again now. Nice easy action that I was talking about this morning. Bowls, Yorker. D'Oliveira just digs it out.
Christian David Charles Clark.
Nice.
I didn't actually examine his
3
middle
initials.
names
3 initials for a New Zealander, and quite unusual, I think.
Well, Williams has it as well. It's William Salter Austin Williams.
Come on then, tell us a bit more about Christian Clark.
Well, I said he was born in Waikato. He was born in a place called, I'm probably going to make a complete mess of this, Te Awamutu.
Te Awamutu, yeah.
Shut.
He's overpitched on D'Oliveira's leg, but he's only got a single. Van Buren, lovely bit of work. Chased after the ball, went down far too early, and then found that he was almost crawling after it. He was giving a good giggle to everybody. He did catch it, but that would have been really funny if it had gone past him and through for 4.
Second effort.
He went down early, and he was like a child crawling after a ball then. Oh, brilliant. Lovely stuff from Graham Van Buren, and he enjoyed it, and so did everybody else, I think. Brett D'Oliveira, who hit it, having a right laugh. Nice to see that, isn't it? A bit of fun between the teams. Genuine fun. Clark bowls. Hose works away on the onside. Hammond fields at mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. 119 for 3. 4 overs left until tea. It's been, well, I was going to say turgid. That might be a bit harsh. Attritional stuff this afternoon.
So the top attractions in Te Awamutu. There's the Te Awamutu Rose Garden.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's worth a visit.
Nice.
Couple of museums.
Nice part of the world.
There's a space centre there, according to this. The Te Awamutu Space Centre. It's not the biggest space centre I've seen. There's Charlesworth in, and that's dabbed so delicately that it's going to be fielded by the keeper. Toe end of the bat, and it wasn't too close to off stump, but at the same time D'Oliveira had no idea where that was going. It's got great reviews, the Te Awamutu Space Centre.
I've been there.
Other space centres may be available, but not in Te Awamutu.
No, I haven't been there. I've been very close. I've been to Hamilton. I've been to Taupo. I haven't been to Te Awamutu, but I know exactly where it is.
Charlesworth in and bowls, and well left by D'Oliveira.
So he's
lively delivery.
He's a Northern District player then, a Central District player. No, Northern District probably.
Yeah.
Northern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Just.
So him and Will Williams would have had some. I'd imagine just about some battles in New Zealand domestic cricket. Although be close actually, because Williams would have left right around when Clark would have started. Charlesworth balls back of a leg, drop down through gully. They'll take a single. 120 for 3. Is that 2 all?
Yeah.
On the fly count. This person says that the Te Awamutu Space Centre is one of the highlights of their 10-day North Island tour.
Okay, good. You need more than 10 days to do the North Island properly, I think. I did 6 months, I didn't see all of it. I was playing cricket.
120 for 3, Charlesworth bowls,
Shot.
driving confidently but back to the bowl and knocked down by Charlesworth in his follow 3. Does look good when he steps into those shots, does Adam Hose. It says there's live International Space Station feeds, videos on living in space, amazing Lego displays.
A long way to go to look at Lego though. You can
Yes.
you only got to go to Reading, haven't you? Or
Just build it yourself. Virtual reality space tour.
is it Windsor? I can't remember. Legoland. Other block building materials are available.
Bowls again, it's drilled back at him on the drive, and Charlesworth may have rather felt that one in his right hand. Knocked it down, no run. Yeah. Okay, are there any other notable people from this settlement? Well, you might know these people, I certainly don't. Charlesworth in, and that's defended back to the bowler.
I'm sure I won't.
The Finn brothers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Crowded House.
Yeah. There you
Weather
go.
with you.
So you do know. So maybe you
Oh,
won't be
yeah.
there.
They're from Te Awamutu.
Apparently so.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I was wondering whether he might be the most famous person from Te Awamutu,
Oh,
but
no.
maybe not then.
No.
120 for 3, end of the over.
I'm a massive fan of the Finn brothers. I really am. Weather with you. Crowded House.
The town apparently is mentioned
Yes, it is probably
in Split Ends' song
Yeah.
Haul Away,
okay.
and also in Crowded House's 1986 song Mean to Me.
Mean to me. Yeah. Very good.
Things you can find online.
Crowded House are great. They really are. So there we are. I didn't know. I've really taken a liking to him now, Christian Clark.
You hope he gets 5 for now.
Oh, not that much. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who runs this off the edge. Well, not off the edge, off the face, to be fair. Down to third man, picks up 2. As Phillips goes back to do the fielding. 122 for 3. Yeah, they're a very good band, Crowded House, for me. And the Finn brothers themselves have also released albums as the Finn brothers. Quite a distinctive sound. At Your Side is another one that I really like. At Your Feet, yeah. That one's short outside the off stump from Clark, and D'Oliveira this time plays it much more authoritatively off the face of the bat, off the back foot behind square for 2 more on the leg side. Goes set 16, he's had to work hard, 48 deliveries. Hose is 28 off 67. It's been hard work out there for the batters. Slowish pitch. Had to work really hard for your runs. Clark to D'Oliveira. Pushes into the covers. And there's no run.
It hasn't exactly flown since that 6, but it does feel a little bit different.
Yeah, tiny bit. It's yeah, just a little bit static, isn't it? I'll have a look at the stats for this session in a minute after this ball. Clark bowls, D'Oliveira gets one that comes back at him and has to just fend it down. So at lunch it was 52, wasn't it, without loss? So 72 added for 3 wickets, and we've had 30 overs. 72 for 3 and 30. It's not going to fill the grounds, is it? Not that it's anybody's fault, and it's a 4-day game, and you've got to get parity first before you can start trying to work your way ahead. This one again is fended rather than played down on the leg side by D'Oliveira. He's getting close to that front line again.
I think he's really,
Simon Woodard goes to mark it with his foot.
he's really trying to bend his back now, isn't he? Because he's got the 2 short mid wickets. He's got 2 fielders back on the boundary. I don't know that he's trying to bang everything in, but he's certainly trying to dig it in a little bit more.
Comes in now, last ball of the over. Let go by D'Oliveira and fumbled by Bracey, unusual, but a lot of movement after it had gone past the stumps. But they considered a bye and then decided that he hadn't fumbled it sufficiently far away from him to allow that to happen. So it is a dot and the end of the over. 2 left to tee, 124 for 3. And I think somebody's dropped a hat or something. Bracey just walking past it, I don't know. No, it's the...
oh, we're going to get some Miles Hammond.
Yeah, it's the shin pad, I think.
Going to get some Miles Hammond. Well, this could be interesting if it's his game.
Yeah, which you couldn't argue with, could you?
Again, he's coming into the attack ahead of Jack Taylor. Has a couple of wickets this season which came in the opening match. Jack Taylor is now ahead of him in the bowling averages though. 2 for 21 versus 2 for 45. Hammond's
got the cool look, bowling in the shades.
Yes,
on a day when the sun's not shining.
Always needs that, yeah. My favourite was during COVID, where the locks obviously couldn't be trimmed really, so he had very much the Bjorn Borg look going. So there's a short leg and a slip as Hammond bowls, and that's just watched closely by Hose. He plays with what turn there might be into the leg side. So have we seen any spin from that Tiglis end at all? I don't remember.
No.
I don't remember Fatih Singh bowling at all from there. I don't think Van Buren has either.
That's the end that...
Hammond bowls turned into short leg. He was just off there with Hose and just had to stop. One of those dismissals where you turn the ball straight to short leg and the short leg just throws the stumps down.
It's the end that they were bowled out from the other day.
Right.
Mainly.
Hammond lofts that one up and it's driven through the space in the covers. Van Buren on the cover boundary, fields just the single. So backward point, mid-off and cover with a slip. That's the offside field. Then short leg, mid-wicket, backward square, then a long on and almost a cow corner. Hammond bowls. Oh, he's got that one underneath the bat of D'Oliveira, who was tempted seemingly by that gap through the offside, tried to drive and drove over the top of it and through the gate but not onto the stumps. Let's have a look again and see how much that one missed by. Hammond bowls flatter and turned leg side for a single to that deep mid wicket. He will give the ball some loop, will Miles Hammond, that you do know. Yeah. Actually, it wasn't really through the gate, he beat him on the outside edge. Looking at that. But he does toss it up. Hammond bowls now, and Hose just very gently pushes to backward point. So 126 for 3. Hammond's got through and over for 2. Gloucestershire looking for one more on the stroke of tea. This will be the last over before the interval.
And it will be bowled by Christian Clark from the New Road end. We haven't had much sunshine today. Been pretty grey all day, but completely dry since early this morning in Worcester. Clark to D'Oliveira. Bowls, and D'Oliveira's working this one, or trying to work it on the leg side, but misses it, taken on the pad. No run. So the afternoon session, story of, in this over, Lunch 52 without loss, Latigan 26, Libby 19, 18 overs gone, Worcestershire having started well, this in response to Gloucestershire's 289 all out. D'Oliveira defends again. They picked up those last 3 wickets this morning, 1 for Taylor, 2 for Swanepoel. Miles Hammond finished 139 not out, and Swanepoel 5 for 65. And as I say, Lunch 52 without loss. But in the 25th over, Latigan was LBW to Will Williams for 33. And in his next over, Williams pinned Libby LBW for 29. So 2 quick wickets for Williams, who bowled very, very well in that post-lunch period. D'Oliveira not really in control of this one, as it slides off the face and is fielded by Bancroft diving to his right at the only slip, and it's at 4th slip. Tells you what they think about this pitch, I think, that they haven't got any conventional slips. And a 3rd wicket down 6 overs later, 87 for 3, when Gareth Roderick was bowled by Daz Ahmed for 7. Since then, these two have added 39. Down the leg side, this one taken by Bracey, and they've done it in well, very circumspect fashion. It included a 6 from Adam Hose, but it's taken them. This is the 19th over that they've been together, and they've added 39. So that tells you what kind of an afternoon session we've had here. Attritional is the word.
Other thing, 7 wickets yesterday, all caught. 6 today.
4 LBW.
4 LBWs and a bowled.
Yeah. Clark in again. D'Oliveira plays the ball up to mid-on. Van Buren fields, and there's no run.
And you might say, okay, the bowled wasn't going to hit the stumps, but it was still dragged onto the stumps, which maybe tells its own story as well.
Well, I think the story it tells me is that you bowl straight on this pitch. Bowl straight, just keep bowling straight. Clark in, does exactly that. D'Oliveira defends. That is the end of the over, and that is the end of the session. 126 for 3, Worcestershire, with Brett D'Oliveira unbeaten on 17, Adam Hose unbeaten on 29, and we have had in this innings 52 overs. So that tells you its own story. It's been absolutely tough going for the batters out there. Bowling figures, Williams the best of them, 2 for 31 from 13. Clark, none for 41 from 13. Ahmed, 1 for 9 from 8. Very, very tidy overs. That's tea on day 2. We'll be back at round about 4:15, maybe just before that. Do join us then. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester. Play about to get underway. Final session, day 2. Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. And Worcestershire are 126 for 3 in response to Gloucestershire's first innings, 289. So they trail by 163 with 7 wickets remaining. And the 2 batsmen at the crease are Adam Hose on 29 and Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, who is on 17. D'Oliveira's faced 60 deliveries, Hose has faced 71, and it's been hard work out there for everybody actually. Hard work for the bowlers, hard work for the batters, hard work for the commentators.
Oh, nobody's got any sympathy for us.
Ed Seaborn will talk you through the first over, which is going to be bowled from the Diglis end by Will Williams, I think, who has been the most successful so far with 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. He's also been very economical. 2 for 31 from 13. Keeper standing up, and he'll be trying to nail them bowled or LBW, won't he, Ed?
Yes. That's the general plan when Will Williams is bowling. He gets an awful lot of his wickets bowled and LBW. Maybe if Hose were to go quite hard after one, he might bring the slips into play, but we've not seen much evidence of slip catches being particularly likely. We've only really seen a couple of outside edges. It's been more challenging the inside edge and getting batters to fall over, a little bit of uneven bounce. As in comes Williams for the first ball. Well, there is a ball that skids through on Bracey, who's done well to get enough fingertip on that Jack Taylor can stop it at first slip. That was not far off Bracey's first buys of the innings, but again he just did enough. It was a nightmare of a ball, especially first ball of a session to try and take. Getting through. The ball back with Williams. 2 for 31, bowling now to Hose. Defended into the offside, so it begins. The grinding down of the Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira forward defence, and Will Williams continuing to bowl full and straight. He's having a bit of a word with Steve O'Shaughnessy. I wonder if O'Shaughnessy's just saying, you're getting a little bit close to that danger area for my liking. Not sure. Williams bowls and hand off the bat from Hose, softening it into the leg side. There's no run. I think it was actually bowling round the wicket, but Williams did get a warning in the game against Durham for encroaching on the danger area, and it would be in Gloucestershire's interests for Will Williams to get as close as possible to that danger area, given that they will be bowling last. In comes Williams, bowls left by Hose. I'm sure there are Worcestershire supporters saying, yeah, but we've not avoided the follow-on yet. I really don't think. I'm very confident that Worcestershire will avoid the follow-on. What have they got to get? 14 more runs? Here is Williams bowls and defended for no run into the offside. So Williams picking up where he left off. I would have been stunned, dismayed if Will Williams hadn't been the choice to open the bowling from that end. They will just have the new ball available tonight, but only for a couple of overs, so whether they take it or not, I don't know. Williams bowls and Hose dabs to point. There won't be a run, so maiden over to start. 126 for 3. I was trying to think at tea how many more wickets would Gloucestershire would like
4.
Would like 4. I thought 3 was the over under. So, yeah, 3 still it would be fairly in keeping with how the whole match has gone if Worcestershire score about 80 runs for 3 in this session. But if they only lost 2, then that would look a little bit troubling if they then had a really good morning tomorrow. Lose more than that, and Gloucestershire will be feeling there's a good chance of a first innings lead.
Yeah, there's not much in it, I don't think, at the moment. It's waiting for somebody, either with the ball or a pair with the bat, to take it one way or the other. I think that's the way it feels to me. Christian Clark continuing from the New Road end, down the leg side. D'Oliveira turns it round the corner, fielded it backward square leg, no run. Yeah, it just feels like that. It's a game that's waiting to be taken by one side or the other. 3 quick wickets, which you often get, and it would be very much in the visitors' favour. But if these two can put on 100 more without losing a wicket, Worcestershire will feel they're in a really good position. Clark in, bowls, D'Oliveira leaves alone, wide outside the stump. Bracey loves a tumble, doesn't he? Dives across, perfectly good take, and then instead of just jumping back to his feet, he has a little gambol, like a little lamb in the springtime. Becomes a habit then. Nothing wrong with it. It's quite exciting to watch, really, at times. 126 for 3. Clark again bowls. D'Oliveira's taken on the pad. There's an appeal, which I think is as much for a catch as anything. They realise that he's not going to give it LBW, and it's gone in the air to Bancroft at 4th slip, so they think, I tell you what, we'll pretend he hit it, and that's why I wasn't given that LBW, and we'll appeal for the catch. Umpire Widdop shakes his head, says I'm too clever for that.
It was more of a sort of a lamb's bleating appeal than anything else.
From the man Bracey. It's like the Alan Shearer goal celebration. The right arm in the air. Anyway, it hurt D'Oliveira. I think it might have hit him on the inner thigh. Had to take a breath. He's okay now. Clark bowls down the leg side. He's going to get 4 for that, D'Oliveira. Got inside it, just tickled it. Didn't even get a bat on it. 4 leg byes. Nobody minds about that in the Worcester dressing room. 4 more onto the total. And first runs since tea. 130 for 3 now. And the deficit coming down all the time. 159.
Over 8 plus 3.
Yeah, that's
danger in that regard, yeah.
Van Buren gets through them really quickly. Clark again bowls. Ooh, beats D'Oliveira, but it's a no ball. 6 extras in this over. 132 for 3 now. Bowled a good few of them.
Yeah.
It's silly, isn't it? I know. Famously, there have been bowlers that have bowled lots of no balls and still taken lots of wickets and everything, but I just don't get it. When you bowl as many overs as this, it's not that important to get right on the line. Bowls again outside the off stump, and Bracey dives, and the ball's low, so low that he couldn't get his roll in after he'd taken it. He landed on his elbows. Good take, but he's being kept moving, is James Bracey in this over.
You do just sort of think the volume that he has bowled, be, what, 15 I think now across his 2 games. Eventually you are going to come a cropper and take a wicket off one.
Christian Clark bowls, yeah, absolutely. That one left alone outside the off stump. Bracey takes, no run, end of the over. 6 from it, all extras. 132 for 3. And we have 30 overs left in the day. I was surprised. What do I know? I would be bowling Van Buren at this end. I think he looked threatening. I think somebody would have made a mistake sooner or later. And it may well be that he will come on fairly shortly. I mean, his figures are pretty tidy. Hasn't got a wicket, but 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. That's about the sort of economy rate that most of the Worcestershire bowlers managed.
Williams, though, plugging away from the Diglis end and gets another one to not exactly leap through on Adam Hose, who doesn't, I think, rightly fancy an attacking shot there. So both these batters still where they were at tee, with only the extras column moving forward. They started off Clark with that, it's not quite a leg side trap field, as Hose dabs to point, no run. Still had a few extra on the offside, but again, leg gully, couple back on the boundary. But I'm not sure whether it's almost less so for the shorter ball, but just one that D'Oliveira just turns to one of those fielders. I'm not sure. He did get, I think, a couple of leg side strangles at Northampton, Christian Clark. Williams bowling, and this is pushed just out of reach of Joe Phillips at backward point, and a single can just about be taken. He's going to replace his divot, I think. Joe Phillips, there we go. Boot it back in with the right boot. He's being very diligent about it. I bet he plays golf. I think they all play golf. So the first run off the bat of the evening session, so 133 for 3. Williams in and bowls, riding the bounce, and suspiciously played back up the surface for, well, it would have been for Williams to field, but he allows Hammond to do it. 46 runs this partnership has put on, and D'Oliveira doesn't have a boundary. 17 from 68 balls. Williams in, oh, that does bounce, definitely. Catches towards the upper part of D'Oliveira's bat, but he's played it pretty well. If you go at that any harder, then it probably does chip either back to the bowler or out to mid-wicket. Going down for a tap. And it's so weird how this is happening with the... And we saw it in the first innings a little bit as well. It seems to be happening more with the old ball than with the new ball. I'd have thought it was the same at Northampton. It was the complete opposite, and I'd have expected that to be the case. In general, when there's uneven bounce, you sort of expect it to happen with the newer, harder ball. You get more variation. Last ball of the over defended, and 133 for 3 with just a single off that Will Williams over.
Yeah, so it continues the same as it was before the interval, really, with the bowlers being pretty miserly, the field being pretty defensive, and the batters being pretty circumspect. All in all, doesn't make it too pretty for the spectator, sadly. I think that's the real truth of it. Here comes Clark, bowls to Hose, who's taken on the pads a long way forward. It was an awful long way for the ball to go after it passed him before it hit the stumps for the umpire to give that out. It was a big LBW shout, but I think it was optimistic.
At this rate,
I've watched... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Frank, at this rate, Worcestershire will just about get a batting point.
Yeah.
110 overs,
Yeah.
266.
I've watched 6 days of this, really, in the last week. Honestly, it's absolute Groundhog Day. Clark bowls. Oh, that's a good shot. Closed drives, but it's no runs. It's a no ball though. Again.
It's also odd that he and again he knows his game far better than I do, because he's
played international cricket. It's just interesting because when most bowlers bowl a no ball, they then do a bit of measuring out, bit of pawing at the ground, but he just goes straight back to his mark and bowls again.
Hose whips this one away on the leg side nicely, but he'll only get one. As Borman comes down to do the fielding. At least it's another one off the bat. It is really turgid stuff. 136 for 3 now.
I think we've been tiptoeing around that word a couple of times, but I think now you have to say it's getting there.
A few years ago, a couple of pitches here where no wickets fell in a day. So Notts followed on against Worcester in one game. It's pushed out on the offside, this next one, no run. And on the Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater both got unbeaten hundreds on the last day, and they batted all day. And then we played Warwickshire in a game here, same season I think, and Worcestershire did the same on the last day, didn't lose a wicket. Dire, absolutely dire. No, it's not quite like that, but Clark bowls and D'Oliveira works him away on the leg side for a single. Not quite like that, but I wouldn't mind betting that if you walked around this ground, you would find a few people dozing off. 50 partnership between D'Oliveira and Hose.
140 deliveries.
140 deliveries, yeah. That's what it's been like. And you know what? Let's just get this clear. Not blaming anyone. Tricky pitch, difficult situation, good tight bowling. Hose inside edge off this one, nipped back a bit. Squirted out on the leg side for another single.
And a partnership Worcestershire really
needed. Absolutely.
Those three
quick
quick ones, because we had a couple of instances of 2 quick ones, but in the Gloucestershire innings, I'm struggling to think whether we had 3 really quick
three of
ones.
your major batters gone in fairly quick succession. Yeah. So good work by these two. Pretty mature cricketers, to be fair. That's a good shot from D'Oliveira.
First boundary.
Short and wide outside the off stump, and that is D'Oliveira all over that back cut. It is his first boundary. Got on right on top of it, beautifully cut away down to third man for 4. And that was quite an expensive over by the standards of this game. 7 runs came from it. And it's 142 for 3. D'Oliveira 22, Hose 32.
And there's, I suppose if you're thinking in other terms, it's also the extra ball because of the no ball that has gone to the boundary. So, 6 no balls in his 15 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled too many no balls, hasn't he? No question about that.
So it's Williams who will continue to be the human embodiment of parsimony, as he is in now, and he'll concede a run, of course. It's only going to be the one, just off the hip down to fine leg. Wouldn't even like conceding that run, I don't think. 143 for 3. Runs are flowing. An outburst of scoring, such as we've not seen for pretty much all day. 10 runs in 6 deliveries. Defended up to out to point. D'Oliveira, as Phillips does the fielding. The sun has made a brief appearance. The cloud's getting a little higher, but it's mostly overcast. It has been fairly cloudy all day. Gosh, it's heating up now. Looking at the forecast for Tuesday. Oh, that's really helpful. I've still got the forecast for Northampton up. It's defended away to cover. It's supposed to be 36 degrees in Northampton on Tuesday. What's it saying for here?
Yeah, 36 as well. So at least the spectators won't absolutely roast on the hottest day, which at the moment is forecast to be Tuesday, but it's meant to be 31 on Monday. A little bit of cloud again tomorrow. Williams bowls, that's a good ball, which has the beating of D'Oliveira. Bracey again, hopeful of a collapse forward from D'Oliveira, but whilst he was beaten, maintained his balance. 31 on Monday. An amber warning has been issued by the Met Office for Monday and Tuesday. But there is still just a little possibility of some rain by the looks of things on Monday. They obviously think it might bubble up a little bit. Defended into the offside for no run. Very high pollen. Don't suffer from hay fever, do you? No. Thankfully, at the moment, neither do I. But I gather you can.
Yeah,
you
so
can get it.
Can get it late in life.
Yeah.
It's passed me by.
Can get it at any time. It's all to do with your immune system, I'm told. Here's Williams bowling, and that's defended to complete the over. was Williams appealing there? He pointed at the umpire. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 143 for 3. I don't know if that was an appeal or just pointing. No, apparently it can. Your immune system can get confused if you have a virus, and then it can sort of mistake the pollen for this foreign body, as it were, that needs to be expunged, and it sends your cells into overdrive, and you can get these sudden associations late in life with certain types of pollen.
Well, it's a funny thing, the whole system, because I had a very bad virus about 8 years ago, which caused a serious chest complaint and all sorts of. I won't go into detail because it was horrible. But when I'd finished it all and a lot of gunge had been expelled from the system, I lost my sense of taste and smell.
Right.
And I haven't got them back. Here comes Christian Clark, and bowls from the Diglis end, and Hose drives and gets a lucky sort of inside edge square on the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 34, 144 for 3. And it's called post-viral anosmia, and I have lost basically 80% of my sense of smell and probably about 70% of my taste. Eating is a memory thing, so you think, oh yeah, I like that, and you remember the taste, and that works. Smells are really strange because this break off is Mark bowls and D'Oliveira drives up to mid-off. But I sometimes can smell things, but they're not the smell that it should be. So I go into the fish and chip shop, and it's meant to be that lovely sort of vinegary smell, and it's actually quite unpleasant for me. And my wife opened a tin of tuna once and said, "Can you smell that?" And she held it under my nose, and I couldn't smell it at all. It's really strange. And they say it could come back, but it won't now. I think it comes back within 2 or 3 years, and it hasn't for me. Clark bowls, D'Oliveira drive, beautiful shot. Guess what? No ball. And I would be getting a bit annoyed now if I was Cameron Bancroft, because that's the 13th. Sorry, no, that's the 7th no ball. So 14 extras just from Clark overstepping, which means that his figures of, would be a lot better if he hadn't been bowling so many no balls. And balls again now, and down the leg side. Bracey gathers. So he's bowled 15 and a half overs, he's gone for 53. 55 now, and if he hadn't bowled all the no balls, it'd be 43, which is a lot better.
And then the extra deliveries as well, at the last over where the extra ball went for 4. And also because he's now bowled 17 and a half overs effectively, almost there.
He's bowled more than anybody else. Well, same as Williams, but nowhere near as well, I wouldn't say. Turned away on the leg side by D'Oliveira for a single, this one. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm surprised he's kept him going for as long as he has. I've seen Ahmed warming up, which suggests he'll come in. He's bowled 8 overs for 9, Ahmed. We're very tidy. Charles was tidy. 7 overs for 13.
They all seem to prefer that Diglis end. But yeah, he does have this knack. The games that I've seen of producing a wicket from nowhere.
Clark bowls down the leg side, and they're appealing for a catch. And they're exaggeratedly appealing for a catch. Howe's unimpressed, suggesting by his body language that it came off his thigh pad.
The appeal police here are quite quite something.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
They don't like anybody appealing.
We'll have a look. To be fair, it looks optimistic, doesn't it, down the leg side? But you never know with those. You can never tell. Thigh pad, I think. Pretty clear thigh pad on the replay. It's just that there's obviously a noise. Clark again is in and bowls, and Hose defends off the back foot. There's no run. Finally, the end of the over. 147 for 3. You know, there's a lot of thigh pads now, and the actual top surface is hard. And that makes more of a noise. I think if somebody should design a thigh pad that is just as protective, it's got that hard layer in, but just cover it with a softer surface on the top, and it wouldn't make that noise, and you wouldn't get so many of these appeals. And I think umpires probably prefer that, because sometimes they must get it wrong and think it's bat, or bring in Hawkeye everywhere.
Well, they managed to get rid of, I think the clicky bat handles went. You would have thought You would have thought it was within people buying these things' interests for it not to be like that. Yeah, think about that. Will Williams in and bowling, some bounce there.
It has been said to me that it will, by, I can't remember who it was, by somebody who was in the know, that it will not be long before we have some form of DRS in county cricket, some form. Whether that will include such things as hotspot and.
I think that's the tricky thing is the sort of ultra edge equivalent, isn't it?
But run outs and umpires call and that kind of thing.
Williams in and defended into the offside. It probably would be. It would have to be different, wouldn't it? In terms of it would be there for the clear and obvious mistake, which
those words. That was VAR.
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't help it. I couldn't think of anything else to say it.
Yeah.
But it would try to remove the howler, I suppose.
I don't think anybody knows, but I've been told that it will be coming.
Well, I just think in terms of the cost and what you could do, because there is already rudimentary, well, probably better than rudimentary ball tracking from the as Williams is in, and that's pushed offside, no run. The GoPros that the umpires wear, I don't know how reliable the ball tracking is, but every ball is tracked, so there's again, I don't know how reliable it is. It probably would be nowhere near as reliable as Hawkeye, because that's using multiple cameras, triangulation, all that sort of thing. But what you might be able to do was, run-outs I suppose would be an easy one, because you've just got to get a camera along the line as Williams bowls to D'Oliveira, and that's left. I suppose in all this, what does it take? Is there the desire to spend that amount of money on the county championship? I fear maybe the answer is no.
Depends where the money comes from.
True.
I mean, it's a one-off investment. It's not massively expensive to run, is it? I wouldn't have thought once you've got it.
Williams in and just riding that one and playing with soft hands into the gully.
Have to be on every ground.
I suppose that's the issue, isn't it?
Because
a lot of grounds, out grounds as well. What do you do then?
Because they have it in some rounds and not others, and that seems silly, doesn't it? I don't know. I suppose it would depend on the portability of the equipment as well. If you have it on outground.
You know, if you play 2 games at Cheltenham where it's not there,
yeah,
and other counties play all their matches where it is.
Yeah.
Williams in a part of the bat from D'Oliveira. Williams, I think he wasn't far off, but he has to turn and take his cap and his sunglasses, having not taken the wicket in the over, but he's now going at under 2 and over, 2 for 33 in 17 overs. And
it is going to be Des Ahmed.
It's nothing too unusual for Will Williams, these figures. 147 for 3.
Des Ahmed at the New Road end. Bowling to Adam Hose, checks his guard, of course, scrapes it with his right foot and prepares to continue. 34 not out, Hose off 88 deliveries. D'Oliveira's faced 88 deliveries too, and he's made 23. Hardly anything in it. Hose is 6 down the ground, the only 6 of the game so far, and other than that shot, really, there is not much between them.
Do you like an update from Cardiff?
Yes.
Surrey at 83 for 8. That's a deficit of 275.
Barring 1 or 2 partnerships.
Yeah.
That game has been a batting nightmare.
5 for 42 for young
He's a
Tom
prospect,
Norton.
isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody so happy as when he got that.
That was amazing,
It
wasn't
was
it?
fabulous, wasn't it? Just remembered why you play the game.
Just the emotions of a Welsh teenager.
absolutely.
So you've been clamouring for it, fast bowler.
Des Ahmed in, bowls wide outside the off stump. Thank you, says Adam Hose, for that loosener. And he hammers it through the covers for a boundary. Yeah, he's not far from here, where he's from, Abergavenny, so not far into South Wales, down through Monmouth, which is, you go down the M5, then the M50, down to Monmouth, and then on to Abergavenny. Only an hour or hour and a quarter. Worcestershire played Glamorgan at Abergavenny once in the 80s. Tiny little ground. Viv Richards was playing. Fantastic stuff.
That was where Andrew Simons formed his heroics for Gloucestershire.
And that's another short one from Ahmed, which hammered away by Hose, but this time a good diving stop in the covers by Jack Taylor, and there's no run.
6 record that Ben Stokes went on to break.
It is there's one boundary where it curves in. It's very small indeed. Beautiful place.
Jaffragol Srinath took a 9 for in the same game for Gloucestershire.
In again, Des Ahmed bowls. Hose drives again beautifully. He's enjoying it out there, but he's not got a run again because there's a good tumbling stop at mid-off by Christian Clark.
Suddenly batting on a different pitch.
Well, it's all about length, isn't it?
Ahmed just settling
What he
in.
doesn't want to do now is get one that's just not quite there. Go for the drive. But it's wide, and he throws the hands at it and doesn't time it, just hits it into the ground. But you know, we were talking at tea and we were saying that Adam Hose is often saddled with this responsibility of recovery, particularly this season, when really he's the sort of player that thrives if he comes in when you're 175 for 3 and he can play his game and he's able to. But the danger is when he starts to just start to try and up it as he is at the moment. That's why I'm pleased to see him leave that one, because he's hit the fielder 3 times, and I just think the adrenaline sometimes kicks in and you think, oh yeah, timed that well, that felt good, and you want to hit one to the boundary and you do something silly.
I haven't really followed his career as closely at Worcestershire.
He's only got 2 first-class hundreds in his entire career.
So I was going to ask, has he been a sort of a mainstay for Worcestershire's red ball side in recent times? Or?
Yeah.
Another drive into the offside, and although it's missed by Jack Taylor, they don't take a run end of the over. Total is 151 for 3. Yeah, he's a mainstay of the side, definitely. He's a senior figure in the dressing room, definitely. Obviously, he's played white ball cricket all over the world. Only got 1 red ball 100 for Warwickshire. Came here because he was offered the chance to play more red ball cricket, and has become an integral member of the side, but probably still only averaging just over 30 or something like that. But you know, take into account pitches last season.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Situations that he's had to come in, etc. But it's a better side when he's in it than it is when he isn't, I would say. And I personally, I've said this and I've written it too, I admire somebody who's cracked the franchise game but still wants to prove themselves in red ball cricket. In when they're in their 30s, which is what he is.
And I also, along similar lines, and you reminded me, and I thought at the time when he moved here, as it's steered away to point for no run, I thought, good on him for wanting to move from a bigger, as it were, bigger county, the haves and the have-nots. I know it's not made of that now, but exactly, yeah. Because and it, if anything, just also because he wants to play more. So many players want to play less, and so many players are. You know, it's hard to blame them because they're earning more money doing it, but earning more money for not playing.
No, you're right.
Pushed to point for no run.
Edgbaston than he does to New Road. Bit like the Warwickshire captain who still lives in Worcester. When asked what's the biggest difference between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, he said driving to work.
Mr. One Day Cup. Gloucestershire will play Warwickshire this year in the
salary, but he said
One Day
driving
Cup.
to work.
Williams bowls, defended back. Gloucestershire will play Warwickshire this season at Rugby in the One Day Cup. They've got a couple of outground
You can go and find
away
the plaque.
trips.
The plaque that tells you that on this field, William Webb Ellis
picked
up the ball.
Of course.
That's not far from the cricket ground. I used to take my Repton school teams to Rugby for cricket fixes.
Leicestershire at Kibworth as well. Williams into D'Oliveira, meets it with his defensive bat, and no run. Speaking of Leicestershire, I mean they are
been there as well,
trouncing Yorkshire.
County age group teams. Go on, Leicestershire, Yorkshire.
399 for 5. Rian Ahmed finally dismissed for 128, but Nick Kelly is 121 not out.
Ben Cox in.
He made 31. Bowled by Hassan Ali, but 403 for 5, leading by 218. Williams to D'Oliveira, gets his bat in line and defends for no run. So it'll be moving forward for maximum batting. But actually, your man Joey Everson's batting now for Leicestershire.
Do you know what? He
on
looks
loan.
Just like Luke Charles.
Yeah, he is. Williams turning, starting his measured approach in and bowls. And D'Oliveira plays it into the leg side for a change, and there is no run for not a change. 151 for 3, but well, it's not many runs, but 25 runs, and again time and patience being exercised here for Gloucestershire. They want something to be happening a bit quicker than it is, even if Worcestershire is still not absolutely getting away from them. But in the context of a game where you've got a first innings just under 300, 20-30 runs still means something, even if it takes a long time to accumulate. So getting towards the stage where this partnership is becoming a bit of a problem, even if it's slow moving.
Taz Ahmed from the New Road end bowls to Hose, who is forward to this, plays up to mid-on, fielded by Van Buren. Chief Polisher, that red stripe down his back of his trousers, then polishes it in the shirt as well. wipes a bit of sweat off his brow, gets that on the ball as well.
Do you reckon he washes up all the water bottles at the end of play as well?
Yeah, probably. Here comes Ahmed again. Balls and hoses in behind this, pushing out on the onside. We're in danger of finishing on time tonight. 22 overs left after this.
Oh, there'll always be something.
More spin.
We might do, yeah. They do tend to find something, but yeah, we must. I would imagine we must get some more Van Buren or some spin before the second new ball, because I want to rest Williams at some point. Luke Charlesworth might bowl for a bit, but won't bowl a really long spell, I don't think.
Ahmed to hose, pushed out on the offside. No run.
I think he'd deserve another spell, Charlesworth, but there'd still be some overs to fill. And it sort of feels. I mean, you don't want to panic, but it feels as though they might need to change it up and see what spin has to offer again.
Yeah, they need a wicket. Daz Ahmed into hose. Down the leg side, missed by hose. Missed by Bracey. Might be a leg by actually. Yeah, leg by. Wasn't quite missed by hose, hit his thigh. Single taken. And a measure of the attritional nature of this innings is that Worcestershire have hit 14 fours and 1 6, and Latigan hit 6 of those fours.
Yeah. It's because they got off to a relatively quick start.
Hit 4. So since Latigan and Libby were out, that was in the 27th over when Libby was out. Since then, D'Oliveira drives. That might be 4. Beautiful shot actually. Through the covers, it is 4. It's a very, very nice shot indeed from D'Oliveira. He goes to 27, 156 for 3. But since Latigan and Libby were out, before that one, there had been 1 6 and 4 4s in 28 overs. That's pretty. That's telling. Let's put it that way. Informative.
Well, that is our job. Educational, entertaining. Not sure about informative.
Ahmed bowls again, a bit full. D'Oliveira drives square on the offside. Charlesworth does the fieldings. The end of the over, 156 for 3. Worcestershire are basically trailing now by 133 runs with 7 wickets remaining.
I think we're going to get some spin. We are.
Van Buren from the Diglis end, he hasn't bowled that end.
Yeah, so maybe cycle through a couple of seamers from this end, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a bit of a look. He certainly got a bit to. It wasn't as though there wasn't anything happening from the new road end, but it's always worth a bit of a look. I suppose Hammond got one to do a little bit in the 1 over that he bowled from that Diglis end. So no short leg, just a slip. Van Buren bowls and stroked off the back foot. Hose backing away, giving himself some room, but realising that he couldn't have a full-blooded crashing drive at it. Played it to cover. Van Buren bowls a quick delivery. Hose waits for it to come to him. Just defends out on the offside to Hammond. It's almost actually having to slow himself down a little bit. Well, not having to, but he is slowing himself down a little bit. If Graham Van Buren wants to, he'll just get that ball straight back and go in and bowl again. But it's taking a little bit of time. Cutting. Good hand on that from Hammond. That'll allow Borman to keep it to a single on the cover boundary.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl your over too quickly, because I think you can, if you don't set yourself and calm yourself and think what you're going to bowl, you're in danger of bowling a bad one or just repeating the same delivery. If you just repeat the same delivery all the time, the batter gets wise to it.
57 for 3 Van Buren bowls, an appeal for LBW, but it looks quite leg-side-ish.
But at the same time, you can upset the batsman's concentration. Now, I think batsmen are quite entitled to step back and say, hang on, I'm not ready yet. Which they tend to do. If somebody's I mean, Phil Edmonds, the old Middlesex left-arm spinner, at one stage went off one pace. It was almost Bomber Wells-esque.
Van Buren bowls up to the back, turn to backward square. No run, Ahmed.
Used to play the old 55 over competition, the Benson Hedges, and when it got to the knockout stage, you still had lunch. So you had lunch and tea. So you had a period, then you had lunch, then you had a batting period, then you had tea. And when Mike Gatting was captain of Middlesex,
last ball of the over comes in now. That turns a little bit, straightens. Another appeal for LBW. No, says Steve O'Shaughnessy. Van Buren liked that, I think, a little more than some. Seemed to turn and bounce a little bit. Whether it's done a bit too much, gone over the top, I don't know. It certainly didn't look plumb from here. That's all I can say until I've seen the replay videos. Well, particularly because of that last ball. Or just the single off it, in fact. Yeah.
Anyway,
look at that last
11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 29. Yeah, so when Mike Gatting was captain of Middlesex, he had John Embury, very well-known England off-spinner, and Phil Edmonds, well-known England left-arm spinner, in tandem. And what they would do, Middlesex, if they were bowling first in a 50-over game, they did it to Worcestershire very cleverly in the 1988 NatWest final at Lord's. They would bowl their seamers, Fraser and Hughes, etc., and then half an hour before lunch, or 20 minutes before lunch, you would bring on the spinners together, and it was an overs game, but you don't want to lose a wicket before lunch. And they would whiz through 10 overs in half an hour, easily, maybe even less, and your scoreboard would be, and you'd go into lunch and think, crikey, we've only got 20 overs left, or 15 overs left after lunch. It was a very clever tactic, and they would both bowl their overs really, really quickly. I mean, and everybody was in on it, so as soon as the fielder got it, he just chucked it back to the bowler, and very impressive. Their over rates were ridiculous. But of course, 55 overs, I mean, the Gillette Cup used to be 60 overs back in the day, and you had to get them all in one day. But people just did it. Didn't have all the fussing and stopping that we have these days. Said the dinosaur, the Stegosaurus. Daz Ahmed in. Bowls over the wicket to Hose, who drives, tumbling stop at short extra cover by Phillips. Score remains 157 for 3. D'Oliveira 50, wearing 15, 27 not out off, 99 balls. Daz Ahmed in, bowls, Hose defends, out on the offside, no run. Goodness me, it's been tough work out there today for everybody, I think.
I'm just wondering who, I mean, at this stage, because Gloucestershire are the ones at some point who'd have to set up a game, it's almost suiting Worcestershire more. But then,
driven into the ground. Yeah.
But then, at the same time, if you look at the table, Worcestershire have got to win.
Yeah.
And admittedly, you say yes, Gloucestershire have got to win as well, but Gloucestershire are so much further back than Worcestershire are.
There's a lot in it if Worcestershire win it. There's a lot for them to get.
Because one of Durham or Northamptonshire won't.
Yeah.
Win.
Here's Ahmed again. Bowls. Hose, big nick on that one. Heard it clearly from here. Bat onto pad, drops down on the offside. Yeah, and they're also looking at what Middlesex did to them last week, and they're thinking, if we can get 100 ahead here, if we can get up 400 or something, which I know it looks a long way off, but then. And we'd lay down a base now, and we can batter with a little bit more of a flourish towards the end of the innings.
like that. It's a beautiful straight drive. It's the first opportunity that he's had for ages. A half volley on middle, driven straight down the ground by Hose for 4.
You know it's good when it hits the mound of sawdust.
Yes, you do, yeah. 43 now to Hose. Standout batter in this innings, although Latigan started well. And the partnership continues to be a nuisance. Ahmed bowls again, Hose drives again. Another lovely shot, but this time he can't beat mid-off. That's the end of the over. 181 for 3. D'Oliveira 27, Hose 43. And they've now added 94 for this 4th wicket. Oh, it's 161. They've added 74, beg your pardon.
Speaking of that Durham Northamptonshire game, Durham 202 for 5. Ben Stokes made 95 from 118. Will Rhodes 62. Sanderson and Conway have got all the wickets. That was a sort of thing going into last week, because just Conway playing. Sanderson rested for the game against Gloucestershire, and they were especially pleased that they've managed to get over the line in that game without him.
I've only seen Conway in that one game. I just loved it. It was just so entertaining.
Fabulous. Yeah.
So entertaining. Almost like a kind of pantomime villain when he was bowling at times, really. Great fun, and it was clear as well that it was fun.
Yeah,
he wasn't,
and he
wasn't doing it to upset anybody.
No,
he was just trying to entertain.
And I've seen
brilliant
a couple. There were 2 games this season. He can get away with some quite histrionic appealing, that sort of thing. He can get away with it because everybody clearly likes him, and they just take it as a bit of a laugh. Of course, the umpires had a word with them a couple of times, and they are going to change it. Well, this has taken a while.
Worcestershire's all goes wrong.
Worcestershire's was changed at 46.3 overs, so it's taken 64 overs for this one to be changed.
Brett D'Oliveira was just having a joke with Steve O'Shaughnessy. He says, "You wouldn't change it for us for ages."
I can point out to him that Worcestershire's was changed 17.5 overs before this one. It's amazing. He so seldom get through.
£100 a go.
So seldom get through it, but whether it'll, I mean, I don't know. There was, I keep saying it every time we get to this sort of stage, but there was a feeling a couple of years back that when you change the ball at this point, you'd just be changing it to another out of shape one anyway. So what's the point? You might as well just bowl with the original one. At least you knew what that one felt like.
Not even happy with the first box that was offered to them.
Well, the entire box was no good.
Couldn't find one that was the right vintage.
Oh dear. Whilst the selection's going on,
2 overs while this was going on.
They do say they always find a way. We won't finish at 6. It just doesn't happen. Middlesex are 220 for 6 against Kent. Max Holden has 100. It's more like Max Holden, 101 off 125. And Joe Cracknell made 40. Zafar Gohar is 24 not out. So Middlesex have recovered a bit from 159 for 6, but they're still in real trouble there against Kent, who still have a lead of 195 runs. Middlesex 221 for 6. An amazing turnaround for Kent, really. I mean, they came in and won that narrow 2-wicket win at Bristol, which was nip and tuck. But you know, there was they shut down social media,
yeah, and it worked.
And it has seems to have worked.
They lost here, and they didn't look very good, I have to say. And it was after that they shut down the social media and went on a winning streak, really.
Big win at Blackpool. They're doing well against Middlesex, who are right there in the table. That's 3rd against 4th. Kent 12 back of Northamptonshire at the start of the round, and Middlesex 16 behind. Right, they've finally found a ball they're happy for Gloucestershire to bowl with, and Graham van Buren was just about to bowl and noticed that Joe Phillips wasn't quite in the right position, and Phillips moves a bit finer at backward point. Van Buren bowls a looping full toss, which is clipped away into the leg side for a single to deep mid-wicket. 162 for 3. Lancashire 70 for 3 at Chesterfield.
Harry Singh 2 off 30, along with Marcus Harris, with 133 runs still to knock off before they can even think about setting Derbyshire something. Dominant performance from Derbyshire at Chesterfield. In comes Van Buren round the wicket, bowls, and that one slides past the inside edge. I think the Worcestershire supporters are mock appealing in the crowd.
He must have got a nick on it, mustn't he?
Yeah, I was expecting either to see the bails go up or the field go up, and neither happened. Cut away. Got down into a really low position to cut that one through the covers. They'll take a single. Makes it 163 for 3. Hose on to 43. No, 44. There goes the board.
Oh, it was missing leg, wasn't it? It was missing leg by miles.
Backed away more than I thought. There's a bit of estimation being done through the body of Bracey, and I'm quite budgeted for how far he'd gone there. That's well played. Just a drop and run between backward point and cover for a single for Brett D'Oliveira onto 29. It's slow strangulation from Gloucestershire, of Gloucestershire I should say, at this point. It's not happening quickly, but this partnership continues to put Worcestershire in a strong position as this is played back to the bowler. And the last ball of Van Buren's 12th over, 65th over of the innings, and defended by Hose with the utmost attentiveness, and score remains 164 for 3. Yep. Meanwhile at Hove they've had 26 wickets.
Crikey. Go on.
Mind you, I've had a few games like that this season, I suppose. A couple of games at Bristol with wickets cascading, but Hampshire 149 for 6, leading by 181. They were 66 for 6, and
that's the one I thought was going to end today.
Yeah. Delano Potgieter is 51 not out,
leading by 81. So it won't finish today, but it won't be long
181
into tomorrow. Oh, 181.
Yeah. And Felix Organ has 35. So that partnership is that's possibly putting Hampshire ahead there.
Is Daz Ahmed. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives into the ground, back to the bowler. There's no run.
Kyle Abbott took 6 for 49.
Good bowler.
Still churning out the wickets despite Hampshire's struggles this season.
Yeah, such a good bowler.
Potgieter took 2 for 29 as well. He was an important part of their rearguard action at the Oval when they drew against Surrey, so it's been a good signing for them seemingly.
Ahmed again in from the Euro, then bowls. D'Oliveira drives into the ground again, fielded by the bowler. Absolutely no chance of a run. These two absolutely determined to hang around out there and pick up whatever's available and get Worcestershire into a position of strength in this game.
Luke Charlesworth loosening up at point.
Batting bonus points are not going to be many in this innings, you suspect. We're in the 66th over already. Ahmed in bowls and D'Oliveira in behind it, tucks it away down to long leg. He's taken one, he wants 2, he's got them as well. Come back, good running, very good running. As fielded down at fine leg by
Will Williams.
Will Williams, he was a tad slow getting to that, but to be fair, he's put a lot of work in. It's a good throw when he got there. It was just I mean, D'Oliveira's quick, and I think he knew who it was as well, and he ran the first one quickly, turned, saw that Williams hadn't quite picked it up, and scooted back for 2. Forward to this one from Ahmed, out on the offside, no run. 31 then for D'Oliveira off 105. Not well, I would have said a few years ago, not really his game, because he was quite a stroke player. Batted at the top of the order for a few years, but in recent years, since assuming the captaincy, which is always a burden, I think he's felt the burden of responsibility in the middle order a bit more. And he's often had to play this kind of innings. Defends that last ball out. Not the last ball. Defends that ball out on the offside. And Bancroft runs from short mid on to slip for the last ball. That's quite good from a captain, I think. Just to change for one ball. Why not? Because if you nick it through slip, but if he drives this in the air through silly mid on, then he'll be livid. But you know, keep changing it round. You've got to make things happen sometimes, and it's one of those times. Ahmed over the wicket from the New Road end. Last ball of the over, bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, braces arms in the air. Hits a dot. It's 166 for 3.
Continue my slow perambulation around the country. Warwickshire at 277 for 7 with a 69-run lead against Somerset. Bo Webster continues to torment Somerset this season, seemingly. Big 100 in a T20 match, 4 for 23 and made 64 in that Warwickshire innings. Jordan Thompson, 23 off 22, is usually good to watch when he gets in with the bat. So in front, let's say by 69. Warwickshire, a little bit of an interruption there today as Hose sees that long on has dropped back and takes a comfortable single. Just got to beat the bowler and then it's a fairly easy stroll to the non-strikers end. 167 for 3. D'Oliveira hasn't shown any signs of trying to go over the top, so mid-on comes up for him.
He's quite capable of it.
Van Buren to him, plunges onto the front foot and defends. What was you said earlier? Could almost sniff the ball.
Yeah, Robin Smith, who used to play spin like that, gets so low with the head.
Buren always gone back to a fairly full one there, but he does get bat on it.
You are meant to play it under your eyes, but you know, sometimes. I just remember one quarter-final here, I think it was in '88, when Hampshire, Worcestershire and Robin Smith played a winning innings, and there was a lot of that going on.
Van Buren, he does come down the pitch, and it's been swatted over the top of mid-wicket by D'Oliveira. He got enough bat on that to clear Jack Taylor comfortably at short mid-wicket, so he has had enough, and he decides.
Well, I said he was capable of it. He can just spread the field a bit now and get that one if he wants it, if Taylor gets sent back.
Wasn't perhaps the prettiest, but it worked. 171 for 3, and now 118 runs behind, still 7 wickets in hand. Van Buren bowls again, back D'Oliveira playing to Van Buren, treating that one respectfully. Surrey bowled out for 105.
Wow.
I wonder whether in 34.4 overs.
Follow on?
I don't know, we'll see. I think it's only just happened, so we'll see what Glamorgan decide to do. As D'Oliveira runs that one through point off the back foot and takes 1. End of another over. 172 for 3.
They rarely enforce them these days in county cricket, do they?
Well, I mean, last week, Yorkshire didn't enforce, I don't think, and didn't win. Northamptonshire did enforce and won, and one other team, it was Essex, enforced against Leicestershire and won, but Leicestershire did get quite a sizable lead, but Essex chased it down fairly comfortably. So it was 2 teams enforcing and winning, and one not and drawing.
Yeah, well, if you got Surrey on the rocks, maybe you keep them there, or you bat them out of the game completely.
Nottinghamshire have got the same decision to make looming at Chelmsford as well. They're 445 for 9.
Jack Haynes?
Essex made 184. Jack Haynes 133 not out.
Yeah, he likes that ground. Got a very good 100 there for Worcester in a one-day game. Might have been his first 100. Here is Charlesworth, and that's beautifully played by D'Oliveira. outside the off stump, bouncing, and it was a really clever shot, a real proper T20 shot. And it was, imagine, listener, catching practice in the morning when they throw the ball and they just angle the bat. If you'd have been trying to steer onto third or fourth slip, that's exactly what you would have done, and it went to third man for four. It was a beautiful shot, and beautiful because it was absolutely intentional. No question about an edge on that one. D'Oliveira goes to 40, he's catching up, 40 off 113. He's hit 2 boundaries in the last 4 balls he's faced. Make that 3. No, there's a man out there. There's a swivelling pull shot, but straight out to Bournemouth actually on the boundary, so just a single. But he's gone mad, D'Oliveira, 41 off 114. Hose 45 off 112. They're almost neck and neck in this partnership, which is very good. It's now worth 90, and it's frustrating the pants off Gloucestershire, I think, who got those 3 wickets in quick succession and now find themselves on the wrong end of a big partnership. Charlesworth bowls, blocked back to him by Hose, on the wrong end of the biggest partnership of the game, actually, I think. No, not quite. 91, wasn't it? Or not for the 3rd wicket. It was 94. So if they get another 5, that will be the biggest partnership of the innings. Not that that matters in any way whatsoever. Just something to say. Here's Charlesworth again. Bowls, short and wide. Hammered by Hose. There have been a couple of rank deliveries in this over, to be fair, and that was one of them. I don't mean that rudely, but not what he was brought on to do. The first one, fair enough, D'Oliveira a good shot, but D'Oliveira's pull was off pretty much a long hop, and that was just in the slot for Hose. He loves it there, short and wide, all the time in the world. Step back and crack it square of the offside. Just changed in the last 10 minutes, isn't it? Just changed in the last 10 minutes the mood.
There was a point in the afternoon as well when Hose hit that 6, just felt as though I think, right, let's go a move on here.
Charlesworth again bowls, Hose drives this time straight to the fielder. Phillips at short extra, 181 for 3 then. The men out, all in the afternoon session. Latigan 33, Libby 29 and Roderick 7. 1 wicket for Ahmed, 2 for Will Williams, and they are the only successful bowlers so far as Charlesworth comes in to complete this over, the 58th of the innings, and that's another run for Hose, clipped away on the leg side. Applause from the Worcestershire faithful for Adam Hose's 50, returning to the side and proving once again what a valuable player he is. Keeps the strike as well, and he won't have played many more important innings, I don't think, for Worcestershire than this one, provided that in the very long run it contributes to some significant progress, i.e. a win. What was that phrase we were using the other day about people that get runs when it doesn't matter? Was it us or was it Kevin Hand? I'm not sure.
No, we were
and footballers that score goals that don't matter and stuff. It always matters more if you take 5 wickets and it's in a win, doesn't it? Or you get 100 and it's in a win.
Van Buren in forward and defending, and also when it was in a situation where the game was in the balance as well. It wasn't easy when this partnership came together. In fact, it hasn't been easy for the majority of it. Back and cutting, and it beats cover, but there is a sweeper out on the cover boundary as well, so very much an offside dominant field here. 183 for 3, and that's what this partnership has done. Again, 100-run partnership context of what thus far had not been a massively high scoring game, but Worcestershire can still change all that by going big in this innings. Van Buren in, off pad, square on the leg side. Bracey will have a hurl at the non-striker's end and miss, but D'Oliveira was through anyway for the leg bye. and 23 extras. Now with that leg bite, Worcestershire bowled 7 in, or conceded 7 I should say, in 106 overs. So that's played back towards the bowler for no run, so 23 extras in 68.4 overs, and it has been a little bit of a theme, admittedly. The no balls have not been exactly a team-wide thing, as that's cut to deep cover for a single, 185 for 3, but they did bowl a lot of wides in a couple of, well, they bowled a lot of wides in the T20 match against Worcestershire at Bristol. Same thing in the Glamorgan match. I think it was something like 13 wides in each of those games, and managed to defend scores in low scoring games, so not much was talked about it. As D'Oliveira defends to complete the over, 185 for 3, but yeah, in the context of a championship match, 20 runs here or there may not make a difference in the overall margin of victory, but it's just that feeling that it doesn't really help a side out there. So they're not far off reducing this deficit to under 100 runs, Worcestershire.
Nor are they far off 100 partnership 2, in fact. And Luke Charlesworth needing to bowl a better line and length than he did in his previous over. Comes in and he's bowled him. He's absolutely thrilled to bits with that, is Charlesworth. It was short, but not as short as Adam Hose thought, and he tried to pull it away on the leg side and he missed it, and he's bowled. And that is, I have to say, one of the most unlikely wickets that we've had, because I just didn't see that coming. They were going so well. Oh, it's not bounced, is it? To be fair, it's a short ball and it hasn't bounced. He's entitled to pull at it, I think.
I think it's the problem when you're already playing one of those lower pulls. I don't think it would have got up to
hit off stump.
You know, it wouldn't have. Where do you reckon that was likely to bounce to? Sort of just above the hip, maybe.
I think, to be fair, he's a bit unlucky.
Oh, definitely. I'm not saying he's not, but I just think when you're not really pulling from sort of upper chest, you are going to be more vulnerable to the ball staying down a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway,
on a road he'd have murdered that, wouldn't he? But there we go.
It's a big wicket for Gloucestershire, because not only have they finally broken that partnership, but the fact it's Luke Charlesworth as well, and he's right to enjoy that wicket, because it has been a long, hard road back for Luke Charlesworth with all these injuries and the frustration of sitting on the sidelines, being unfit and having to watch his teammates out there. Just again, a reminder, he didn't play a single game last year in I think any format. Played one match in 2024, and you know, that's a young bowler who's trying to make his way in the game, trying to learn his craft, and plays one match in 2 years before this season, his first full appearance of this season as well, and that's a moment that should be, as I say, rightly celebrated, and was.
Ethan Brooks is the new man, and you're right about 6 o'clock finish. We've still got 15 overs left. It's going to take an hour, isn't it? How does that happen? Just somewhere we've lost 15 minutes in the last hour, haven't we? Changing the ball and wicket, and Charles bowls, Brooks leaves, Bracey takes, and there's no run. So, Hose, let's give you his figures. Played really well. 52, 121 balls, 5 fours and a 6. I thought that was a very, very good innings.
Yep.
And very much needed. I don't think D'Oliveira will change the way he's playing. Brooks likes to score. It'd be interesting to see Brooks against Van Buren. Charlesworth bowls. Brooks is forward. Massive shout for... Are they shouting for a catch or an LB?
Catch behind.
And Bracey cannot believe it that the umpire says not out. Wow. It's all happening all of a sudden. Got to be careful with the histrionics these days. You're in trouble with the match referee. Bracey really fancied that. Let's have a look. We're not going to be able to tell much, are we? Oh, they went straight up. They went straight up. But not having it.
Yeah. It's always an interesting one where the batter starts scraping at the ground afterwards.
Well,
but
that's what you do,
no
isn't
idea.
it? We can't tell, can you?
No idea.
I don't know. Anyway, Charlesworth is in again. Brooks is beaten again outside the off stump, and he indicates with his little movement of his right hand that he thinks that one nipped a bit.
So often happens, doesn't it? It just starts as soon
Starts
as
to do a bit.
bowling side gets a wicket, they
Yeah.
start to have that belief that they can get another one.
He's
again.
out of nick a bit, is Ethan Brooks, to be fair, as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens with his matchup with Van Buren, because he loves a little reverse and a paddle.
Yes, well, he was out ramping in the T20 match, admittedly off a seamer.
In comes Charlesworth. Brooks defends again out on the offside. I wonder if there'll be a bit of banter out. Mind you, these days there was a time when you caught somebody and they didn't walk, and the umpire gave them nod out, and you gave them stick, and you said, well, even people would say cheat and all the rest of it. These days, of course, the answer from the batter would simply be, well, you wouldn't walk, would you? And they wouldn't.
No.
So you just get on with it, I think. Brooks again driving this time. No run though. Well fielded in the covers. End of the over. Successful one for Charlesworth. Hose has gone. It's 185 for 4. It was a wicket maiden for Charlesworth. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. And you would just say, well, you wouldn't walk, and nor do I. And I think probably the word now is what they say out there is, got away with one there, mate. And you say, yeah, I did. I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he nicked it, but I think that's the way it works.
But yes, you don't. I mean, unless you've edged it to slip and not walk.
Yeah, like Stuart Broad.
I wasn't going to name a specific incident, but yes, it happened.
It's very famous, isn't it?
But yes, I don't think we've obviously got a replacement bail. One bail's dark and the other one's light. At the far end. Bail's been broken. Van Buren balls will turn and bounce there. No silly point. Would have been a pretty straightforward loop to silly point if it'd have been a different situation.
You know, when I took my headset off and I was commentating just through the mic, could you hear me all right?
I could hear you. You were a little bit distant as
because
pushed into the offside.
John Hope was in touch and he said, can't hear you as well as your co-commentator. And then when I put it back on again, he said, you're back on now. Sorry, it's my fault. It's hot and I took the headset off and I was just speaking into the mic, and obviously it doesn't quite work as well.
Van Buren in, it's a drag down cutaway and a diving save from Ahmed.
Sorry.
Got a fielder back at deep cover anyway, but no run.
Sorry, John. Some people would celebrate.
No. Just didn't know whether to twist that right up or not. It's difficult to say because I can't hear him amazingly loudly in my headset anyway, as that's pushed to cover.
We're back anyway. I won't do it again. Completely dried up the runs, that wicket.
Haven't had any flies for a while either, actually. 185 for 4. Van Buren flights that one up. D'Oliveira stretches forward, back leg almost on the ground. Back knee almost on the ground as he defends into the covers. Ball is back with Van Buren, who's still
polishing away. Final ball of the over in now, and it just holds that one back, and it's nicely waited for by D'Oliveira, but it's nicely bowled as well. 185 for 4.
2 maidens on the trot. 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 40 Van Buren. Worcestershire, we were just saying, weren't we? They're just beginning to move it on, and Hose got out.
It's sort of been the way a little bit in the match so far. Anyway, there's I don't
Nobody's
know.
ever got going.
Yeah, where's the furthest ahead Gloucestershire were? They were 191 for 4 when Graham Van Buren was out.
It's almost the same as Worcestershire are now. But then those late wickets last night made a difference. Charlesworth, 13 overs left in the day. Into Brooks, who he thinks he had out, caught behind, second ball. Plays that one up to mid-on. And there's no run. Well, it's gone now, guys. Just get on with it, you would be saying, if you were the captain. It's always a bit of disgruntlement for 2 or 3 deliveries, and then you just think, well, you know what, I'm not going to get it back, are we? Charlesworth is in, bowls, Brooks drives nicely, but he's not going to get off the mark because Ahmed is quickly across to his left and throws the ball in at the non-striker's end as D'Oliveira regains his ground.
Testing Borman backing up there. Williams would have had a long run if that had got by. Everybody was alert. Not quite sure how, but I suppose it has just been a wicket.
Charlesworth is in again, bowls, Brooks is forward. Plays it back to the bowler.
It's 2.6 again, the current run rate, and instead it every time I looked, it was barely 2.7 or 2.5. It just always seemed to be 2.6 every time I looked in the first innings as well.
Very similar. Well, the scores, that score you identified is almost identical, isn't it? And 71 overs. I mean, as you say, bonus points are going to be hard to come by. Bowls again does Charlesworth, and it's pushed out square on the offside.
And every batter as well. It's not as though one batter. Oh, okay, Hammond stayed for 300 balls, but he played the same way. Just did it better than anybody else has so far.
Yeah. It's not gripping, is it? Let's be honest. Let's be very honest. Charlesworth over the wicket to Brooks. Lets it go outside the off stump. No run. Could be the third maiden on the trot. Mickey Arthur's theory then will be severely tested.
So was it a wicket happens immediately, or
if you bowl 3 maidens, it usually gets you a wicket. I don't know what the stats are, but they don't come from nowhere, those sort of theories.
No,
I think Duncan Fletcher used to say it as well, actually.
There's one in T20s I've heard a bit more, and I can't remember whether it's
power play.
Sort of 4 dots. There's that one.
Yeah.
There's something like 4 dots they reckon tends to bring a big shot or a wicket.
Well, it is a maiden. Brooks is somewhat uncomfortable as he fends this one off to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. 3 maidens on the trot, and the wicket of Hose. Worcestershire have ground to a halt at 185 for 4.
I was thinking at this rate, again, all you can do really in this instance is think ahead a little bit. I'm trying to think at this rate, will they maybe just be level at lunch tomorrow, and then they want to build a lead, assuming that they're of course assuming they're still there. Van Buren bowls, and that's attempted. Well, I say a sort of attempted drive from D'Oliveira. I don't think he ever really had any intentions of trying to whack that to the boundary. Plays it to Phillips at short extra cover. It was a sort of drive. Round the wicket, Van Buren bowls and just push drive back, no run.
yeah, it's not going to leave Gloucestershire a great amount of time to set a game up anyway. So you've almost, well, yeah, I don't know where this game would go. Oh, that stayed down.
Didn't bounce at all.
Try to cut, and that's going to be just the one. Bancroft has thrown the ball into cover. See, he got the throw in. Ended up signalling now to Miles Hammond what happened, but well, the ball was one thing. Stayed down. D'Oliveira tried to cut bottom edge. Gets a single behind the keeper, and then Bancroft throwing off balance through it to cover. 186 for 4. Van Buren into Brooks. No run to cover.
Bounced about that high.
Yeah.
Turned. Bounced about 6 inches. Goodness me.
I suppose that is the one thing that still
You want to get it straight, don't you, if you get one that doesn't bounce.
Van Buren bowls. There's a little bit more bounce, and that's let go by Brooks. I don't know, was that... I can't even really be out of the foot marks. Nobody's bowled from round the wicket this end.
This is what happened last week.
But the uneven bounce could be the thing maybe that spices things up as it gets into the final day. Left by Brooks. So he's still yet to get off the mark. 14 deliveries into his innings.
It was this. It was at this time in the evening, on the third evening against Middlesex, that Zafar they said, "Come on, just have a couple before the end of the day." And he bowled to Latigan from that end. Latigan's batting this end, and he went back to a ball that was just short of length, and it just went like that. And good radio went like that, isn't it? I'm miming a backward defensive shot. It popped up, and he gloved it in front of his nose, and it lobbed up in the air, and Tom Helm, being 6'5" or whatever, managed to hold it at slip, but it was unplayable, and it came from nowhere, and that one kept very low. Now we've got more time being taken out while Charlesworth discusses his field.
Glamorgan
with
have enforced the follow-on,
and okay.
Well, sorry, a 10 without loss.
And Norton steaming in.
So Sibley and Burns are back out for some more batting against, indeed.
I mean, you can imagine a world where Sibley now bats for 2 days.
Really can. It would not surprise. Knots all out 4-5-7. That's a lead of 2-7-3 against Essex.
Charlesworth in to bowl to D'Oliveira, who gets an inside edge. He's leaning back on that drive. His weight was right off it. Squirts away square on the leg side.
I think
gets to the non-striker's end and plays the shot again, and it looks much better.
I stupidly said earlier that Nottinghamshire would have a decision on the follow-on. Of course, they won't, because
they're batting second. How many Jack Haynes get in the end?
He was not out 137.
Not bad. As I say, he likes that ground.
Interesting, because I don't think too many people really love batting there. I'm sure people like bowling there.
Yes. Charlesworth bowls to Brooks, drives to mid-off, still not off the mark.
Michael Klinger loved batting there. Seemed to, but then it's in white ball cricket, it's much nicer.
Ethan Brooks played one of the most remarkable innings I've ever seen in Championship cricket there, and it ended in great controversy season before last because of the umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's at square leg, and he was at square leg then, and it was when Sam Cook bowled and he caught and bowled Brooks.
Oh, I remember that one.
Well, I was going to say it didn't carry. Charlesworth bowls, Brooks drives, again really well fielded by Phillips, and I can't say that because it was given out, but I don't think it carried. And
well, I think it's fair to say the majority of opinion on social media was
massive controversy because Brooks, I think Worcestershire were 8 down going into the last morning. They still needed 100, and Brooks was in with, I can't remember who the other batter was, and he lost his partner. Plays this one nicely off the back foot with 60 still needed, so 9 down, 60 needed, and he decided to take it on, and they put every fielder on the boundary, and he hit about 5 sixes, including a couple of ramps, And it got to within about 20, and everybody thought he's going to do this. It was the most inspired thing I've ever seen. He was in the 80s, I think, when he popped this one back, and Cook caught it, and nobody could really see. But I'll tell you who had the best view. As this one is driven up to mid-on. I've got a still somewhere of it. The person who had the best view was Ethan Brooks, because it was right in front of him, and Cook caught it and threw it. Not Cook, Porter, Jamie Porter caught it, threw it up, and Brooks pointed to the ground and said that didn't carry. Porter claimed it. Bit of a fuss. Steve O'Shaughnessy gave it out from square leg. Couldn't see it. Nodded to the bowler's end umpire. Anyway, massively controversial.
For whatever reason, I remember a lot of that game. I was watching a lot of it. I don't know why, but I was.
And comes Charlesworth, and Brooks is off the mark with a lovely little clip off his toes for 4. Beautiful shot behind square on the leg side, end of the over. Brooks 4, and it's 191 for 4. Yeah.
Amar Verdi got.
Amar Verdi bowled very, very well and bowled lots of overs for very few runs. I was on loan to Worcestershire at times. It was a really brilliant win because they were behind on first innings. Brilliant performance, sorry. No, Amar Verdi, that was the year before.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was the year before. This was last season. The one I'm talking about. Amar Verdi was 2024.
Right. Worcestershire won.
Worcestershire lost this one. We won. Worcestershire won the one in 2024.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
And Simon Howarth, thank you, Simon. It was Porter, of course it was, and it was not Sam Cook. It was Porter. I did correct myself, Simon. Thank you.
Van Buren in, back and defending.
Good job you're on the ball, though, Simon. I will say that. Nice to know you're listening, paying attention.
Because it was not the other thing of the 24 game that I remember watching and thinking I've never seen that ever happen before. Was it not D'Oliveira who stood at short straight mid-on?
Yes.
Oh, he's beaten there and just keeps his back foot grounded in the crease.
And deflected it onto the stumps for a run out.
Yeah, and did he not also take a catch there?
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking, I've been watching cricket for so long, I can barely remember that position working, and it's worked twice in the space of about 3 overs or something.
It was a great game of cricket.
For some reason, I just remember that. Cutting, no run.
It was a great game of cricket. In fact, some of the older members of the side, including Brett D'Oliveira, I mean, bearing in mind that I used to commentate on his dad playing, and he said to me, is that one of the best? Is that one of the best that you've seen away? And I said, well, it absolutely is. And one of the main reasons...
Well, 91 for 4, Van Buren bowls has bounced there, cut past Ahmed this time at cover points. There'll be a single. He moves to 44, does D'Oliveira.
Because working with Worcestershire in the 80s, it wasn't often that you went to Chelmsford and won.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't always play at Chelmsford, played at Colchester sometimes and whatever, but, Essex were mighty Essex, weren't they, in those days? So... it was a lovely, lovely game, that one, 2 years ago.
Van Buren in, or turn, and at least beats the edge of Brooks. I don't think there was an outside edge on it, but they're just feeling they're very close to this almost pretty much double strike that they would have been after, and just not quite there yet. As again, Van Buren beats the edge.
What an over.
3 times in the over, he beats the outside edge, but no wicket.
And you know what? He has not tried a sweep, and he has not tried a reverse, and that is unbelievable for Brooks, because he plays those shots as easily as most players just play a forward defensive. But obviously, they've chatted about it, and they've decided they're not going to go down that route. Charlesworth will continue. We have 9 overs left in the day, and D'Oliveira is on strike, and he's worked very, very hard for his 44 off 130 deliveries, looking to play the Miles Hammond role in this innings. Worcestershire 192 for 4 off 75 overs. Charlesworth from the New Road End bowls, and oh dear me, crept along the ground almost.
It's a good job he was out there for 130 balls, because I'm not sure too many would have got bat on that.
There's a lovely, lovely gentleman who some of our older listeners and viewers might remember, who played here from 1950 57, I think, to 66 before retiring very early to go to New Zealand to become the national cricket coach of New Zealand, which he did for 15 years. His name was Martin Horton. Charlesworth bowls, D'Oliveira drives to mid-off, no run. Off-spinning all-rounder, opening batter off-spinner. Played in Worcestershire's championship side in the 60s. Played one test for England. When you think where New Zealand went from in 66 to sort of 81, the progress they made as a nation, that tells you everything about his impact as a national coach. But then when he was in his 50s, he retired and he came back to Worcester to be where he was born and bred. Charlesworth bowls. D'Oliveira hammers this off the back foot. Short and wide, great shot. Waiting for that one for a long time. Goes to 48, 196 for 4. And Martin came back and he got involved back here as on the committee and everything else. And he was cricket professional at the Royal Grammar School in the town. And I used to do a lot of work with him and a lot of coaching with him and do courses in the summer and everything else. He never lost his sense of humour, wonderful smile, absolutely brilliant raconteur and character. Wonderful working with young players. Where am I going with this story, you're wondering? Here comes Charlesworth again. Bowls. Pushed into the offside, fielded by Phillips. When he retired, I took over his job as cricket professional at Royal Grammar School. The reason I was saying is because when a ball rolled along the ground like that, really, really along the ground, he used to say to the boy who bowled it, or to the batter, unlucky, that was a real worm burner, he used to call it. I mean, you call them daisy cutters, don't you? And think that was a real worm burner, Martin used to say. Wonderful chap. God rest his soul. Charlesworth in, bowls, not a worm burner. Half volley, driven by D'Oliveira. Won't go all the way. Ahmed's in pursuit. They'll get 2. And that is Brett D'Oliveira's 50. He's a popular man in this part, and he needed that. He's been getting a bit of stick on social media for his form recently. Don't think he's ever worked harder for a 50. Well, he probably has, but not very often. 135 balls for that 50, and he's only hit 5 fours. That's hard work. That's really hard work, but well played the skipper. 198 for 4. They've made it hard. I think both teams have bowled pretty well. Charlesworth bowls, D'Oliveira defends, end of the over, 198 for 4. I think both teams have played pretty well, bowled pretty well. Bit more variety about the Gloucestershire attack with Van Buren bowling how he's bowled. Little bit wayward in terms of extras and stuff with the way that Clark's bowled, but generally speaking, all the batters have had to work really hard for their runs. Did you see that last ball? D'Oliveira played it down in front of him, waited for it to stop, and offered to pick it up, and they told him no, didn't they? Somebody said no, leave it alone, and they came in and did it themselves. Interesting. Usually you go, yeah, all right. No. You leave it, we'll do the fielding. Van Buren to carry on. 8 overs left in the day.
So this continuation of the packing of the offside for Ethan Brooks. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Van Buren Basel has turned
it's going now,
down,
so, goodness gracious
I'm not sure.
me.
Well, they can take the new ball this evening, but if it continues to do this, I don't know whether they would take it. It seems to be doing more with the old ball than with the new one. Turn, bounce, and Brooks just. Well, I mean, he didn't get close to it and actually didn't play it too badly, but then I'm not sure that he could play it with the amount that's popped up. And Gloucestershire are now going to put a second slip
why wouldn't you?
Well, yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Because it's not as though, at least make him hit a couple of boundaries first. Van Buren is in, blocking Brooks back. So now there is no fielder between deep backward square and mid-on. So you can play against the turn as much and almost anywhere you like. Van Buren fires one in quicker.
Word's going to get round, isn't it? Forget Taunton and Chelmsford. The new Bunsen is at Worcester. Never been heard of. Not for years.
Strange one. it's not every ball, but just suddenly something happens for the spinner. Brooks swatting away a fly, so perhaps he can come in and do some commentary later on. Van Buren bowls and a thick edge, and there was a bit of hesitation from Brooks. I'm not sure where the ball had gone, probably couldn't see it through second slip, but it was an easy single there. And Brooks gets to the non-striker's end on 5, 199 for 4, so 90 behind. 6 wickets in hand. Really could do with at least another before the close. Gloucestershire as Van Buren bowls, and stretching forward, D'Oliveira smothers it into the offside. And it does have the feeling of, with the spinner on and it doing this, it almost feels like a final day blocking out for a draw, but it's not that. It's still the first innings. Van Buren was going to bowl and then decided
to move Taylor back out because he doesn't want to be taken for a single. Wants to keep Brooks on strike, I think.
So here is that. Oh wow, that's bounced so much.
That's the one.
Bracey has almost struggled to take that.
That's the one that I was telling you Latigan got. It's almost as though the top's gone on the pitch, isn't it?
He didn't play a shot, and if he'd played a shot, he'd probably have played a front foot shot, and it would have whizzed past his head. So I had a look at. I was going to look at it again, but it was when Van Buren false started, so I'll wait another few seconds to see the replay.
I wish they had an experienced spin bowler, isn't it? That's gone absolutely vertical. It's the one I was telling you about with Latigan last week.
It's from fairly straight as well, and
full as well.
Bracey takes it above his head. We're going to get double spin now.
Not surprising. That was Bracey. I saw him signalling to Bancroft in the middle of that over regularly, doing this.
Well, I think Charlesworth would probably have come to the end of his spell after 5 overs anyway. I don't think he's going to be bowling spells too much longer. That's a bit of a decision to make as to who finish off the day, but I think
I'll wait till the field is set before I say my final prediction. I will tell you, we will see a reverse sweep in the first 3 balls of this over. I would be very surprised if we don't. Hammond and the New Road End bowls. Brooks lets that go outside the off stump. Bit of turn, goodness me. Left it go, let it go 2 foot outside, and Bracey's taken it almost by the wickets. It's turning.
I think
big.
Bancroft wants another
It's
helmet.
Turning big.
Is he? Can't get somebody's attention anyway.
Second ball of the over. On the back foot, Brooks. Well, we won't see a reverse yet because you hit that through the covers nicely. It was short enough. Cool. That one before turned a long way. Nice shot from Brooks. A boundary. First one that he's really timed, I would think, since he's been out there. You feel quite happy about that.
And I suppose that's the thing with Hammond, because he will, because he bowls it slower, he'll get more turn for the magic delivery, but there will be
bad delivery, Well, he had time. Brooks, good player to spin usually. Still think he'll reverse it. Maybe not this ball. Plays it defensively on the onside, and he got out in the last game in the second innings quite loosely, and I think, reading between the lines, he might have got a bit of a telling off from the coach, so he'll be on his best behaviour out there, and he's played that with the spin down on the onside, but he does like a reverse.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because if it's really one of your strengths and you play it better than some other shots, you just don't want to completely take it away. But
Hammond bowls. That's a sort of flat batted slap into the covers. He came into bat in the T20 at Leicester, and Dave Bradley and I were commentating. We were sat outside in the crowd, so we had the crowd all around us, and he came out to bat and he faced up to his first ball. Let's break off as Hammond bowls this last one. Just forward to it, dabs it down, end of the over, just 4 from it, 203 for 4. And I said on air, and I said to Brothers, what do you reckon it'll be? I said, I reckon it'll be reverse sweep, either first or second ball. And he did it first ball. And all these spectators sitting around who were Leicestershire fans just turned and looked at me. I thought, I said, I've seen him play before.
Yeah.
But you're right, he plays it with less risk than some people play a forward defensive. 6 overs left in the day, won't be long. And Buren to bowl the first of them, just nipping off for a quick.
Yeah, so what? A new ball they'd have, if they took it, they'd have 4 overs with it this evening. But well, I don't know. I mean, the way it's going with the spinners here, got to think it must be quite tempting just to keep the spinners going, and with attacking shots not really being played, Gloucestershire might as well set a fairly attacking field. We've still got a 7-2 offside field, and now deep backward square is coming in a little bit, but about halfway. So just that fielder and mid on the leg side. Van Buren is in and back. Oliveira crabbily into his crease and defends awkwardly back to the bowler. It's also night watchman territory, I suppose. If a wicket were to fall now, Van Buren in, quicker delivery, appeal for LBW, but I don't think that one straightened at all. Seemed to be angling down. It's so random which ball does something and which doesn't. Most don't, but the ones that do, just extravagant. Van Buren in. Oh, he's gone for the cut shot, and Bracey fumbling behind the stumps. Not the easiest to read where it's going to go off the surface for him either. Oliveira, I think, played over the top of that one. So Buren's got his fan club as Oliveira, just the softest of hands, tries to play that one down into the leg side. He's probably thinking there was maybe a single there. He has got his fan club back, Van Buren. This is Van Buren at the far end. 203 for 4. There they go again. Bowls and just about getting forward and bat on that. I say just about getting forward, a long way forward, but just about getting bat on that. Bat and pad close together, squeezed off into the offside. Almost negotiated another over. Really odd. This whole match has been a little bit odd. And Buren in, and I think is that some glove there? There's no short leg. So there's only 2 fields on the leg side because they've gone with the 2 slips, and again there's no attacking shots being attempted. You almost think get several round the bat, and if they then attack, then you can still take them out again. It's not.
But for me, this is more fun.
Oh yeah,
than anything we've had in the whole game. Really,
I love watching spin when it's doing a bit. 203 for 4.
The only part of the game I think was as much fun as this is when Latigan was batting. I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? But yeah, really, really gripping. I don't know why they're bringing drinks on, for goodness sake, now when there's 5 overs left. They just like overtime, don't they, these guys? So Hammond to continue. Sunshine now, lovely evening, really pleasant from the New Road end. He bowls a little bit short, bit of turn, dropped down on the onside by Brooks. Hammond again bowls on the back foot again. Brooks hasn't played that reverse, plays it defensively on the offside. Smothers that one, the forward defensive.
Hit it twice.
Probably
accidentally,
did,
of course. Yeah, I think it went straight into the ground, straight back onto his bat again.
And again, bowls, that turned. And Brooks has managed to get a bat on it, deflected it down to short, fine leg. I would not take the new ball.
No.
Absolutely not take the new ball. With 4 left in the day after this, and the ball is turning square. I might get Jack Taylor on, give him a couple, I don't know, but I wouldn't take the new ball. Hammond just having a quick chat with Van Buren, spinning the ball from one hand to the other. Moves Phillips a bit further behind square on the offside. Comes in to bowl to D'Oliveira, down the leg side, deflected away to short fine leg.
I don't think leg slips are a bad move.
I'm with you though, I'd have 4 of them around there.
Yeah, certainly at least have 1 more, I think.
Hammond in, bowls, D'Oliveira drives through the covers. Going to get 2. And that's the end of the over. 206 for 4, D'Oliveira goes to 52.
Best part of the day now.
Yeah, definitely. And from now on, I think it's just going to keep getting hotter.
Gorgeous evening now. Sunlight dappling the cathedral and setting off the summer colours in the tree line. Beautiful scene, and 4 overs to go in the day. Gloucestershire looking for at least 1 more. Something to energise them into the dressing room. It won't be out of it. It'll still be a good session away from making it even again, but 1 more wicket would make things look much better from their point of view. Van Buren bowls, it's down the leg side of pad, maybe 2 runs. Is the umpire going to signal? Yep, leg buys. 2 more to the total. 208, 207. No, D'Oliveira is not on strike. It must be 208. Yeah. Trail by 81.
They've only got 1 on. I don't know why that is. It's definitely 208.
Borman into short leg.
Why have they got 207? And they've got D'Oliveira on strike when it was Brooks.
2 slips and a short leg then, so they do have 3 round the back. They've got rid of 1 of those fielders at cover. Quite need all of those. Van Buren into Brooks. That's again just pretty much killed into the offside by Ethan Brooks. It's on 10. There we go. 208 for 4. Van Buren bowls left by Brooks. May have just turned a little bit. Brooks judging that on the original line wouldn't have hit off stump anyway. Every ball's a challenge now. Not in a way that it wasn't before, but it's a different feel to the challenges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brooks is reaching for that one, getting back to ball, playing it down to Hammond at point. There's no run. Worcestershire will feel pretty satisfied with their day's work if they can get to the close. 4 down. Buren in driving. Brooks, sweeper out on the offside. It'll just be the single. 11 to Brooks, 209 for 4. Started off by wrapping up Gloucestershire's innings, 31 runs. That's all they could add this morning from 258 for 7. Hammond left high and dry on 139 not out. Ending a superb knock. Short leg has gone to silly mid-off for the last ball of the over with Van Buren into D'Oliveira.
There is some turn, there is some bounce, but it's wide of the off stump, and D'Oliveira does not have to play. So 3 overs to go. 209 for 4.
And Hammond to continue, so they are going to go with spin to the end of the day, I would imagine, and save the new ball for tomorrow. Makes a lot of sense to me. I might even open up with spin tomorrow, depending how it's going. I mean, it's if there was a really top class spinner in this game, you know, if Simon Harmer was bowling out there now, I think it would be very difficult indeed.
Could even give him the new ball. Don't know whether
Hammond from the new road end into bowl to Brooks. On the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside. Get this binoculars on this and see. Just tell me a little bit more about a turn. We're not quite straight enough at long on.
Here would be a bit nightmare, too wide, wouldn't it? I mean, the bounce as well. The bounce that we've seen.
Brooks concentrating really hard. Hammond bowls. He's on the back foot, playing it off the pitch. Drops it down on the onside. Intriguing day's play, albeit a rather slow one. Worcester battling hard to try and get into a position where they can get a decent first innings lead. Brooks smothers it again, still hasn't played his favourite 2 shots against spin, either the reverse or the conventional sweep, and there is a big gap for the reverse really where he usually plays it, but he will not be doing it tonight. I don't think. He's under orders, I'm certain of it. Short, didn't bounce much, on the back foot, plays it out on the offside. I mean, that's the other thing that's hard here, you know, Ed. It's not just that it's turning, it's not bouncing either.
Yeah, that's just what I was
Getting
thinking.
Too many worm burners.
You know, the back foot shots that look easy because they've got so much time to it's not.
Yeah, absolutely. As Brooks is forward to this one, plays it back up the pitch. A different kind of challenge. It's like dressing room cricket or corridor cricket where you've got everybody around the bat and you've got to just smother it. That's why they do it, you know. That's what it's all about. And he does it again off that last ball, and that is the end of a maiden over from Miles Hammond. Only 2 overs to go in the day. Worcestershire 209 for 4, and they trail by just 80 runs.
Didn't think we'd be ending the day quite like this. It wouldn't have surprised me. Maybe early on when they introduced Van Buren into the attack, and was into the attack after something like 11 overs. I was thinking maybe even in the afternoon double spin, but for a while when the seamers were going, Williams bowled an excellent spell, backed up by Ahmed from that Diglis end, and the pressure continued, and then I started to think maybe less so, but I didn't think it would have this feel when we got the double spin. The end of the day having an effect as well, of course, but 3 round the bat, and Worcestershire just desperate to get to the close.
He's batting in a great big hole now, Brett D'Oliveira.
Not surprising amount of digging we've seen today. So 2 slips and a short leg. 4 saving the single on the offside. Van Buren flights that one up, and D'Oliveira lets that one go through. Not sure what Bracey's signalling with his left hand. More revs, please. I don't know. Van Buren wasn't watching, so I think it was to him. Van Buren is in, flighted. D'Oliveira gets over the top of it, pushes it away into the offside. 10 deliveries to go, a maximum of. Fairly on-time finish as it goes. Oh, it's edged, and he's caught it slip. And Van Buren has struck, and you have to say, for the problems that he's caused in his 20.5 overs, Van Buren kind of deserves that. He beat Brooks 3 times in an over not that long ago, but D'Oliveira couldn't resist the drive, gets the edge, and it's well taken by Bancroft at first slip, and Worcestershire are 5 down, 209 for 5. Who's coming out, I wonder?
Ben Allison, I reckon. Not sure. What a blow that is for Worcestershire. 150 deliveries to Oliveira, 5 fours, that's all. Excellent effort from the captain, but ended just before the close. And that is a real kick in the teeth for Worcestershire. And it is Ben Allison, as I thought it might be, coming in as a night watchman, having done that in the previous game and got his career best 89.
But I could do some damage tomorrow.
Wouldn't fancy it for him out here tonight. I honestly, this is a really tough one, isn't it?
It's different, isn't it, when you're going out to face spin?
But on a turner.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Pratt. You feel that he was leaning back a bit, I think, on that drive. Easily criticised from here.
Yeah, and it's so easy, isn't it, to just say, "Oh, we could have left it."
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but it was full and it was there, wasn't it? But he kind of leaned. I thought its weight came off the shot a bit. I thought, but I might be wrong. Half and over, 1.5 overs left to go.
And now they're really all going to come in. The vultures will be descending.
It's going to be absolute mayhem out there.
2 slip short leg. It's not silly mid on. It's short, straight mid on at the moment. Clark just at a distance where he is not fielding under the helmet. Still a deep cover out. Van Buren to Allison. That's very wide. And he'll have 2 more this evening. Graham Van Buren, but he'll be loving this chance to, as I say, be the attacking option. That's shorter and cut away by Allison, and that's handy for Worcestershire because that just leaves Brooks 1 ball in this over, and then Allison can see out the last. 210 for 5, deficit 79. And now for Brooks, Williams is going to stand at short straight mid off as well, forward and defending. So Van Buren is done for the day. Worcestershire can be no worse than 6 down, but they'd rather like to be 5 down. Gloucestershire would rather like them to be 6 down. It's 210 for 5. Van Buren's got through 21 overs there, but really towards the end of the day things very much started to happen.
Honours are quite even, I think. Let's go through the day. Began with Gloucestershire 258 for 7. They lost Ahmed for 14 to Taylor LBW, Williams LBW to Swanepoel for 4, and Charlesworth caught by, why have I not written that down, Brooks off Swanepoel for 12. Miles Hammond was left unbeaten on 139 and Swanepoel got 5 for 65. So Worcestershire began before lunch. They were going well at lunch, 52 for no wicket off 18 overs. This break off as Hammond bowls the first ball of the last over of the day, and Allison is taken on the pad. Bracey shouts for some reason. Latigan LBW to Williams for 33 soon after lunch. Libby LBW to Williams, who bowled a really good spell for 29 just a couple of overs later. Hammond bowls again. Allison forward. They appeal for a catch as it lobs off his pad to slip. They knew it wasn't out, I think. No appeal from the catcher. Roderick was then bowled by Ahmed for 7, and Worcestershire were in trouble at 87 for 3. Then a hard-fought, painstaking partnership for the 4th wicket of 98 between Hose and Oliveira. It was a really good effort against some very good bowling. Hammond again to Allison's on the back foot, works it away on the onside, no run. But then Hose out for 52, trying to pull at his ball from Charlesworth that was short of a length, didn't get up and hit his off stump. He was out 52, as I say, 185 for 4, and then D'Oliveira in the last over, also out for 52. Caught at slip by Bancroft off Van Buren. Hammond bowls, defended by Allison. The persevering Van Buren 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 45. Williams very good, 2 for 33, 1 each for Ahmed and Charlesworth. But the main development in the last hour is that pitch has really started to turn. Hammond bowls, Allison defends, and there's no run. So that's the story of the day. There's 1 ball left in the over, there's 1 ball left in the day. Worcestershire are 210 for 5, and they trail up by 79 runs. And here is Hammond, and he bowls, and Allison has done the job that he was sent out to do. He survived to the end of the day, and that's the close. So Worcestershire trailing by, as I say, 79 runs, 210 for 5 at the close. That a decent summary of the day, Ed?
Yeah, I think so. And I in terms of the raw match position, 289 plays 210 for 5, you'd still be Worcestershire. But because the pitch has now started to turn, and you know that Worcestershire will have to bat last on it, in a game which is played on a turning pitch, you know that as the side batting second in the match, the onus is kind of on you to get a first innings lead, because an even game favours the side that won the toss and chose to bat. So it's an interesting one. It's not fast moving, and it's still, I still wouldn't like to call exactly where the game is going.
I think it's very even.
Yeah,
very
even. It's not been. It's until that period at the end where there really was something happening almost every ball. It's not been an absolute thriller, but it could still be a cracking game of cricket. It could still develop into one.
Yeah, yes, I'll go with that. I mean, it's thrilling in a way. It's just not high octane, is it? That might be the best way of putting it. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, everybody, whether you're on the live stream or on the BBC Sports app, just listening to our radio commentary. On behalf of myself, Frank Watson, and Ed Seaborn, I say have a very good evening, and we'll be back tomorrow.